Chapter 3967. Ho walked to the side of the ship, and a demonic wind appeared under his feet, carrying him up to the side of the ship. Xiaohua naturally accompanied him. When the two demons flew over the side of the ship, they saw that outside the dragon ship, in the black night sky, there were strands of fluorescent light scattered outside the ship like fireflies being pulled by a big hand. The fluorescent light hit the restriction on the side of the ship, and made some sparks. Looking at the bottom of the dragon ship, it seemed to be in the distant depths, and a touch of dark green spread out. Occasionally there would be some light flashing with different colors, very dazzling. It's so quiet. Ho looked at the night sky deeply and then looked at the sea and sighed. It's so quiet that I want to sleep. It's not necessarily quiet. Xiaohua pointed at the fluorescent light and said indifferently, "This is the restriction in the sea wind. The restriction blocks all sounds." Yes, humans often say that they deceive themselves. I'm afraid that's the case. Ho said, "I know that the sea storm outside hasn't completely stopped, and this dragon ship is so fast, how can it be so quiet? Immortal friend, it's because your heart needs to be calm." Xiaohua had a very good impression of Ho, and said with a smile, "Yes, if only my clan's land could be so quiet." Ho retracted his gaze and nodded. "My clan's land has battles every month, and every day. There are clansmen who die in the hands of the enemy. Seeing this quiet place, I can't help but sigh. I hope the North Sea Dragon Palace can agree to my request." Although Xiaohua didn't know where Ho's clan's land was, he knew that it should be similar to the Ho clans, close to the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon Palace was also a demon clan, and could slightly expand their power in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Although no one knew the true strength of the North Sea Dragon King, but behind the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas was the Dragon Island, and the great sage of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm might not fall out with the Dragon Island because of such a small matter. Alas, I hope so. Xiaohua thought for a moment and sighed. I have the same idea as you. I hope the North Sea Dragon Palace can agree to our request. But what if they don't agree? Then, I have no other choice. Xiaohua sighed. When I came to Feather Spirit Bay this time, I've already brought all the things that the clan can take out. If we fail this time, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Of course, just like you, I also heard that the second prince could speak in front of the Dragon King. This trip to Yuling Bay. Of course, the second prince's words are useful. But seeing that so many demons are begging the Dragon King, Zhao hesitated and lowered his voice. Can the Dragon King take care of them all? Other demons might not be able to, but those of us who have obtained the golden scales shouldn't have a problem. Xiaohua replied confidently. Indeed, Zhao did not have much confidence and said non-committally, maybe. Right at this moment, a group of ocean generals patrolled the area and glanced at Xiaohua and Yu. Although they didn't say anything, the vigilance in their eyes was self-evident. Xiaohua smiles at them and pulls you to fly towards the cabin. When Xiaohua entered the ship's cabin, he walked through many cabins that resembled the meditation rooms of the human race. When he found the meditation rooms of the two monsters, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaohua's meditation room was the same as Tian's, but opposite him was Chrysalis's meditation room. Xiaohua tried to hide, but he still couldn't hide. However, seeing that the door of Chrysalis's meditation room was tightly shut, Xiaohua sighed in relief. He really didn't like looking at Chrysalis's face. Zhao looked at Chrysalis's meditation room and smiled. He waved his blade-like arm and entered the meditation room, closing the door behind him. Xiaohua shook his head and placed the scale armor on the door of the meditation room. His figure disappeared into the room. However, when he entered the meditation room, he smiled bitterly. This meditation room was really big. Perhaps it was at least 1,000 feet in size. Moreover, it was empty inside. There was nothing inside. Xiaohua's body was only 2 feet tall. Standing inside, it was really pitifully small. If this meditation room was used by the demons and the ocean race, it would be suitable. But it's too wasteful for me to use it. Xiaohua casually lay down and looked at the ceiling of the meditation room. He didn't dare to lay down the capital star formation. He just closed his eyes and secretly comprehended the Crimson Infant technique. After an unknown amount of time, a soft voice came from outside the meditation room. Honorable guests, the second prince is holding a banquet in the palace. He invites everyone to the banquet. Xiaohua jumped up from the ground and said with a smile, "It's time to see the second prince's extravagance. I wonder what interesting things will happen." After leaving the meditation room, dozens of demons with golden scales followed the mermaids to an even bigger cabin. This cabin was not only big, but also decorated splendidly. It looked very similar to the palace of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiaohua and the other demons were arranged to be slightly closer to Ao Jing. The other demons were arranged to be further away. When all the demons were gathered, the mermaids wearing light muslin came out in a line. They held fine wine and delicacies in their hands and placed them in front of the demons with a smile. Along with the soft sound of jade plates, pleasant music was heard. Groups of mermaids danced gracefully. Ao Jing stood up and raised the wine bottle in his hand. He laughed and said, "This prince brings my North Sea Dragon Palace to toast you all. Please." The demons did not dare to be negligent. They all stood up and raised their wine bottles and answered in unison. After everyone drank, Ao Jing flicked his sleeve and said, "Everyone, please have a taste of my North Sea Dragon Palace's rarities. I believe that no other place has it. Thank you, second prince." The demons all thanked him and raised their claws to pick up the wine and food to eat. Xiaohua looked at the things in front of him. There was actually raw blood food inside. He could not help but regret coming to the banquet. Looking at the gradually chaotic scene of the banquet, Xiaohua knew that even if he did not come out, Ao Jing would not be able to find out. Oh hiss! Just when Xiaohua was hesitating, a smiling voice came. "What? You don't like these things prepared by the second prince? As a demon, how can you not be interested in these blood food?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the side not far away. The pupa was biting a bloody meat leg and smiling at him. Xiaohua sneered and replied, "It's not that I don't want to eat it, nor that I don't like it. I'm just thinking about how to eat it." As he spoke, Xiaohua helplessly picked up a similar piece of meat from the jade table and forced himself to smell it. Zhang Che had clearly explained in the jade eyes that he had given Xiaohua. Although the Gui race was short and small in stature, their appetites were relatively large and they usually ate meat. "Fellow Taoist with phoenix body, thank you for your trouble." Xiaohua put the blood food in front of his mouth. His mind immediately hid in space and phoenix body Xiaohua took control of his body. Phoenix body Xiaohua maintained Xiaohua's body that was about 2 feet long. His sharp gaze swept across the pupa as he opened his mouth and tore off the meat leg. He chewed it with big mouthfuls and cried out, "Not bad, the delicacies of the North Sea Dragon Palace are indeed delicious. This morning drag's meat is indeed tender. It melts in the mouth and is as fragrant as the dew on the grass in the morning." As he spoke, Phoenix Body Xiaohua finished eating the meat leg in a few bites. He picked up more blood food and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. He seemed to be enjoying it to the extreme. Seeing this, the smile on the pupa's face remained unchanged. Just as it was about to raise its wine cup, Ao Jing stood up and raised his wine cup again to toast. In just a moment, after 3 rounds of wine, the crowd of demons began to liven up. Not only did they toast each other, but many demons also mustered up their courage to toast Ao Jing. Phoenix Body Xiaohua naturally wouldn't go forward to propose a toast. He swallowed the wine and food while looking around. However, there were many demons in this hall. Xiaohua looked for a moment but couldn't see anything. After 2 hours, Ao Xian walked in from outside the hall and whispered a few words. Ao Jing laughed, flicked his sleeve and said, "Open the sea mirror and let everyone see the appearance of my dragon boat." "Yes, your highness." Ao Xian nodded in response and raised his hand. The whole hall produced a zila zila sound, and then several vortexes appeared in the center. As these vortexes rotated, fine lines like starlight shot out in all directions. With the rotation of these fine lines, the roof of the hall, which was originally emitting a milky white brilliance, gradually became clear, like milk gradually becoming transparent. As the brilliance disappeared, a clear night sky appeared. Ooh! The crowd of demons all raised their heads and cried out in surprise. After all, the demonic weapons of the demon race were relatively crudely refined, and were not very similar to the magical weapons of the Taoist cultivators and the imperial weapons of the Confucian cultivators. Very few demonic weapons could be so exquisite, and it inevitably caused the crowd of demons to be surprised. Xiaohua, whose mind had returned to his body, looked coldly at the North Sea Dragon Palace. The hall above the crowd of demons became transparent, but the situation didn't stop. Instead, it quickly spread to the bottom of the crowd's feet. In just a moment, the whole hall completely disappeared, and the crowd of demons seemed to be standing in the night sky out of thin air. Good! A demon, who had already transformed but was still several feet tall, took the lead and shouted, "Now the dragon boat is the work of the North Sea Dragon Palace. I've never seen it before. I'd like to propose a toast to you, Your Highness." Haha, please. Aojing was very happy. He raised the wine bottle and drank it in an extremely forthright manner. As soon as this demon took the lead, the other demons all raised their cups. Aojing almost didn't refuse anyone, and drank one cup after another. Xiaohua had never been interested in spirit wine, and the wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace was very strong, far from the sweet spirit wine of Taoist cultivators. Xiaohua just smelled it and put it on the jade table. Seeing Aojing drinking like a cow, the wine he drank in this time was like a pond, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. At this time, another voice that Xiaohua didn't like to hear sounded, "Fellow immortal, what's wrong? Is the imperial wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace not to fellow immortals' taste?" Xiaohua didn't even turn his head, and said coldly, "I've never liked drinking wine. Fellow immortal Chrysalis, if you're in a good mood, you can find someone else to propose a toast." Chrysalis looked at the wine bottle on the jade table in front of Xiaohua, which was almost the same size as Xiaohua, and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, you're really not giving face to the second prince. The second prince has already proposed a toast 3 times, but why hasn't the wine in fellow immortal's wine bottle decreased in the slightest?" Chapter 3968. I can't hold my liquor, so I don't dare to drink too much. Xiaohua looked at Chrysalis's pig head and almost wanted to smash it. However, he endured it and faintly replied, "When second Wangya proposed a toast, this one also drank it. Immortal friend Chrysalis." Not too far away, Chrysalis seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. Holding a wine bottle in his hand, he walked over and said with a smile, Come, let me offer you a toast. I bumped into you when I paid my respects to His Highness. Our cabins were also next to each other. Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao is right." Chrysalis laughed heartily as he pointed at Xiaohua and said, "Didn't I also follow fellow Taoist Xiao by fate? That's why I'm here to propose a toast. Come, fellow immortal Kuei, let's drink." When Kuei spoke up to hear, he seemed to have realized something. He took out a fist-sized wine cup from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. "Fellow immortal, this is the wine cup of the human race that I obtained from Star Picking Tower. It seems to be quite suitable for fellow immortal. Today I'll give it to fellow immortal. Fellow immortal, please drink with it." Haha, very good. Xiaohua activated the demonic energy in his body, and a strand of wine flew out from the wine bottle and into the wine cup. When the cup was full, Xiaohua raised his cup and said, "A toast to the two of you, please." Chrysalis and Centipede raised their wine bottles, and the 3 demons downed the wine in one gulp. Before Chrysalis could say anything else, Centipede pulled Chrysalis's arm and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll borrow your flowers to offer you a few more cups." Present Buddha with borrowed flowers? Fellow immortal, you seem to be very familiar with the vocabulary of the human race. When Chrysalis heard this, he simply abandoned Xiaohua and followed Chrysalis. The imperial wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace entered Xiaohua's stomach and was instantly refined into the power of the stars and moon. However, the spicy taste was still somewhat choking. Xiaohua thought for a moment. With a slight movement of his fingers, some spirit wine fell into the wine cup. Then he held the wine cup and fiddled with it while drinking a little. Seeing Xiaohua's short stature, the other demons didn't force him to toast like a pupa. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, an angry roar suddenly came from the head of the table, into the sea. All the demons were shocked, and the entire hall immediately fell silent. The demons did not know what had happened, and they all looked at Aojing. At this time Aojing's face was flushed red. He held an empty wine bottle in his hand and glared at Aoxian, who was standing quietly in front of him. Aoxian straightened her back and replied neither haughtily nor humbly, "Second prince, according to the plan, We shouldn't enter the sea at this time. If I say I'm going to the sea, I'm going to the sea. In the entire dragon boat. Who doesn't dare to listen to me? Aojing waved his sleeves and a dragon claw appeared. Clearly, Aojing was too drunk to maintain a complete transformation. Aojing thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, there are many reefs in this sea area. If the dragon boat enters the sea, it will cause danger." Haha, I'm a dragon. The North Sea is my home. Why would I be afraid of a reef? Quick, if I tell you to enter the sea, then enter the sea. Aojing shouted, "If you still don't agree, I'll destroy you." Aoxian said stubbornly, "No." At this time, not only are there Sea Clan members of the North Sea Dragon Palace in the dragon boat, there are also demons of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Many of them don't know how to escape through water. Before Aoxian could finish speaking, Aojing's dragon claw slashed in the air. Aoxian's armor immediately shattered, and blood gushed out from Aoxian's dragon body. Second prince, second prince. At this moment, a dragon general similar to Aoxian hurriedly flew over and shouted, "Please calm down. I'll command the dragon boat to enter the sea." Yes, Aogyo, command the dragon boat to enter the sea. In the future, this dragon boat will be under your command. Aojing nodded. His dragon eyes were bloodshot as he pointed his dragon claw at Aoxian and said, "Go imprison this damned person in a cage." This Aogyo smiled and said, "General Aoxian has contributed greatly this time. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to explain to the Dragon King if he's imprisoned in a cage. Why don't we imprison him in the cabin?" "Yes, I'll leave it to you." Aojing raised his hand and picked up another wine bottle. He drank it in one gulp and said, "How dare he go against me? So what if he contributed greatly? What should be destroyed will still be destroyed." Aogyo waved his hand, and several sea generals flew over and carried the dispirited Aoxian away. Aojing raised his cup again and said, "Fellow immortals, please drink this cup. Then, I'll invite you to see the beautiful scenery of North Sea." "Thank you, Prince." Seeing that Aojing was already drunk, the demons did not dare to say anything else. They hurriedly raised their cups and drank. Xiaohua also raised his wine cup in response. However, he frowned and looked at the drunk Aojing and Aoxian, who had been taken away. He found it funny. Damn it, the wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace is strong, and it's easy to get drunk after drinking it. However, Aojing is a dragon. How big is his body? How can he get drunk after drinking such strong wine? Moreover, Aoxian's trick seems fake no matter how I look at it. What kind of show are they putting on? Could it be that they already know about the Heavenly Abode River's plan? While thinking, Xiaohua had already figured out that this trick was a little superficial for the human race. Although Xiaohua was not good at scheming, he could still see it. However, Aojing wanted to deceive the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River. These Sea Clan members were not as scheming as the human race and might fall for it. However, Xiaohua was worried for a moment and felt helpless. He did not know who had come to the Heavenly Abode River, nor did he know how to inform the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River. His only plan now was to hope that the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River would not be like the demons of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm, and not be able to see that this was an obvious trick. Look outside. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, several monsters suddenly raised their cups and pointed to the outside of the dragon boat and shouted. Xiaohua looked up and saw that the dragon boat was rapidly descending. In the sky above the North Sea below the dragon boat, monstrous waves were surging. Hurricanes swept up the seawater and scattered it into the air, as if a huge palm had reached out from the depths of the North Sea. Boom! Although the inside of the dragon boat was very quiet, the moment the dragon boat crashed into the sea, there were still some strong vibrations and whistling sounds coming from outside the dragon boat. Aojing was originally holding a wine cup, but his entire body suddenly fell to the ground, the wine drenching his dragon robe. "Your Highness, Your Highness!" A few sea generals shouted and hurriedly came over to support Aojing. Aojing opened his hazy dragon eyes and looked at the blue sea outside. He stammered, This is where the North Sea Dragon Clan should be. Flying in the sky. That's what the Feather Clan of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm wants to do. Come drink. At this time, the dragon boat had already entered the sea. Although there were huge waves on the surface of the sea, The bottom of the sea was calm again. The blue sea water was like a huge crystal, translucent and sparkling. Schools of colorful sea fish swam freely in the sea. Seeing the huge dragon boat rushing in, these sea fish desperately scattered. And as the dragon boat continued to sink, the shadows of reefs that looked like sea beasts appeared one by one, just like the mountains on the ordinary land. There was no light at the bottom of the sea, but a faint brilliance flickered outside the dragon boat. The layers of seaweed, seashells, and strange rust spots on the reefs appeared, looking quite desolate. The group of sea race naturally turned a blind eye to the situation at the bottom of the sea, but some of the demons in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm were indeed very interested. They all looked intoxicated. Until Ao Jing shouted again, "Fellow immortals, come, this king salutes you all and welcomes you all to the North Sea." The group of demons came back to their senses at this time and shouted, "The North Sea is such a place of spirit, so it can give birth to a dragon like the second king. We salute the second king and the North Sea Dragon Palace." Huh? Ao Jing laughed, raised the wine bottle and drank big mouthfuls. Boom! At this time, the whole dragon boat shook violently, and then pieces of gravel and broken seaweed flew past the edge of the dragon boat. The dragon boat obviously hit a reef. "Haha, fellow immortals, don't worry about it." Ao Jing laughed and said, "It's just a small reef. How can the dragon boat built by the North Sea Dragon Palace be afraid of these small rocks? Come drink." Ao Jing's banquet lasted for a whole night, and no one knew how much wine he drank. Anyway, Xiao Hua knew that since the dragon boat entered the sea, the sound of collision was incessant, and the vibration was constant. However, no one dared to discourage Ao Jing's drinking spirit. They only shouted to drink, and no one mentioned flying out of the North Sea. After the banquet, the group of demons returned to the quiet room in the cabin. Ao Jing, who was already drunk like mud, shook his huge dragon body and slowly transformed. After a while, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he whispered to the dragon generals around him, "Did you see any clues?" Reporting to the king, a dragon general bowed and said, "In the area I observed, there were 4 demons who saw General Ao Xian being scolded, and their faces showed gloating. I also read the information of these 4 demons. 2 of them are from Yuling Bay, and the other 2 are from the remote sea area of the North Sea." Then another dragon general stepped forward and said, "In the area I was in, there were 3 demons of the Thousand Demon Saint Realm who were a bit abnormal. These 3 demons all have a request from the North Sea Dragon Palace." Then, all the dragon generals reported the situation they saw to Ao Jing. Ao Jing listened and nodded slightly. His eyes swept across the whole hall, and looked at the positions of the demons who were acting strangely. However, after the dragon generals finished speaking, his gaze fell on the few jade cases, including Xiao Hua's. A thought-provoking look flashed across his eyes. "Looks like a simple trick of self-injury won't be able to trick these old fogies," Ao Jing said. "I still need to add fuel to the fire. Sigh, it's a pity that this girl was chosen by Old Seven, so I can't go all out. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble?" "Yes, we will listen to the king's orders." The dragon generals bowed and answered. Boom! At this moment there was another tremor, and the dragon boat smashed another reef into pieces. Aojo hurriedly said, "King, there are many reefs in this sea area, and it's not suitable for the dragon boat to move. Although the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace is not afraid of these reefs, it will inevitably damage the demon array of the dragon boat. In the future, it will be safer to pass through the eye of the North Sea wind. Now that the banquet is over, I think it's better to fly." Chapter 3969. Since we're putting on an act, we have to complete it. Wouldn't we be giving up halfway if we took off now? Wouldn't Ao Xian's suffering be in vain? Ao Jing said disapprovingly. That's true. Ao Jiu was already a little uneasy as he whispered. But we still have to rely on this dragon boat to pass through the eye of the wind. Otherwise, if we detour, we will be delayed again. If we capture the remnants of the Heavenly Abode River, so what if we lose the dragon boat? Ao Jing sneered. This time, I want to use the little princess of the Heavenly Abode River as bait and kill these crazy dragons at all costs. At this point, Ao Jing looked at Ao Jiu and asked, "Can we get news of Zhangshang of the Heavenly Abode River?" Aojo's face darkened as he smiled apologetically. Your Highness, even after the dragon boat left Yuling Bay, I still couldn't find the whereabouts of the Immortal Palace's Confucian cultivator. I'm afraid he took Zhangsheng far away from Yuling Bay. Of course, I also vaguely saw some suspicious Confucian cultivators in Yuling Bay, but these Confucian cultivators seem to be different from the ones in the arena. Aojing snorted and asked, What do you mean by your last sentence? Do you think there's something wrong with my arrangements? Is the Confucian cultivator who kidnapped Zhangsheng still in Yuling Bay? Aojo hurriedly replied, Your Highness, there must be a deeper meaning behind your arrangements. I'm afraid I can't see through the peculiarity. Aojing nodded slightly and said, If it was Ao Xian, he would definitely know. Yes? Aojo smiled apologetically. I can't compare to General Ao Xian. He could infiltrate the enemy's rear alone and capture the little princess of the heavenly abode river. This is a plan I would never have dreamed of. Yes, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. Aojing sighed as well. In Feather Spirit Bay, my North Sea Dragon Palace is not the only powerful force. Not only can Zhai Xinglu contend with my North Sea Dragon Palace, even the Sea Soul Scholar from the Lilai Trading Company can challenge me. I clearly know that the Confucian cultivator may be in Zhai Xinglu or with the Sea Spirit Scholar, but I cannot shed all pretense of cordiality. This is because the Confucian cultivator's cultivation is too high, and I can't get hold of any evidence against him. Even Bin Wang can't do it, so how can you catch him? In fact, the entire Yuling Bay has been infiltrated by various forces. I know that the Dongtian River is in Yuling Bay, but I can't find any trace of them. It's all my fault for being incompetent and unable to help the prince with his burdens. Aojo hurriedly knelt down as he spoke. The other dragon generals did not dare to delay, and also knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Aojing hurriedly got up and personally walked in front of Aojo. He helped him up and said to the other dragon generals, You all should get up too. This prince is not blaming you for telling you this. I just want to tell you that although Yuling Bay is the territory of the North Sea Dragon Palace, it is also the territory of the Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. My father gave Yuling Bay to me, which is a great responsibility. You are my confidants and also my support. Only when you risk your life for me can I have a decisive voice in the Dragon Palace. I should be the one thanking you all. If Xiao Hua was here, his eyeballs would definitely fall out of their sockets. That absurd prince who could copulate with Yao Ji in front of the monster race was actually so scheming. Then, Xiao Hua would definitely use all kinds of escape techniques to escape from this dragon boat. Even if he couldn't escape, he would definitely use the hallucinatory pearl to change his appearance, so that the dragons of the heavenly abode river wouldn't be able to find him again. Aojing's display was too terrifying. How could an ordinary dragon compare to a prince cultivated by the Dragon Palace? Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not dare to attract Aojing's attention. After he returned to the cabin, he immediately activated the monster array in the quiet room. After probing it with his primordial thought, he casually lay down on the ground. Although he did not meditate like ordinary Taoist cultivators, the primordial spirits in his body began to cultivate faster. He even took out the Crimson Infant technique to study again. The Crimson Infant technique was really broad and profound. The incomplete scattering nascent soul technique that Xian Songzi had previously obtained was just the most basic part of the Crimson Infant technique. Moreover, there were many deviations in this part. Fortunately, the scattered nascent souls in Xiao Hua's lower dantian had just gone through the initial tribulation. Although there were some deviations, it did not have a particularly big impact. Xiao Hua first put the cultivation of these scattered nascent souls on the right track according to the Crimson Infant technique, and then comprehended the rest. However, before Xiao Hua could comprehend 10% of the Crimson Infant technique, the words in the Crimson Infant technique were abnormally obscure. Xiao Hua felt that his nascent soul could not cultivate at all. After careful consideration, Xiao Hua finally understood why Do Shanjun did not set up a restriction in Mo Yuntong. It was because Do Shanjun knew that it was impossible for him to fully comprehend and cultivate. This was also what Do Shanjun said. It was just for Xiao Hua to use as a reference and let the cultivation of his physical body match the cultivation of his nascent soul. However, Xiao Hua's problem arose again. Xiao Hua's physical body was a demon body, and the holy bloodline was the foundation of the physical body's cultivation. At this time, the Tao Sec's Crimson Infant technique relied on the physical body, but only the meridians of the entire body. Only by relying on these meridians could Xiaohua advance step by step, according to the Tao Sec's Crimson Infant technique. Only then could he cultivate to the spirit-severing stage, void refinement stage, and other realms. Since purely cultivating the holy bloodline could allow one to become a great sage and break through the void, and purely cultivating the physical body could also allow one to ascend, then which one should Xiaohua choose? Of course, if it was an ordinary demon or cultivator, they would definitely not face such a head-scratching happiness. As long as they had a path to heaven, it was enough for them to cultivate for a lifetime. Moreover, on this path of cultivation, they had to hurry and step into the void before the end of their lifespan. Who could compare with Xiaohua? There were actually 4 paths to heaven to choose from: Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and demon. The Crimson Infant technique is obviously of a higher level than the Taoist cultivation techniques. According to common sense, I should abandon the Taoist cultivation techniques and only cultivate the Crimson Infant technique. Xiaohua, who had always been stingy and greedy, unconsciously felt that it was difficult to choose. However, the Crimson Infant technique can only be used to cultivate a scattered nascent soul in the 3 continents. It can't be used on the physical body. Moreover, all the Taoist cultivation techniques clearly state that the physical body is the basis for ascension. It is too difficult for a nascent soul without a physical body to ascend. Since I have a physical body, I naturally have to rely on my physical body to cultivate. There is no need for me to choose the extremely difficult Crimson Infant technique, right? Previously, when I was in the aura refining realm, I cultivated as much as the 18th layer. Admittedly, my harvest was great, but the hardships and dangers within are not enough to describe to others. Now, if I want to purely cultivate the Crimson Infant technique, it will naturally be somewhat similar to the 18th layer of the aura refining realm. However, why must I give up on the cheap path of cultivation and insist on walking the difficult path? Especially now, I am afraid that a great disaster will soon arrive. Raising my cultivation level and strength is the only way to escape this disaster, right? Forget it, even a cultivator like Senior Do is advising me to walk the normal path. I have no reason to make things difficult for myself. Since he had made his decision, Xiaohua temporarily stopped comprehending the Crimson Nascent Soul technique. On one hand, he used his comprehension to compare with the Taoist cultivation method to improve his cultivation. He strived to match the cultivation of his meridians to the nascent soul realm. On the other hand, he entered the space with his mind and refined the dark breaking pill according to the pill recipe. Do Shanjun gave Xiaohua the breaking darkness pill, but how could those few breaking darkness pills be enough for Xiaohua? On that day, Xiaohua's nebula golden core was used to nurture his nascent soul. Now, his nebula nascent soul was even more mysterious than before. Perhaps Xiaohua would need more than 2,000 breaking darkness pills before he could step into the severing divine stage? Thinking about this terrifying number, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. His nascent soul was a foodie. It was really easy for Jade Archive Xiaohua to refine the breaking darkness pill inside his space. However, for his own safety, Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't dare to be too hasty. Although he didn't use a pill furnace to refine, he still followed the pill formula of the breaking darkness pill. He threw spiritual herbs into the spiritual fire in front of him. He meticulously refined the impurities, melted the liquid, and condensed the pill. Jade Archive Xiaohua wasn't refining the pill alone. Beside him, Xiaoguo was looking at him curiously. Following Jade Archive Xiaohua's instructions, she quickly brought the appropriate spiritual herbs from the spiritual grass garden to him. Of course, in this space it was easier for Jade Archive Xiaohua to find spiritual herbs compared to Xiaoguo. However, Jade Archive Xiaohua wasn't Jade Archive Xiaohua. He still liked to be lively. With Xiaoguo helping him, he didn't feel lonely. At this time, Xiaohua's space was already 2 million miles in size. Moreover, with the improvement of Xiaohua's cultivation, it was expanding every moment. In this space, in addition to Xiaohua's disciples in seclusion, there were more than 10,000 disciples of green-robed Xiaohua who were bitterly cultivating. The first part of the space was the center. It was full of spiritual herbs and rice. There were also the dream sea butterfly, water pattern butterfly, and other spiritual herbs that had entered the space, but there were still no signs of them waking up. Jade Archive Xiaohua attached great importance to the center of the space. He laid down many barriers to separate these different spiritual herbs, allowing them to absorb the power of the stars and moon and nurture their own vitality. Therefore, in this boundless spirit field, only the spirit-seeking mouse could be seen flying nimbly on the spirit grasses with the wind. Even the Ganoderma horse was fleeing in front of it, as if it was afraid of being devoured by the spirit-seeking mouse. While Jade Archive Xiaohua was refining pills, his gaze fell on the empty land and mountains in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to see people farming in this land, hunting in this mountain range, and fishing in this river. Old Master. Suddenly a timid voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. What's wrong? Are you tired? This little one. Can I refine pills for you? Oh. Jade Archive Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at the cute Xiaogua beside him in disbelief. This Xiaogua was just like a human baby. The timidity and shyness on her face were extremely obvious. Xiaohua remembered that the last time he called Xiaogua out was in the profound water palace of the Sage River. At that time Xiaogua still couldn't speak. He really didn't expect that in just a few decades Xiaogua would be able to speak. Chapter 3970. Xiaogua, do you know how to refine pills? Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart moved as he asked with a smile. Xiaogua's face was slightly red as she bit her lip and carefully replied, I don't know. But I sighed when I saw Master. I knew Master was tired and wanted to share Master's burden. How do you know all this? Xiaohua looked at Xiaogua with interest and asked softly. After all, Little Yellow and Little Black had been in this space for so long that day, but they couldn't speak. Even now, Little Silver only knew how to wander around and wasn't as smart and sensible as Xiaogua. Xiaogua replied with a smile, Master, after I saw it, I naturally understood. I don't know why I know. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Xiaogua, and then at Little Silver in the distance. He somewhat understood. It was extremely difficult for plants to have spirits, but if they had spirits and didn't have a physical body or bloodline, their spirit cavities would be transparent from birth. It was true that it was easy for humans and demons to have spirits, but this spirit was blocked by the physical body and bloodline. It was rare for the spirit cavities to be transparent, so it was probably too late for them to understand. Xiaogua, how do you want to help me? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand and waved. A blue flame appeared in the air. It really looked like the blue had surpassed the blue. Wood fire? Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but smile when he saw this flame. Xiaogua had a body of spirit wood. So in terms of the 5 elements, she couldn't control fire. Since Xiaogua could control fire innately, this flame was naturally the extremely rare wood fire. Many Dao pills were refined from spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit wood. Metal, water, earth, and fire could be used to refine pills, but it was inevitable that the impurities of the 5 elements would be mixed into the pills. If you used wood fire to refine pills, you didn't need to use 2 advanced alchemy techniques to refine pills. The pills refined would already be top grade. Haha. Jade Archive Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, The heavens are really helping me. Soon after, Xiaohua pointed his index finger towards the center of Xiaogua's eyebrows. A multicolored vortex could be seen entering Xiaogua's forehead. Xiaogua's entire small body was trembling involuntarily. However, after a moment, Xiaogua opened her eyes again. At this time, her eyes were clearer than before. Refine a Wutsong pill first. Jade Archive Xiaohua ordered. Yes, Master. Xiaogua waved her hands and the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass flew out from the spiritual field. She then opened her mouth and spat out a wisp of green wood fire, which cleanly purified the impurities. When Xiaogua calmly refined the parasol pill, Jade Archive Xiaohua was truly speechless. This unremarkable Xiaogua's talent in alchemy is even more terrifying than the green-robed Xiaohua. Therefore, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and instructed, Xiaogua, according to the alchemy techniques and pill recipes this old man taught you, try them one by one. You don't have to be afraid of failure. We have plenty of spirit herbs. You can take your time refining. Yes, Master. Xiaogua was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. She answered without any hesitation. Then, she started to refine various kinds of pills according to the records on the pill formula. However, when Xiao Guo refined the building foundation pill, it was not out of Jade Archive Xiao Hua's expectations. Xiao Guo's building foundation pill was not successfully refined. Looking at Xiao Guo's depressed expression, Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and said, Xiao Guo, the building foundation pill, Qianli pill, nascent soul pill and dark breaking pill are all used to break through the realm. They contain the alchemist's understanding of the heavenly Tao and realm. You have never cultivated, so naturally you can't refine them. When this old man has the cultivation method to cultivate, I will teach it to you. At that time you can refine them. Yes, master, this little one understands. Xiao Guo replied respectfully. This little one will help master refine other pills. Good. Jade Archive Xiao Hua replied with a smile. At this moment Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and his whole body immediately came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiao Hua felt that the whole quiet room was shaking violently, as if the dragon boat had encountered some danger. This was something he had never encountered in his several months of cultivation. Xiao Hua stood in the quiet room and pondered for a moment. When the trembling in the quiet room stopped, he hurriedly opened the demon formation. Sure enough, the outside of the quiet room was a mess. Not only had the demon race in the quiet room come out, but there were also sounds of killing coming from outside the cabin. Oh. Xiao Hua was shocked and a little anxious. His body and mind involuntarily flew out, and he thought to himself, could it be that the sea race of the heavenly abode river has already taken action? If so, why didn't they inform this Xiao? However, when Xiao Hua flew out of the cabin, the fighting on the deck of the dragon boat had stopped. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground, and there were some severed limbs of the sea race in the corners. There were even many places on the dragon boat that were still burning. It seemed that the entire dragon boat had been destroyed by the sea race of the heavenly abode river. Landing on the deck, Xiao Hua stood next to some demon race that rushed out of the cabin and frowned. Damn it, it's really too late. Xiao Hua didn't need to release his key sense to understand what was going on. Perhaps when the heavenly abode river notified this Xiao, I was refining pills in the space and didn't notice. From the looks of it, the sea race of the heavenly abode river has probably been wiped out. Fellow immortal Kuei, why is your complexion so ugly? Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, Chrysalis's voice came from beside him. Xiao Hua turned around and said coldly, my complexion is always like this. I haven't eaten my fill since I was young, so I can't be as fat as fellow immortal Kuei. Haha, fellow immortal Kuei. Kuei flew out and said with a smile, why do you keep making things difficult for fellow Taoist Kuei? I'm not making things difficult for anyone. Chrysalis sneered. Look at the situation on this dragon boat. It must have been attacked by the enemies of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Moreover, it must have been coordinated from the inside. Perhaps there are spies among the demon race. Fellow immortal Kuei who saw this miserable situation must have some suspicions. This fellow immortal Kuei is most likely suspicious. You're crazy. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chrysalis. He turned around and was about to return to the cabin when a loud bugle horn sounded from the bow of the dragon boat. Then Aoxian's voice came, distinguished guests, please come out from your cabins. My second marquee has a good show for everyone to enjoy. Oh. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and stopped, only to see Chrysalis's thoughtful gaze. Most of the demon race in the cabin had already come out. Now that they heard Aoxian's command, another group of demon race flew out. Not long after, the sea generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace flew over from all directions with weapons in hand. They formed a formation and surrounded the demon race. Ao Jing snorted coldly and flew over from a high place. Behind him were a few injured dragon generals. Greetings, second marquis. The demon race all bowed. Ao Jing flung his sleeve and said indifferently, rise. When the demon race all rose, Ao Jing clenched his teeth. His face was somewhat ferocious as he said fiercely, do you know what happened? We don't know. The demon race were baffled. Of course Xiao Hua was among them. Bring them up. Ao Jing roared. At the edge of the dragon boat, dozens of demon race were pulled up into the air by thin ropes. As the ropes were pulled up, the demon race's bodies floated up like kites. They screamed and struggled with all their might, but the ropes seemed to be tied up in their bodies. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Xiaohua hurriedly released his vital sense to see who it was. The other demon race also released their vital sense. Unfortunately, the demon race that was hung up was outside the demon formation of the dragon boat. All the demon race's vital sense was blocked, so they couldn't see who it was. Ao Jing said fiercely, "I treat people with kindness. The demon race that wants to receive the favor of the North Sea Dragon Palace is kindly received by me. The quota for this trip to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited, but I feel that, since you all have a request to the North Sea Dragon Palace, you naturally have your own difficulties. So I earnestly asked my father to allow you to bring more people. Because of this, my father scolded me. But this king's good intentions were treated as ill intent. These monsters. Look, they actually took advantage of this king's carelessness to sneak into the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Taking advantage of the conflict between this king and General Ao Xian, they actually incited Ao Xian to assassinate this king. Fortunately, Ao Xian is loyal to me. When I was drunk and punished her, she didn't hate me. She reported this important news to me at the critical moment. Tell me, do these traitors of the sea race deserve to be killed? They deserve to be killed. They deserve to be killed. The demon race clamored. The enthusiasm of the onlookers was no less than that of the demon race. The chrysalis inside the dragon boat said loudly, "Second Marquis, who is the sea race that tried to assassinate you? Are there spies of the sea race among us?" "Humph." Ao Jing snorted and said, "Who else could it be? Naturally, it's the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River. In the past, they challenged the dignity of the Dragon Island and were expelled from the 3 rivers and 4 seas. The Dragon Palace of the 4 seas was ordered to exterminate the Heavenly Abode River. They hold a grudge against the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. They're always thinking about revenge." At this point, Ao Jing's expression softened. He swept his gaze across the demon race and said with a smile, "My fellow immortals have been very peaceful in the cabins during this period of time. The rebellion of the Heavenly Abode River has nothing to do with you fellow immortals. You don't need to think too much about it." Then Ao Jing waved his dragon claw and shouted, "Kill." Yes, the sea generals agreed in unison. Then they looked at the dragon boat again. Beams of light fell like snowflakes, landing on the bodies of the dozens of demons. Pieces of flesh were cut off from the bodies of these demons. In a few breaths, dozens of skeletons waving their hands and speaking appeared in front of the demons. "Damn it! Cut them into pieces." Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly. It seems that all the demon race of the Heavenly Abode River is dead. Even the remaining ones are quite strong. I'm afraid they won't dare to come out again. The burden of saving Xiao Yun has fallen on this Zhao's shoulders. However, since the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River has been exterminated, Ao Jing's vigilance has naturally decreased. I just need to find the dragon shell that imprisoned Xiao Yun, take it and escape. Chapter 3971. Are you the Great Elder? Xiaohua asked tentatively, What's going on? My name is Zhang Xia. The female dragon's face was filled with regret as she replied. I'm the second elder of the Heavenly Abode River. The Great Elder, Zhang Tian, is currently leading the disciples of the Heavenly Abode River to seize control of the dragon boat. As for what happened here, I don't know either. However, based on the previous situation, we should have fallen into Ao Jing's trap. You acted too early. Xiaohua was also helpless. How would I know that the Hui just now wasn't you? Sound transmissions can't be transmitted on this dragon boat, so I couldn't probe. Since he turned into a dragon and sent out a signal from the Heavenly Abode River, of course I had to act. Haha, Zhang Xia, it's really you. Ao Jing stood in the air, laughing like a cat playing with a mouse, then looked at Xiaohua and said, This Hui of the Hui clan. Which fellow immortal of the monster clan are you? Xiaohua sneered and replied, Do you want to know who this old man is? Explain it to this old man first and see how this old man feels. Haha, who would have the patience to know who you are? Ao Jing laughed. All the survivors of the Heavenly Abode River, who fell into this king's trap, will be killed. This king doesn't care who you are. However, since you want to know, this king is happy to let you know. Hearing this, Xiaohua sneered again, You're just a stinky loach. Do you think this old man can't see it now? The so-called injury to Ao Xian was just a pretense, and the attack by the Heavenly Abode River was a farce. You were the one who directed it, weren't you? The purpose was to make the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River relax their vigilance, thinking that they had escaped your trap. In particular, you stopped the dragon boat here, creating the illusion of a desperate situation, and lured the Heavenly Abode River to attack. Then you used the fake Long Bay to attract the attention of the Heavenly Abode River, so that the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River would be exposed. In order to add fuel to the fire, you let this Hui use the signal of the Heavenly Abode River, and even used the Thousand Illusion Pearl to transform into Jiang Xia's appearance. In such a hurry, which Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River could tell. Unknowingly, I fell into your trap. I presume that you have already set up troops everywhere on the dragon boat, and are ambushing the Sea Clan in the Grotto Heaven? You're a human? Hearing Xiaohua's tireless explanation, Ao Jing couldn't help but be shocked. But your demon body doesn't seem like a human's? Actually, there was no need for me to expose myself. As Xiaohua spoke, he turned to look at Jiang Xia. Presumably, Second Elder has been keeping an eye on this old master all this time, occasionally speaking against this old master. On one hand, it's to remind this old master to pay attention, and on the other hand, it's to think that if an accident happens, you can withdraw and complete the mission of rescuing Zhang Hong, right? Not bad. Jiang Xia did not hide anything and replied, you are one of the pillars that the Dongtian River can rely on, but we will not completely rely on the human race. If not for the danger earlier, I wouldn't have made a move. Actually, you didn't have to make a move. Xiaohua sighed, these little loaches can't hurt me. But since you've already made your move, I won't pursue the matter of you abandoning me. You, who exactly are you? The more Ao Jing listened, the more surprised he became. Although he already had victory in his hands, he still couldn't help but ask. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looked at Ao Jing and said with a smile, you only need to tell me where Zhang Hong is, and I will naturally tell you who I am. Of course Zhang Hong is here. Ao Jing flicked his sleeve and took out another long bay. He smiled and said, could it be that you want me to let her out for a look? If you have the ability, then let her out for a look. Xiaohua smiled, with your cunning nature. How could you put Zhang Hong on this dragon boat? Ao sure. Suddenly Jiang Xia exclaimed, did Ao sure take Zhang Hong away? Haha, not bad, you actually saw through this king's plan at this time, truly amazing. Ao Jing laughed. As early as the night Ao Xian captured Zhang Hong, this king arranged for Ao Shi to take Zhang Hong away from Yuling Bay. Although Ao Shi can't enter the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, as long as this king kills all of you, he will naturally meet up with this king before entering the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiang Xia's face turned ashen when she heard this. The Grotto Heaven River had painstakingly schemed and plotted, but in the end it was all for naught. They had even fallen into the biggest trap. She muttered, if I had known this would happen, I would have sent someone. No, I would have personally followed Ao Shi. Is there any point in saying this now? Ao Jing laughed very happily. This king knows that your Heavenly Abode River will make some moves. Among the soldiers that you arranged to return with Ao Shi, there are dragon generals. The Oceanids you sent have probably been devoured long ago. You don't have to think about saving Zhang Hong anymore. Jiang Xia's ears, the battle cries grew louder and louder, and some Oceanids had already rushed to the deck. Seeing this, Ao Jing couldn't help but frown. He knew in his heart the strength of the troops that he had set up the trap. According to his previous thoughts, part of the reason why he and Jiang Xia were stalling here was to wait for the battle below the deck to end, but it seemed, the Heavenly Abode River's layout was far beyond his imagination. Damn Jiang Tian! Ao Jing cursed angrily. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Xiaohua, and he shouted fiercely, Jiang Tian, don't think that this king can't recognize you. Your Heavenly Abode River's target is Long Bay, which is Zhang Hong. How can you abandon this king? Xiaohua sneered, looked at Ao Jing and said, I have never seen a demon as narcissistic as you. Do you think you have victory in your hands? Do you think you have seen through everything? However, since you have already explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, this old man can only promise. As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and after the demon cloud disappeared, a thin human figure appeared in front of the demons. You are really a human cultivator. Ao Jing was surprised and he frowned and asked. Xiaohua replied indifferently, yes, this old man is Xiaohua of the Dao sect. When Ao Jing heard that it was a Dao sect cultivator, he snorted coldly and said, this king doesn't even care about the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace. How can I be afraid of you, a Dao sect cultivator? Jiangxia, your heavenly abode river is really hopeless. You even dare to use a Dao sect cultivator. Hearing Ao Jing's words, Xiaohua whispered to Jiangxia, second elder, Ao Jing is too strong here. We are no match for him. Let's escape separately and meet up with the great elder. According to the previous plan, we will hijack the entire dragon boat. What? What plan? Jiangxia was slightly stunned and quite puzzled. However, seeing Xiaohua winking at her and his figure swaying, ready to fly to the edge of the deck, Jiangxia endured the pain and urged her dragon body to follow him. At that moment, a demonic cloud suddenly appeared near Xiaohua and Jiangxia. Although the demonic cloud was thin, it was extremely tough, blocking their path. Looking at the thin strands of cloud, Xiaohua believed that if he bumped into it, it would be sharper than the edge of a blade. Huff! Jiangxia spat out a mouthful of flames. The demon clouds melted in the flames like cotton threads. But the demon clouds in front of Xiaohua covered his head. At the same time, Ao Jing's voice sounded lazily again. You still want to escape and control the dragon boat at this time? Do you think it's possible? To shoot a man, shoot the horse first. To catch bandits, catch the leader first. Just when Xiaohua was in a desperate situation, he suddenly stood up enchanted. His whole body flashed with a pale golden brilliance, and his whole body expanded rapidly. The power of the stars and the moon poured in like a waterfall. The seemingly tough demon clouds were even more fragile than spider silk, and collapsed under the transcendent's golden body. Not only that, but with Xiaohua's voice, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward Ao Jing. Ah! Ao Jing was shocked. He had already heard Xiaohua's voice transmission to Jiangxia through the demon array of the dragon boat. He thought that Xiaohua and Jiangxia were going to rush out to find Jiang Tian. He really didn't expect Xiaohua to make a feint. However, in addition to being surprised, a grim smile appeared on his face. He waved his right dragon claw slightly, and in the space hundreds of feet between him and Xiaohua, layers of demon clouds appeared little by little like frozen ice. The demon clouds were not only as sharp as swords, but also as hard as rocks, indestructible. Xiaohua only flew a few feet before he was immediately blocked by the demon array of the dragon boat. Xiaohua smiled coldly and reached out his hand. Rumble! The sound of thunder suddenly sounded, and then two lightning bolts were caught in Xiaohua's hand. Kill! Xiaohua roared, and the lightning bolts shot out like flying spears. Gotcha! Layers of demon clouds were shattered by the lightning bolts. Before the demon clouds stirred and urged the power of the stars and the moon, Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and thunderbolts fell like a rainstorm. Not only did the demon clouds collapse, but even the area around Ao Jing was filled with lightning and thunder. Damn Dao cultivator! Ao Jing wasn't nervous at all. Draconic qi surged around his body, blocking the lightning. At the same time, thick pillars of starlight and moonlight appeared where the demonic clouds had just collapsed. These pillars of light surged violently towards Xiaohua, clearly intending to kill him on the spot. Xiaohua's originally flying figure stopped in midair, and his eyes flashed with contempt. He sneered and said, "Little Loach, this Xiao will let you know the history of my human race. I'll let you know what it means to be at the end of your rope." While speaking, Xiaohua waved left and right, and a golden light rushed out from his Taoist robe. The soaring dragon shears turned into a golden dragon, and with a casual cut of the dragon's tail, the pillars of light from the stars and the moon were neatly cut into two, and Xiaohua's figure flew dozens of feet away at this moment. "Quick, protect the prince!" Ao Xian roared and threw herself in front of Xiaohua. The long spear in her hand danced and stabbed toward Xiaohua's chest. The long spear was like a shooting star. The demon qi around Ao Xian surged, and the power of the stars and the moon overflowed from the tip of the spear. Wherever the long spear passed, cracks in the void uncontrollably appeared. Chapter 3972. The North Sea Dragon Palace is nothing more than this. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the tip of the spear piercing his chest. His arms lifted like an ape, and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Grow, 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 with Xiaohua's roar. The wishful steel staff turned into 100 feet long, and a gust of wind blew between it. Boom! It hit the long spear, and the long spear immediately flew diagonally under Xiaohua's great force. What was even more bullying was that Xiaohua's wishful steel staff continued to grow, and it fell towards Aoxian's right shoulder. Aoxian was shocked, and her dragon tail swayed quickly, trying to block Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Seeing this, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff simply gave up on Aoxian's arm. Boom! There was a loud noise and several scales fell with the roar. Aoxian's dragon body was actually hit by Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Just as Aoxian's figure was sent flying, Xiaohua's figure once again rushed forward several tens of zhang. Beside him, a golden armored dragon general wielded a pair of purple golden hammers and smashed them down like heavenly thunder. The space several tens of zhang below the purple golden hammers was covered, and a kind of suffocating aura was emitted from the purple golden hammers. Attack! Xiaohua shouted loudly. The seal of turning the sea rushed out of the space, but the coiling dragon mouth seal blocked the purple golden hammer with lightning speed. Layers of strong wind were generated from the collision between the magic tool and the demonic tool. The nearby demonic beasts were all blown up by this strong wind. Hundreds of demonic beasts were blown back by at least several hundred feet. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff swept across and hit the dragon general's waist. With a crisp sound, the tough golden armor was smashed into pieces, and the dragon general's waist also collapsed. The dragon general's figure flew along with the wishful steel staff, and fell on the deck in a sorry state compared to Aoxian. Xiaohua's golden body did not stop at all, and with the wishful steel staff, he was already close to Ao Jing. Because of the two dragon generals, there were already 5 to 6 dragon generals in front of Xiao Jing. Not only were these dragon generals holding weapons and demonic artifacts, their bodies were also connected with the demonic array. A mountain-like barrier appeared in front of Xiaohua, enveloping the surrounding several hundred feet. Xiaohua sneered and a rumbling sound came from his body. The 5-colored sword light uncontrollably emitted from the golden body, and then the unmatched sword intent of heaven and earth appeared from Xiaohua's hand along with 9 sword lights. Open! Xiaohua shouted angrily. The sword lights condensed into one and directly slashed at the barrier that was connected to the dragon boat. Whoosh! Like the autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves, the barrier was split in half by the sword energy. The dragon armor of the 5 or 6 dragon generals fell to the ground, and their demon treasures and weapons were split in half. His figure flew up along with the sword light. Ao Jing saw such a familiar sword light. How could he not know the origin of Xiaohua? Fear immediately appeared in his heart, but before he could finish his words, Xiaohua's figure flashed and his huge body appeared again in front of Ao Jing. Not good. All the Yao and dragon generals turned pale with fright. When Xiaohua turned around to capture the king, Ao Jing and several other dragon generals tried to stop Xiaohua, but under Xiaohua's tiger-like attacks, they instantly collapsed. Xiaohua urged his divine ability, and like a hot knife through butter, he attacked in front of Ao Jing in the blink of an eye. At this time, how could the generals stop him? Killing one person in 10 steps, the heroic spirit of 1,000 miles without leaving a single trace. Far away, Jiang Xia was also intoxicated. Don't hurt my master. All the dragon generals had no time to check their injuries and roared and wanted to rush again. At this time, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was like a heavenly pillar, smashing towards Ao Jing's forehead. Ha ha! Ao Jing laughed. Ignorant human, the son of my North Sea Dragon Palace is actually someone you can kill? As he spoke, dragon chi surged from Ao Jing's golden armor, and an earth-yellow dragon pendant flew out. The dragon chi within the dragon pendant, which could not be blocked by anything, turned into a dragon and rushed out. All the dragon generals trembled, and all the demons found it hard to resist this dragon's might. They prostrated themselves on the ground. This is the power of the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon King. Roar! Beyond everyone's expectations, a loud dragon roar came out from Xiaohua's body, and an even more vigorous dragon body flew out. This dragon body was not afraid of the dragon chi of the dragon soul at all. It opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon into its mouth, then quickly turned in midair and disappeared into Xiaohua's body. Ao Jing was stunned. Since the dragon was gone, the dragon's power left behind by the giant dragon suppressed him so much that he could not even raise his head. How could he still have the will to fight Xiaohua? Give me your life. Xiaohua sneered again, and the wishful steel staff fell like a mountain. Boom! It hit the dragon pendant that suddenly grew. Gotcha! The dragon pendant made a crisp sound, and the dragon pendant that was personally refined by the Dragon King of the North Sea Dragon Palace was actually shattered by Xiaohua. Woo! After the wind, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff fell in front of Ao Jing's forehead. Ao Jing's face was ashen, and his whole dragon body flashed with golden light. A huge force rushed over like a wave, wanting to fight to the death with Xiaohua. The dragon tail was like a pair of scissors, sweeping Xiaohua's waist in a few breaths. Boom! Xiaohua's golden body collapsed more than a dozen feet, but Xiaohua took advantage of Ao Jing's attack to use his divine sense like a hammer to cover Ao Jing within 100 feet. Moreover, his divine sense rapidly contracted. No matter how Ao Jing struggled, he couldn't escape from Xiaohua's hands. Save the prince. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were shocked when they saw Ao Jing fall into Xiaohua's hands, and they were ready to rush over. Alas, Xiaohua sighed slightly in his heart, but he still clapped his hands, and the hand of Yuanying was displayed. He firmly grasped Ao Jing's dragon body and shouted, Ao Jing is in the hands of this Xiao, who dares to come over? This? Ao Xian and the other dragon generals stopped in mid-air, and no one dared to take half a step forward. Taoist Master Xiao. Jiang Xia was really overjoyed, but in a moment, Xiaohua was actually able to catch the head of the dragon boat, which was an unexpected surprise. Unfortunately, Xiaohua looked at Jiang Xia's figure flying over and hurriedly shouted, Second Elder, run! Ah, why? Jiang Xia was somewhat incomprehensible. At this time, a cold voice sounded over the dragon boat, because the one Xiaohua captured is not this king. What? Jiang Xia's brain was really not enough. She looked at Xiaohua in disbelief, and then looked at Ao Jing, who was caught by Xiaohua's Yuanying hand. Even Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were stunned on the spot. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and grabbed with his big hand. With a crackling sound, the brilliance around Ao Jing's body seemed to be cut into pieces, and a dragon general who was also of the dragon race but looked completely different appeared in midair. It was Ao Jiu, who they had never seen before. Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao. Ao Jing's voice shook all around. This king really didn't expect that in the Yazi auction house, it was always you who was against this king. But how do you know that the one you captured is not this king's real body? Xiaohua did not let go of Ao Jiu, and only replied indifferently, This Xiao has met you before. How can Ao Jiu compare to your strength? However, in this Xiao's opinion, your courage is even smaller than a rabbit's. Your strength surpasses this Xiao's, so why don't you fight with this Xiao? Haha, why should this king fight with a lowly human like you? This king only needs to drive this dragon boat to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and it will be a great merit. Don't you want this loyal Ao Jiu to live? Xiaohua's big hand tightened, and several bloody marks appeared on the surface of Ao Jiu's body. Ao Jiu? Ao Jing's voice was still indifferent. What do you think this king should do? Ao Jiu was like a little loach in the hands of Xiaohua's Yuanying. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. When he heard Ao Jing's question, he simply gave up struggling and said loudly, From the moment this general obtained the 1,000 illusion pearl, this general had already thought of today's outcome. Since this general is under the king's command, it is natural for this general to sacrifice himself for the king. The king should prioritize the affairs of the Dragon Palace. There is no need to care about this general's life and death. Xiaohua, do you understand? Ao Jing said proudly, Let's not talk about the fact that you captured Ao Jiu. Even if you really captured me, I would definitely not submit. I would definitely kill all of you remnants of the Grotto Heaven River on the dragon boat. Generals, listen to my order. Kill. Yes. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals received the order and bowed. Then the clouds around their bodies surged, revealing their dragon bodies one by one. The entire dragon boat began to swirl and swirl. The dragon race was a higher race of the demon race. When the dragon's might appeared, all the demons trembled and rushed toward the cabin without hesitation. This kind of battle was not something they could participate in. Fine, since you want to die. This Xiao will fulfill your wish. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. His Yuanying's hand moved, and the sound of blood flowing was heard in the air. Oh! Aojio's heart-wrenching scream also resounded through the dragon boat. Aojio was willing to die, but the pain before death was definitely beyond his imagination. Not to mention, under Xiao Hua's soul technique, his soul was struggling and suffering. Kill! Ao Xian and the other dragon generals roared. Dozens of dragon eyes were filled with blood vessels as they roared and pounced toward Xiao Hua. Jiang Xia also roared angrily. Her dragon body transformed, and beautiful dragon patterns appeared around her body. The dragon patterns released a silver brilliance, and each ray of brilliance was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky and pierced toward the dragons. Clang clang. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were surrounded by demonic clouds. It was the demonic array that was formed by the dragon generals controlling the dragon boat. The flying sword made a loud sound when it hit the demonic clouds, but when it stabbed Ao Xian and the other dragon generals, it was already weak. It only forced Ao Xian and the other dragon generals to retreat, but it could not hurt them. Roar! When Jiang Xia saw this, she was a little embarrassed and angry. She roared loudly and ignored the injuries on her dragon body. Her entire dragon body moved, and the dragon horns on her dragon head flashed with a silver color. This silver color was like a ball that swam around Jiang Xia's body. In just a few breaths, Jiang Xia's entire body was covered by this silver color. Jiang Xia's dragon body pounced toward Ao Xian and the other dragon generals. The demonic array of the dragon boat in the air was destroyed, and Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were sent flying by Jiang Xia. Chapter 3973. Xiao Hua looked around, then looked at Aojio, who was unafraid of death. He smiled coldly, grabbed Aojio's dragon body with one hand, and pressed it deep into the deck. His other hand landed on Aojio's dragon tail, and his fingers shone with a pale golden light. He exerted a little force, and Aojio's tough dragon skin was torn apart by Xiao Hua. As dragon blood flowed out, Xiao Hua pinched the dragon tendon in Aojio's body and said coldly, "People often say that dragon tendons are tough. I'm lacking a dragon tendon to bind my waist, so I'll use your dragon tendon." You. Ao Jing's voice was filled with rare anger, and he shouted angrily, "You can kill the dragon general of my North Sea Dragon Palace, but if you insult him, my North Sea Dragon Palace will be irreconcilable with you." Xiao Hua didn't care about Ao Jing's words. He fiddled with Aojio's dragon tendon again, and lifted a layer of dragon skin with his fingers. He said again, "It's said that the dragon skin of the dragon race is invulnerable to water and fire. It should be quite impressive for me to make a Taoist robe with it, right?" "Damn it." Ao Jing's voice was furious. "Xiao Hua, if you dare to make a move, I'll never forgive you." Xiao Hua said coldly, "I didn't intend to beg for mercy. I've been standing here for a long time, but what about you? The dignified second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace is actually hiding in the demon formation of the dragon boat, and saying these useless things. You don't even dare to come out when I skin your dragon general. Tell me, who will dare to serve you in the future?" "What? Someone actually dares to touch the dragon general of my North Sea Dragon Palace and skin him?" Suddenly, a faint voice came from the edge of the dragon boat. "I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never seen such an arrogant human cultivator." Oh, this voice was very soft, but in Xiao Hua's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. He raised his gaze and looked past Jiang Xia, who was fighting fiercely, past Ao Xian and the other dragons who were rolling about, and saw a small dragon whose body was flickering with a dual-colored light. The small dragon's scales were only the size of a fist, and there were faint dragon runes flashing on each scale. The two dragon shapes on the raised dragon head were actually white. This little dragon floated in the air. It didn't exude any arrogant dragon might, but its icy cold eyes swept over the dragon boat. The generals fighting couldn't help but restrain their auras, afraid that it would see them. "Hiss, this is Ao Jian. Why is he on the dragon boat?" Jiang Xia sucked in a breath of cold air and transmitted her voice in surprise. Although Jiang Xia didn't say who Ao Jian was, from her tone, Xiao Hua already knew that he had met an enemy. Moreover, he also knew that he probably wouldn't have the chance to capture the leader first. Xiaohua naturally would not really attack Aojiao. Upon seeing Aojian appear, he did not hesitate to put Aojiao into the cosmic bracelet. Xiaohua's body had just moved when a huge force emerged from beneath him, forcefully restraining his body. Of course, it was only for a few breaths before the dark gold light around Xiaohua's body flashed, shattering the restraints. Unfortunately, it was also during this short delay that Aojiao, who was captured beneath him, suddenly twisted his dragon body and actually escaped from Xiaohua's control, flying towards Aojian in an abnormally sorry state. Xiaohua was shocked, but he didn't dare to chase after Aojiao's flying dragon body. Aojian didn't seem to see Aojiao, and it was as if he didn't do anything. He just flew over slowly as if he was playing. He glanced at Xiaohua and asked indifferently, "You are a human cultivator. Where did you get the dragon ore of my dragon clan? What was that huge dragon that appeared for a moment?" The calmer Aojian was, the less dragon power appeared around him. Xiaohua was even more shocked. He knew that there would be some experts on the dragon boat, but he definitely didn't expect that he would be the only one facing them at this time. Where was the dragon clan of the heavenly abode river? Run! Jiangxia saw Aojian appear and lost the confidence to kill Aoxian and the others. She hurriedly shouted, "Only the great elder can stop Aojian. We are no match for him. Since you forced me to come out, do you still want to leave now?" Aojian's tone was still indifferent. His figure stopped in midair, slightly opened his mouth, and a dragon's breath came out of his mouth. Xiaohua only felt that the entire space seemed to be frozen, and an indescribable dragon's force squeezed towards him from all directions. Xiaohua sighed softly. His divine consciousness condensed into a hammer and struck out like a meteor. Rumble. Formless collisions continuously occurred within a radius of 1,000 feet. That frozen space was actually destroyed by Xiaohua. Oh, what kind of Taoist spell is this? It's so powerful. Aojian was a little surprised. Why wasn't such a Taoist cultivator captured in the Penglai immortal realm? Could it be that the immortal palace's inspectors are all blind? Roar. Aojian finally let out a low roar. That earth-shattering dragon's might rushed out like a wave and covered Xiaohua. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xiaohua sneered. The clouds around his body surged. Xiaohua urged the dragon statue to fly out of his body with its fangs bared and claws brandished. The same unparalleled dragon might was released and collided with Aojian's dragon might. The strong airwaves were like the pressure of two Taoist cultivators colliding, flying in all directions. Aojian's ice-cold eyes flashed with surprise. He shouted, No, you're not my real dragon. And not the dragon blood Dharma body. But where did the true dragon's breath come from? Unfortunately, how could Xiaohua be long-winded with him? Xiaohua urged the dragon's vein and pounced towards Aojian with a roar. At the same time, at the top of Xiaohua's head, four-colored true qi spewed out. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's figure appeared from the true qi. Xiaohua raised his hand, and 9 sword lights gathered again. A shocking sword quickly formed. You're actually a Confucian cultivator? Aojian's dragon body collided with Dragon Vein Xiaohua, causing Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body to scatter. Seeing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua come out, he actually cried out in surprise. And this Confucian cultivator's cultivation is also so high? It's really strange. Not only that, I'll let you see this Zhao's means. Xiaohua faced a strong opponent like Aojian and narrowed his eyes. The wishful staff in his hand danced again. At the same time, he rushed towards Aojian and secretly released the green-robed Xiaohua. Unfortunately, with just these means, you're still not my opponent. Aojian's dragon tail rolled, and a strange whirlwind swept past, sending Xiaohua flying. He sneered and said, If your dragon form condensed into a solid body, you might have the strength to fight with this old man. Taoist Xiao, run. Jiangxia's body flashed with sword lights as she rushed over and shouted. The dragon claw under Aojian waved, and a cold light appeared out of thin air, slashing at Jiangxia's dragon tail. At the same time, the sword lights scattered, and a large piece of flesh fell with dragon scales. Jiangxia was in so much pain that she almost rolled in the air. This old man also saw your dragon form. That's all there is to it. Human, prepare to die. Aojian shouted coldly again. He raised his 2 dragon claws, and 8 pillars of dragon chi rushed out. 4 of them fell on Xiaohua's body, almost piercing through his dragon body. The other 4 dragon chi were like huge dragon claws that wanted to capture Xiaohua. Boom! Shua! The tongue Jiao shears and the seal of turning the sea suddenly attacked. The golden light flashed, and the dragon chi was split in half. The other dragon chi was also defeated by the seal of turning the sea. Oh! Aojian was stunned. At this time, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff had already fallen and hit one of the dragon chi. This dragon chi was also defeated. Boom! The last dragon chi hit Xiaohua's body, and Xiaohua flew back 100 feet. Although the golden body was defeated, it did not collapse. Eat this Xiao's sword. At this time, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's flying sword technique had finished accumulating power. The long sword in his hand waved, and the soaring sword intent lit up the sky. Aojian did not dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth and a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out to meet the flying sword. Rumble! Suddenly, a layer of thunder strangely appeared out of thin air. This thunder had the power of heaven and earth compared to the flying sword, and it blasted towards Aojian. In the face of the thunder technique displayed by the invisible nascent soul, even someone as strong as Aojian was shocked. He did not dare to meet it head-on. He could only retreat quickly, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. At the same time, his dragon pearl turned into a huge curtain, and a ray of light gushed out from it, ready to resist Xiaohua's strongest blow. Boom! Another loud sound came from the sky, and a layer of thunder light was seen, like hot water being poured on snow. The demon array on the dragon boat flashed with demon clouds and thin threads, melting rapidly, and the power of the stars and moon turned into nothingness. Holding the world in my hand, hiding a ravine in my chest, my heart is like my sword. The sword will cut down the group of demons. As the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua sang, the flying sword that was chopping towards Aojian suddenly rose up. The demon array that was about to collapse, as the sword light cut into it, woo-woo, it let out a trembling sound. Shua! A crack of several hundred feet in size appeared on the dragon boat, and the seawater at the bottom of the North Sea immediately poured into the dragon boat. Moreover, under the huge water pressure, the crack of several hundred feet in size cracked in all directions. Woo! The trembling sound of the dragon boat's demon array became louder and louder. The entire dragon boat suddenly began to shake violently, and even began to sway. The seawater that fell into the dragon boat also let out ear-piercing squeaking sounds, and the ochre-red bubbles corroded the deck of the dragon boat, creating small holes. Damn it! Aojian looked at the light in front of him with extreme embarrassment. He really did not expect that Xiaohua did not have the heart to fight with him. Everything was a feint. Aojian could not help but curse. Looking at Xiaohua again, he had already put away the soaring dragon scissors and the seal of turning the sea. Dragon Vein Xiaohua also struggled to fly back to Xiaohua's body. In front of a powerful enemy like Aojian, Xiaohua, who did not have a real dragon body, could not take the initiative. Just as Aojian was cursing, Xiaohua made a gesture, and the whole Transcendence golden body flashed with a dark golden luster, setting off a cluster of water waves, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Xiaohua wanted to take advantage of the current to enter the dragon boat, and use the water escape technique to escape. Chapter 3974. From the moment Xiaohua started fighting with Aojian, only a few breaths of time had passed. Jiang Xia, who had been injured by Aojian, had only rolled a few times in the air and had just landed on the deck. At this time, seeing Xiaohua's decisiveness, Jiang Xia was a little hesitant. She couldn't compare to Xiaohua. Not only were there sea tribe members of the Heavenly Abode River on the dragon boat, but there was also the Great Elder under the deck. How could she abandon them and escape? However, she was very clear about Aojian's strength. Apart from Jiang Tian who could resist him, even she and Xiaohua were not his opponents. If she didn't escape with Xiaohua now, she was afraid that she wouldn't have any chance. Human, stay here. Aojian sneered, and the dragon ball disappeared into thin air. The next moment, a dual-colored light appeared outside the water light. Although Xiaohua's water escape technique was powerful, In front of the Dragon Ball that was born from water essence, it was still half a level lower. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiaohua's figure was revealed in front of the Dragon Pearl's multicolored light, and that multicolored light was torn into strands. Aojian's Dragon Pearl also had traces of cracks on it. Oh! Aojian wailed in pain. With a shake of his dragon body, his figure also disappeared. His water escape technique was innate. Xiaohua was blocked by the Dragon Ball, so how could he escape? The Dragon Ball, under Aojian's control, turned into a net of light and merged with the demon formation. The dragon chi above the light was like a sharp knife, but this light was also corroded by the strange seawater. However, Aojian stood in front of Xiaohua. The entire dragon boat began to rotate, and the seawater raged. He only said coldly, "Human, go to hell." As he spoke, a dragon scale came out from between Aojian's eyebrows and disappeared into the void in a flash. Then he saw Xiaohua's expression, and the space around him began to boil. A huge golden rock with unparalleled power smashed towards Xiaohua. Boom! The huge rock formed from the dragon scale was like Aojian's all-out attack. Xiaohua couldn't resist at all. The huge rock hit Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua's body was already extremely tough, and even the sage of literature could not destroy it. However, under this huge rock, his body caved in several inches, and Xiaohua could only take advantage of the momentum to retreat. Aojian's face was filled with surprise. He never thought that this human's body would be even tougher than his own dragon body. His figure danced again, and a faint halo appeared on his sharp dragon horns. Cracks appeared in the void. Looking at the ferocious look in Aojian's eyes, it seemed that he was preparing to use all kinds of methods to kill Xiaohua here. Facing Aojian's deadly attack, Xiaohua immediately waved his left arm. Layers of devil chi rapidly seeped out of his blood vessels. Xiaohua wanted to raise his devil blade and fight to the death with Aojian. Boom! Just when Xiaohua was about to reveal his devil body, a huge rumbling sound came from outside the dragon boat. The dragon boat started to spin crazily. Outside the dragon boat, the originally calm seabed gave birth to a huge storm. It was as if an invisible hand was crazily stirring up the entire North Sea. However, even though the entire dragon boat was shaking and the entire demon formation was collapsing, only Aojian's dragon body did not change at all. Xiaohua's devil blade also gradually revealed its ferocity. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar condensed in the void again. A pea-like multicolored light appeared, passed by Xiaohua out of thin air, and met the murderous dragon horn. Dragon horn? Great Elder! Although this multicolored light was small, once it appeared, the ferocious momentum that wanted to kill Xiaohua was blocked by this multicolored light. Within the multicolored light, a dragon horn as straight as Aojian's appeared. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The dragon horns of the two dragon experts hadn't touched yet, but with a sizzling sound, they collided with each other and produced electric sparks. As soon as the electric sparks appeared, a dazzling sword light appeared on the side of the two dragons again, and fiercely slashed at Aojian. Boom! The two dragon horns inevitably collided with each other, and the shocking sword light also slashed Aojian's body. The impact was so great that the deck of the dragon boat and the already collapsed demon formation cracked. Aojian stood in the air in a very sorry state, and a deep sword mark appeared on his scales. Opposite Aojian, a red dragon similar to Aojian tumbled a few times in the air, and came to a stop with some difficulty. Great Elder! Jiang Xia urged her figure in the air, landed next to the red dragon, and called out, "What's the situation?" The red dragon was the great elder of the heavenly cave river Jiang Tian. He glanced at Jiang Xia and said anxiously, "Jiang Jian and the others are fighting with the sea generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace for control of the dragon boat. Quickly go and help. Now that the dragon boat has encountered a rare scarlet storm, it's a good opportunity for us to die together with the North Sea Dragon Palace. We must not let the dragon boat escape from the scarlet storm." Yes. Hearing this, Jiang Xia's dragon eyes were filled with determination, and she urged her figure to fly down the deck. In just a moment, Ao Xian and the other dragon generals had already rushed down the deck. Obviously, the battle there was more tense than Ao Jing thought. Jiang Xia's participation would definitely make the battle more chaotic. Seeing Jiang Xia leave, Jiang Tian turned his head and glanced at Ao Jian, but ignored him. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hua, and the surprise in his eyes was self-evident. He said, "Zhenren Xiao, you really exceeded this old man's expectations. This time, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Cave River will owe you a lot again. This old man doesn't know how to explain it to you." Xiao Hua looked at Jiang Tian with mixed feelings. He knew that in Jiang Tian's eyes, his life could not be compared to the revenge of the Heavenly Cave River. Even his own life was in their calculations. If he was not strong enough, he would have been sacrificed long ago. However, even though he was scheming, he had also made it clear that all he needed to do was to be a pawn that Ao Jing would not expect. However, Ao Jing was too cunning. He had tricked Dong Tianzhong time and time again. Even though Ao Jing would not expect him to be a pawn, this effect was meaningless on the dragon boat. "No matter how strong I am, I can't compare to the great elder." Xiao Hua said indifferently, "Today, I'd better think about how to escape from Ao Jian and escape from the dragon boat." "Why do you want to escape?" Jiang Tian looked coldly at Ao Jian and said, "If you want to escape, you may be killed by Ao Jian. Only if you want to kill Ao Jian can you have a chance to escape. However, enlightened master, no matter what, the Heavenly Cave River owes you again. If we all leave the North Sea alive, the Heavenly Cave River will promise you one thing." How could Xiao Hua not understand what Jiang Tian was trying to do? Wasn't he trying to make Xiao Hua go all out to kill Ao Jian? Xiao Hua replied indifferently, "Yes, this Xiao understands." "Jiang Tian," Ao Jian said proudly, "you and I haven't seen each other for 500 years, right? I didn't expect your strength to not improve at all. I really don't know how you cultivate these days. Maybe you were my opponent 500 years ago, but now? In this old man's eyes, you're not even comparable to this little human kid." Ao Jian. Jiang Tian did not answer Ao Jian's question. Instead, he asked, "Why are you on the dragon boat? Could it be that you already knew that the Heavenly Cave River was going to hijack the dragon boat?" "Of course. If not, why would this old man hide on the dragon boat?" Ao Jian answered firmly. Jiang Tian's face was ashen. He muttered, "How? How is that possible? Could it be that after Ao Xian captured Zhang Hong, the North Sea Dragon Palace, sent the dragon boat with the intention of destroying the Heavenly Cave River?" "Of course." Ao Jian smiled. "Jiang Tian, after all your schemes, you still fell into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. From today onwards, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will be at peace." "Humph, Grand Elder." Xiao Hua saw that Jiang Tian had lost all his will to fight, and that his entire body was drained of energy. He hurriedly snorted and said, "Don't listen to this old loach's nonsense. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had already predicted this, would you be facing Ao Jian?" Jiang Tian was stunned. His expression quickly changed. He raised his head and laughed. That's right. I'm in the middle of this, so I really don't understand. Ao Jian, the North Sea Dragon Palace sent the dragon boat before Zhang Hong was captured. How could the North Sea Dragon Palace know that the Heavenly Cave River was going to attack the dragon boat? Haha, that's true. Jiang Tian admitted without hesitation. He pointed his dragon claw at Jiang Tian and said, "Jiang Tian, you've been scheming too much in the past few hundred years. You've become narrow-minded. If you're narrow-minded, how can you have a bigger picture? You're no match for me now, and you'll never be my match in the future. To tell you the truth, even if I let you go today, you'll definitely die in my hands if you meet me again in the future." Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, knowing that what Ao Jian said was not false. But at this time, how could he dare to let Jiang Tian recognize his fatal weakness? He said coldly, "Old Loach, don't bewitch him anymore. It's impossible for First Elder to fall for your low-level trick. In my opinion, you came to Yuling Bay with the dragon boat by chance. It's just a coincidence that you ran into this." Ao Jian's fierce gaze swept across Xiao Hua. He replied indifferently, "You're right, kid. I didn't do it on purpose. I came back from overseas training and didn't have time to return to the Dragon Palace. I was already exhausted. When I saw the dragon boat leaving, I simply hid under the boat to rest. Who would have thought that I would run into the remnants of the Heavenly Cave River? Your Heavenly Cave River's luck has come to an end. Heaven wants to destroy your Heavenly Cave River." Before Aojian could finish his words, he heard a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves outside the dragon boat. Streaks of crimson sea waves, which were the patterns of the kaleidoscope, surged toward the dragon boat. The dragon boat finally couldn't withstand the tremendous force. It spun at an extremely fast speed and was swept into the depths of the sea. Boom, boom. With a series of collisions, the demonic clouds in the dragon boat's demonic array slid down. Most of the weaker members of the oceanic tribe were tumbling along with the dragon boat. The battle cries gradually disappeared. Chapter 3975. Kill. Aojian's dragon eyes were filled with ferocity. As his dragon body twisted, he released his dragon aura and attacked Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian shouted, "Spiritual Master Xiao, help me. You and I will kill this monster today." Alright. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hands and the lightning rolled up like a thunderbolt, landing on Aojian's dragon body like a sharp sword. The lightning technique taught by Do Shanjun was indeed powerful. Although Xiao Hua had not mastered it yet, the lightning was the same as the technique Xiao Hua used before. It scattered the dragon aura around Aojian's body, and deep marks appeared on Aojian's scales. It was even more powerful than the magic treasures of ordinary Taoist cultivators. Aojian waved his dragon claws and fought with Zhang Tian. At the same time he snorted coldly. The somewhat broken dragon pearl turned into a small dragon and also danced, fighting with Xiao Hua's lightning. The lightning was like a shadow, and the dragon aura was like a form. The incoming seawater and reefs were all turned into nothingness by the lightning and dragon aura. Even the dragon boat's restriction was torn to pieces by this murderous aura. After fighting like this for half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. Although it was easy for Xiao Hua to activate the lightning, it consumed his magic power after all. In the space of a few hundred feet around Aojian, his magic power gradually showed signs of being difficult to mobilize. Moreover, although the power of the lightning was great, in the face of an old dragon like Aojian who had cultivated for who knows how long, the power was still not enough. Looking at the fight between Zhang Tian and Aojian, most of them relied on their physical bodies. Every move saw flesh and their claws saw blood. Ordinary demonic power was rarely used. I understand. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and thought to himself, although the demon race tempers the power of the stars and moon, their physical bodies are really tough. Ordinary demonic techniques can't break their physical bodies. Instead of wasting time to cultivate demonic techniques, it's better to directly fight with their physical bodies. Moreover, the innate magical power of the demon race lies in their physical bodies. Only when they return to their original bodies they are the strongest. No matter how the human cultivator's physical body is tempered, it can't be compared to the innate physical body of the demon race. The human race can only rely on magic, Confucian or Buddhist techniques to compete with the demon race. However, these acquired abilities are still slightly inferior to the innate abilities of the demon race. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua withdrew his lightning technique and brandished his fists. He actually used the Big Dipper God Fist in midair to fight with the little dragon transformed from the dragon pearl. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, although the little dragon transformed from the dragon pearl was powerful and also contained a wisp of Aojian's primordial spirit, Xiao Hua's Big Dipper God Fist was not much inferior to the thunder technique. The dragon pearl had already been damaged by Xiao Hua's attack. Now that it was fighting with Xiao Hua, it only took a moment for Xiao Hua's fist to land on the little dragon's body. The little dragon howled in grief, and Aojian's figure also twitched. The little dragon's body flashed with multicolored light and turned back into the dragon pearl. Boom! The dragon pearl had just appeared when Xiao Hua's divine sense hammer fell again, smashing the dragon pearl in half. Damn it! Aojian cursed. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath, collecting the two halves of the dragon pearl. The dragon claw streaked across the air and landed on Xiao Hua's chest. Fight! Xiao Hua did not seem to be afraid. His right hand clenched into a fist, and like a meteor, he met the dragon claw head-on. Boom! Xiao Hua's figure retreated rapidly, and Aojian also retreated several feet. Roar! Without waiting for Aojian's figure to stabilize in midair, Zhang Tian's dragon body flashed. and the seawater nearby turned into a whirlpool. Jiang Tian passed through the whirlpool, and the dragon horn pierced towards Aojian's abdomen. Aojian's dragon body shook with all his strength, and he barely managed to stretch out his hind claw. Pop! A loud sound rang out, and the multicolored light on the dragon horn was extinguished. However, Aojian's dragon claw was also deeply pierced by the dragon horn, and dragon blood flowed out. Whoosh! Aojian did not have time to cry out in pain. The water beside him swayed, and Xiaohua's mountain-like fist had already arrived. His movements were even stranger than Jiang Tian's, and before Aojian could react, it had already hit the dragon scales on Aojian's body. Pop! The sound of dragon scales shattering rang out, and Aojian's protective dragon aura was scattered, and the dragon scales shattered into several pieces. Roar! Aojian was furious. He opened his mouth, and a dragon roar that Xiaohua could not imagine came out of his mouth. Ripples visible to the naked eye stretched out in midair, and the seawater in the surrounding 100 feet turned into nothingness. The ripples swept through Xiaohua's golden body, and the brilliance of the golden body quickly spread out in the cave, and some places had already begun to collapse. A feeling of the sky and earth spinning appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Before Xiaohua could activate his cultivation method to protect himself, pa, a series of sounds rang out around the dragon boat. The monster race on the dragon boat had been seriously injured by Aojian's roar. Ooh! The sound that sounded like a ghost's cry suddenly became low, and as the sound became lower, an indescribable palpitation emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. The feeling of the sky and earth spinning suddenly intensified, and one after another, strange ripples appeared outside of his Inaiwan palace, attacking the innate divine seal crazily. At the same time, Jiang Tian laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. Aojian, don't forget. This is the scarlet explosion. The scarlet explosion that can tear apart a dragon's body. Attacking us like this, are you tired of living? Since you don't want to live anymore, then this old man will do as you wish, and let this old man send you on your way. After he finished speaking, Jiang Tian also roared, and the same pattern appeared in midair, rushing towards the dragon boat's monster array. It seemed like he was really going to perish together with Aojian. Boom! After the loud noise, the entire dragon boat suddenly fell silent. Hundreds of sparks appeared outside of Xiaohua's Inaiwan palace, and waves of ripples fell on the innate divine seal like moths to a flame. Then, Xiaohua felt a huge force falling from the sky, grabbing his huge transcendence golden body and tearing it apart. His transcendence golden body could not resist this force at all. You too can die now. Aojian's dragon body also began to roll, and his eyes flashed with desperation. With a hysterical roar, 2 golden lights flashed above his head, and 2 dragon horns broke out of his body, instantly landing in front of Xiaohua and Jiang Tian. The blood vessels on the dragon horns were obvious, and the murderous hatred on the dragon horns was also obvious. Xiaohua saw that he could not escape from Aojian's all-out attack, and his eyes flashed coldly. He hurriedly used the water escape technique to dodge, and at the same time, the hammer of spiritual will madly smashed at the broken part of the monster array. Moreover, with a loud bang, Xiaohua's sword of heaven and earth also slashed at the monster array. Previously, Jiang Tian wanted to destroy the monster race on the dragon boat, but because the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace died in the Crimson Explosion, Xiaohua was unwilling to do so. Now, Xiaohua was forced into a desperate situation by Aojian, and he had no choice but to use the power of the Crimson Explosion to see if he could survive this desperate situation. Boom! A huge roar sounded at the same time, and sword light and multicolored light appeared at the same time, almost blinding the monster race's eyes. At the same time, the dragon horn pierced into Xiaohua's right armpit as he could not dodge, and it pierced deeply, only a few centimeters away from piercing through his body. Xiaohua screamed in pain. The pain of the dragon horn piercing into his body was very strange, as if it had pierced deep into his heart, and he could not help but scream. In particular, the dragon horn did not stop, and it kept drilling into Xiaohua's body, as if it would not stop until it killed Xiaohua in one blow. At this moment, another huge force penetrated into the monster array from the torn part. Not only was the monster array completely torn apart, but even the dragon boat was also rapidly rumbling and trembling under this force. At the edge of the dragon boat, the hundreds of North Sea Dragon Palace sea generals were torn to pieces by this force, and their armor and other things could not resist at all, as if they were made of paper. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Aojian shouted 3 times, and the dragon horn also jumped 3 times, and then the dragon horn retreated. How could Xiaohua let the dragon horn escape? He hurriedly used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique to cover the dragon horn, and wanted to capture it. Unfortunately, the dragon horn had a spirit, and how could it be imprisoned by the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique? Xiaohua's magic power had just touched the dragon horn, and the dragon horn had already disappeared from the void. Xiaohua still wanted to chase, but at this moment, the power of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions, and the fist-sized bubble mixed with the ochre-red mist completely enveloped Xiaohua. Not only did Xiaohua's golden body make a sizzling sound, even the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, who had just made a contribution, hurriedly shouted, "Not good, fellow immortal, quickly save me." Seeing that the situation was so critical, Xiaohua simply did not care about Aojian's life and death. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head, and a 4-colored zhanqi rushed out, covering the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua in the distance. At the same time, he hurriedly shrank his figure, and prepared to use the water escape technique to escape. However, when the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua fell into his middle dantian with lingering fear, Xiaohua's figure was still wandering around within 1,000 zhang of the dragon boat. The water escape technique did not seem to have taken effect, and Xiaohua was simply unable to escape. How is this possible? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised, and then looked at the sea generals being torn to pieces one by one, and the dragon boat being slowly dismantled. He could not help but be greatly alarmed. Could it be that this so-called scarlet explosion has also sealed the water escape technique? However, when Xiaohua's gaze fell on his skin that was being burned by the bubbles, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he did not hesitate to use the fire escape technique. Whoosh! Following the emergence of Xiaohua's magic power, Xiaohua's figure disappeared in midair. It turned out that the scarlet explosion was filled with fire elemental zhanqi. No wonder the water escape technique could not be used. Although Xiaohua used the fire escape technique, he could clearly see that the whole world was still smashing and spinning. When he used the fire escape technique, Xiaohua was also unable to resist the force, as if a big hand wanted to pull him out. Although this force did not succeed, Xiaohua's figure was not flying straight forward like before, and could only fly everywhere in the boundless North Sea like a headless fly. However, although Xiaohua did not use any technique to escape in the end, he still gradually distanced himself from the dragon boat, escaped Aojian's attack, and escaped through the flesh and blood of many sea tribes. Chapter 3976. After an unknown amount of time, a pillar of water shot up to the sky from the surface of the North Sea. Xiaohua flew out from the bottom of the sea in an extremely sorry state. However, he was only stunned for a few breaths. The yuan qi of heaven and earth, which was even more chaotic than before, swept through the air with a huge pillar of wind. On the surface of Xiaohua's body, strands of cracks appeared like a spider web. Xiaohua was so frightened that he couldn't stay in the air and fell back into the sea. In the sky above the sea, the red clouds, the strong winds, and the huge waves that covered the entire sky seemed to want to strangle everything in the world. Damn it! Xiaohua fell into the sea, trying his best to stabilize his body with the fire escape technique, and hurriedly thought, this scarlet storm is actually so powerful. No wonder even someone as strong as Ao Jing didn't dare to return to the Dragon Palace without the dragon boat. Those old Sea Clan members who stayed in Yuling Bay were probably still afraid of the Scarlet Storm, right? Now that the dragon boat was destroyed, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River suffered great losses, but on the dragon boat, how many of the Sea Clan members of the North Sea Dragon Palace survived? I may have temporarily escaped from the dragon boat, but if I can't escape from the Scarlet Storm, I will eventually die in the North Sea. Could it be that the warning sign is the Scarlet Storm? Xiaohua racked his brains to escape, and after several hours, he finally rushed out from the bottom of the sea, but this time he learned to be obedient. As soon as he flew out, he immediately used the wind escape technique, and his body was like a wisp of wind, drifting along with the raging sea wind. Although Xiaohua was proficient in the wind escape technique, It was only at the elementary level, so he could only rely on the Scarlet Storm to fly. This Scarlet Storm was so strange that not only did it tear apart Xiaohua's body, but it also tore apart his divine sense, soul consciousness, and so on. Even Xiaohua's divine abilities such as Heaven's Eye were unable to be used in this Scarlet Storm. What was special was that even though Xiaohua had shut off his 5 senses, he could still hear the sound of a battle between 2 armies. His Naiwan palace was still filled with splendor. Under such a dangerous situation, Xiaohua had no other way to escape other than drifting along with the scarlet explosion. There was only one thought in Xiaohua's mind, and that was to pray that this scarlet explosion would end soon. For a cultivator like Xiaohua who was at the lower 6th level of essence energy, this kind of thought was truly rarely seen. After all, this kind of cultivator was accustomed to seeing the might of heaven and earth, and was also accustomed to going against heaven and earth. Unknowingly, more than 3 days had passed. Xiaohua felt somewhat exhausted because he was constantly sensing the direction of the Scarlet Storm, and constantly changing the direction of the wind escape. Within the Scarlet Storm, the wind flow was unfathomable. Sometimes the wind would flow in a single direction, while other times, multiple streams of air would tear each other apart. It did not seem to make any difference which direction one chose. In particular, the ochre-red aura that corroded the body within the Scarlet Storm was not something that Confucian Zhenqi and Dao Zhenqi could deal with. Xiaohua could only rely on the strength of his monster body to resist. Since he had reached this point, any struggle would be meaningless. Xiaohua simply stopped struggling. He warned Heavenly Phoenix Xiaohua a few words, then his mind hid in the space. While refining the dark breaking pill, he also comprehended the combination of the Crimson Infant technique and the Dao Sex cultivation method. He didn't believe that after being tempered by the fiend god's blood, his body couldn't defeat this Crimson Bao. After an unknown amount of time, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred. An inexplicable fluctuation descended from the sky. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure swayed strangely, then bent in half like a stream of light. Within this stream of light, there were countless tiny Buddhas. In just a few breaths of time, these Buddhas withered and died many times like flowers blooming and withering. Then, under the gazes of these Buddhas, a small kiliacosm was born and extinguished. Namomethria Buddha. Jade Archive Xiaohua could not help but recite the name of Buddha. His figure gradually solidified, and the Buddhas in the light gradually disappeared. Immediately, Jade Archive Xiaohua closed his eyes again, and only opened them after several hours. The first thing Jade Archive Xiaohua did after opening his eyes was to raise his hand, and thousands of dark breaking pills fell into the air. Jade Archive Xiaohua clenched his hand, and all of the dark breaking pills turned into medicinal juice. Haha, no wonder ordinary cultivators can't refine the pills they use to advance. They have to be refined by high-level cultivators before they can take them. I blindly tried to be brave, and thought that I could refine the dark breaking pill with my own strength, but Dao Zhenqi has not reached the true spirit severing stage, so how could I refine the real dark breaking pill? If fellow immortal Bodhi did not have a crucial enlightenment at a critical moment, how could I know the relationship between the physical body and the spirit severing stage? Dao Zhenqi, Confucian Zhenqi, Buddhist Zhenqi, and even Yao Zhenqi's cultivation methods seem to have some similarities. Although they are not completely applicable, it is possible to learn from each other. With fellow immortal Bodhi's enlightenment, I should be able to truly refine the dark breaking pill. Fellow immortal Heavenly Phoenix's fake body technique should also be able to make great progress, and I should be able to enter the true spirit severing stage at any time. Finished speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hands, and the pill refining technique was activated again. Although the technique was still the same, the fluctuations produced were somewhat different. Although the difference was slight, there was an essential difference, and the pill liquid produced was also completely different from before. Jade Archive Xiaohua was concentrating on refining pills, and the nearby Xiaoguo was also happily refining pills with him. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his head again, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the horizon and said, "Good things really come one after another. Just now, my cultivation improved, and fellow immortal Bodhi has the possibility of coming out of seclusion, and this scarlet explosion has also stopped. Damn it, the North Sea is so big. After several months of drifting, who knows where I am now? Forget it, let my physical body fly for a while and let I refine this pill first." After refining several thousand dark breaking pills, Jade Archive Xiaohua withdrew from the space. When Xiaohua opened his eyes before he could clearly see where he was fascinated by the scene before him. He saw that he was at the bottom of the blue sea, and palm-sized fish were happily swimming. There were more than 100,000 of these fish, and at first glance it looked like a fish storm. Each fish was a wind in this hurricane, and every time they swam together it was like a storm was blowing. The pure blue sea water was like the sky, and this storm was wantonly dancing in the sky. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by these 100,000 fish, and he was flying in the storm. Xiaohua opened his eyes, his hands and feet immediately moved. This movement was not important, but his body that swam along with the storm of fishes immediately changed with the direction of the storm. Thousands of fishes in the vicinity immediately discovered that these fishes swam away in a panic. It was as if a hurricane was blowing with Xiaohua as the center. In just a moment this hurricane blew out an extremely large space. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the seawater did not seem to exist at the bottom of the sea. Waves of chaotic sounds were emitted from these fishes' bodies. Amidst the sounds, the storm of fishes quickly blew to other places, leaving Xiaohua standing in the sea with a somewhat dumbstruck expression. The tranquil seabed was so beautiful. The pure seawater was like a serene jade crystal, and the sunlight directly penetrated into the water, brightly illuminating the surrounding. Several leaf fish of different colors, but also gorgeous and colorful, swayed their tails, leisurely swimming in their own world. Among them, there were actually a few that swam to Xiaohua's side, and snuggled up to him like a spoiled child. When Xiaohua's finger moved slightly, the water rippled, and these few fish fled in panic. In the distant water, there were some multicolored corals, and some small insects were wriggling on them. In the gaps between the corals, clusters of lush seaweed grew, and among the seaweed, there were some shellfish, and some fish that were smaller than a thumb shuttled back and forth. Words are sometimes limited. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a fleeing rabbit. These are already insufficient to describe this boundless North Sea. Perhaps using moodiness can slightly express its impermanence. Xiaohua admired for a moment, and his hands and feet moved, slowly swimming from the seabed to the surface. He was somewhat reluctant to leave this serene and beautiful seabed, and wanted to use this moment of sweetness to make up for his body that was injured by Qi Bao. After all, after being ravaged by Qi Bao for several months, although Xiaohua's body was rare and tough, it was already badly damaged under the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly Phoenix Xiaohua and Fiend Spirit Xiaohua had already begun to repair it, and it seemed that they would not be able to recover easily in a short period of time. While swimming, Xiaohua pondered. It has been several months since Qi Bao began. I was lucky enough to escape from the dragon boat, and even if it was not destroyed by Qi Bao, it would not be in good condition. The dragons of the Heavenly Abode River wanted to perish together with Ao Jing of the North Sea Dragon Palace, and I think their wish has been fulfilled. However, if I can live safely, Ao Jian, Ao Jing, Jiang Tian, Jiang Xia, and the others will also be able to survive. With Qi Bao, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River might even be able to escape from the scheme of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, I have been flying with Qi Bao for so long, and I don't know where I am now. As for little Yun of the Heavenly Abode River, sigh, what a joke. I think Ao Jing has already brought her back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Louis, it's not that I don't want to save little Yun, but I really don't have the strength to do so. After swimming for a while, Xiaohua saw that he had reached the surface of the sea. He had already made up his mind to explain to Louis, and then he identified the direction and prepared to fly back to the hidden immortal continent and return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Since he had made up his mind, Xiaohua did not delay any longer. He formed a seal and rushed out of the water, and his figure appeared high in the sky. Something's wrong. When Xiaohua steadied himself, he looked around and saw that the sky around him was overflowing with light. Circles of light that looked like polar magnetic light enveloped the sea for nearly 10,000 miles. The projection of this light was extremely strong, and when it fell on the sea, it could clearly see the bottom of the sea for more than 10 miles. Xiaohua could not help but exclaim, "No wonder I could easily see the reef at the bottom of the sea. It turns out that this light is not the sun, but where is this place?" Chapter 3977. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, as soon as his divine sense was released, he felt as if he was being cut by a sharp blade. This sea could actually hurt divine sense. Xiao Hua's expression changed slightly. It was already difficult for him to identify the direction in ordinary places. Now that he couldn't see the sun at all, how could he tell where he was? Oh, not good. This is just like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Xiao Hua hurriedly moved his body and flew towards a random place. However, this sea was so strange that Xiao Hua's flying technique was also restricted, causing his speed to be much slower. After another moment, the clear sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. The lightning in this sea was very strange. They were all dark green in color, and were very similar to Xiao Hua's lightning and thunder technique. What was special was that within the lightning, there were waves of strange movements that resounded through heaven and earth. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, but also like the moaning of gods and ghosts. In short, even Xiao Hua couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard it. Swoosh! Following the lightning, inexplicable raindrops began to fall. There was no rain at all in the clouds. Moreover, the raindrops and lightning appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the raindrops and lightning were gone. Only the halo in the sky looked as if it had just been washed by water. It was abnormally clear. So strange, so strange. Xiao Hua frowned and looked around, then released his soul. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, his soul was not restricted at all. In fact, in this sea, his soul was even stronger than before. Could it be? Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he had a trace of understanding in his heart. This sea is like the Million Ming Mountains? There are traces of soul cultivators? Just as Xiao Hua thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. His aimless soul had already found something unusual. Xiao Hua flew towards that place without hesitation. This time, Xiao Hua learned his lesson. He used his soul power and the flying technique of soul cultivators, so his speed was much faster than before. After flying for an entire pack of cigarettes, Xiao Hua finally arrived at a place. A huge dragon's body was floating on the surface of the sea. Most of the scales on the dragon's body had been shaved off. The dragon's body was stained with blood, and there were many wounds of various sizes. It was a horrible sight. The dragon's horns were completely broken, and half of the dragon's mouth was torn apart. More than half of the dragon's teeth were also missing. Next to the dragon's broken body, there were some tattered things that seemed to be the wreckage of a ship or broken demon artifacts. Although the giant dragon floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea, Xiao Hua's soul consciousness could tell that this giant dragon still had an aura, and its vitality was very vigorous. Xiao Huafei landed beside the huge dragon and carefully examined it. The dragon's body also had a faint surge of dragon aura, and those terrifying wounds were slowly mending. He thought for a moment, then simply sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea in the distance, quietly waiting for the huge dragon to awaken. As long as it was a dragon, it must be from the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was naturally more familiar with the North Sea region than Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't need it to bring him to the North Sea Dragon Palace. As long as it pointed to the hidden immortal continent, and even brought him out of the sea region, it would be fine. Mending the body naturally didn't require Xiao Hua to deliberately do it. While Xiao Hua was meditating, he refined the two-wing spectrometer that he bought from Zhaixing Lu into the soul-punishing light. Naturally, it wasn't that simple to perfect this soul-punishing light. The fusion of the extreme magnetic light and the soul-punishing light had to be tempered again and again. After Xiao Hua's initial refinement, he placed the soul-punishing light under the immortal beheading stage, allowing the lightning water to refine it. Presumably, in the future, this soul-punishing light would be another great killing weapon that Xiao Hua personally refined to perfection, right? Roar! A weak dragon roar finally came out from the mouth of the huge dragon after more than a month. The huge dragon opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was Xiao Hua standing in front of it with a smile. The dragon's hoarse dragon language sounded very obscure. It seemed that the dragon's throat was also severely injured. Facing the giant dragon's question, Xiao Hua had already thought about it. He didn't hide anything and replied, "I am Taoist Tao Sect Xiao Hua. Taoist Tao Sex Taoist Tao Sect." I have some matters in the North Sea. As for the specifics, if fellow immortal knows, then know. If you don't, then don't ask. I encountered Qi Bao in the North Sea and was swept to this sea. Because I couldn't find the direction and met you. I simply waited here for you to wake up. You and I can get out of this sea together. When you and I are safe, you just have to tell me where the hidden immortal continent is. What do you think? If a dragon didn't take human form, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Xiaohua wasn't sure if this dragon was the dragon general he saw on the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. That was why he said such ambiguous words. Sure enough, the dragon was very puzzled. He was confused by Xiaohua's words. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask, but he didn't know what to ask. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled. He knew that this dragon wasn't the dragon general he saw on the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He said with a smile, "Fellow immortal doesn't need to ask anything. You just need to know that you and I are now grasshoppers on the same rope. What dragon race, what human race, don't take it to heart. My only goal is to escape from here." And this old man understands. The dragon finally understood. He looked around and asked, "Could it be that this sea is very dangerous?" "Indeed." Xiaohua nodded. "Fellow immortal, release your Yuanshan first and you will know." See, the dragon just released his Yuanshan and immediately grimaced. He exclaimed, What is this place? It can even tear apart Yuanshan?" "Fellow immortal, if a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace doesn't know, then this Xiao naturally doesn't know either." Xiaohua smiled. This Xiao has been waiting here for fellow immortal to clear up his doubts. The dragon looked at Xiaohua and swam with some difficulty. The draconic qi around his body covered the multicolored light and slowly shrunk. He then answered with a bitter smile, "It seems that Taoist Xiao is going to be disappointed. This old man isn't a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace, so I'm not particularly familiar with the sea territory of the North Sea." "Ah!" Xiaohua was shocked. He said, "The dragon race in the North Sea. If you aren't from the North Sea Dragon Palace, then where can you be from? Could it be that fellow immortal?" The dragon looked at Xiaohua with some difficulty. He said, "It's said that this old man met Taoist Xiao by fate. However, as Taoist Xiao said, there are some things that Taoist Xiao knows. If you don't know, Taoist Xiao shouldn't ask too much. This old man's name is Jiang'an. I'm not a dragon of the North Sea Dragon Palace." "Jiang'an?" Xiaohua thought for a moment. After a while, he asked tentatively, "So you're a dragon of the Heavenly Abode River? How did you know?" The dragon was shocked. Draconic qi surged around him and he retreated. He was on high alert. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao is familiar with your Heavenly Abode River's Great Elder Zhang Tian, Second Elder Zhang Xia, and Third Elder Zhang Hai. The reason this Xiao wasn't willing to say before was related to your Heavenly Abode River." "You know my three elders?" Jiang'an was stunned. However, he still asked curiously, "How is the reason you're talking about related to my Heavenly Abode River?" Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something. He asked incredulously, "This Xiao understands now. You followed the Feather Spirit Palace's ship out to sea. You didn't follow Ao Jing's dragon ship back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The dragon general you followed was Ao Shi. How did you know?" That dragon was even more taken aback as he blurted out. However, after a moment, he understood again and shouted, "This old man understands now. You followed Great Elder Zhang Tian to the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon ship to save my Heavenly Abode River's little princess?" At this point, the dragon didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak and asked again, "Can you save my princess?" Alas, things in this world are really strange. Xiaohua sighed. Looking at Jiang'an's anxiety, he shook his head and said, "Your Princess Zhang Hong isn't on the dragon ship at all. She's in Ao Shi's hands." "How is that possible?" Jiang'an was stunned and said in disbelief, "This old man changed my figure and followed Ao Shi. I didn't hear him say anything at all. Moreover, until I met Qi Bao, I didn't see him change at all. How could my princess be with Ao Shi?" "Then what about Ao Shi?" Xiaohua asked. "Alas, under Qi Bao, this old man was able to keep his life. How could I care about Ao Shi?" Jiang'an said regretfully, if I knew Long Bei was in Aosher's hands, this old man would have killed Aosher even if it meant risking my life. Forget it. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, a Qi Bao destroyed the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan and the Heavenly Abode River's tracking. It's already good that we were able to escape. By the way, according to Ao Jing, you left Yuling Bay with Aosher a long time ago. Why did you still encounter Qi Bao like us? You humans often say that man proposes but the heavens disposes. Although Ao Jing sent Aosher to leave Yuling Bay on the night Ao Xian returned to Yuling Bay, and this old man hurriedly sneaked into the ship under the orders of the third elder, the ship only left Yuling Bay for a few days before encountering a sea storm. Although this sea storm was not as strong as Qi Bao, it was much more powerful than an ordinary sea storm. Although the ship dived into the sea and didn't suffer much impact, the sea beast tide that was triggered by the sea storm attacked the ship. Aosher and the others desperately resisted and had no choice but to change their course to avoid the sea beast tide. When the sea storm stopped and the ship returned to its normal course, it encountered the Qi Bao a few months later. This Qi Bao's ship was simply unable to resist the Qi Bao. The ship was torn to pieces and this old man was also separated from Aosher and the other members of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Alas, if I knew Long Bei was with Aosher, this old man. What a pity. At the end, Jiang'an sighed again. Chapter 3978. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, fellow immortal, you don't have to regret it anymore. We will look for him in this sea. Since you drifted here and I can also come here, the other dragons might be able to as well. Maybe we can find Aosher? That's right. Jiang'an nodded. This old man will accompany you. Then Jiang'an transformed into his human form and flew into the air, following Xiao Hua in search of a place. One man and one dragon searched while talking. Xiao Hua also roughly told him what happened on the dragon boat with Jiang Tian and the other dragons. When Jiang'an heard that Ao Jian was on the dragon boat, he smiled bitterly. Obviously, he already knew Ao Jian's name. Rumble. Before they could find anything, the atmosphere in the sea changed again. Dark green lightning and the whimpering sound of heaven and earth sounded again. Looking at the pitter-patter of raindrops, Jiang An's body shook. He stood in the air for a long time without moving. Xiao Hua looked at Jiang'an and knew that he found something. He didn't ask in a hurry. After the lightning passed, Jiang'an raised his head and roared. Unfortunately, this roar didn't spread too far. Jiang'an turned to look at Xiao Hua and said with a bitter smile, this old man knows where this is. Oh, it seems this place is very dangerous. Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong and asked tentatively, what is this place? Spring penetrating forbidden sea. Jiang'an said word by word. The first of the 4 forbidden seas in the North Sea. What? Spring penetrating forbidden sea? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise. This is the legendary spring penetrating forbidden sea that wails like ghosts and howls like wolves all year round. Whenever a ship or a member of the sea race accidentally passes by, it will trigger lightning. If one is lucky, even if the ship is destroyed and the body is seriously injured, they can still appear from other places. If one is unlucky, not even a piece of wreckage can be found? Daoist Xiao is right. Jiang'an said with a bitter smile. Moreover, what Daoist Xiao said is the outside of the spring penetrating forbidden sea. This old man has never heard of any member of the sea race entering the inner sea of the spring penetrating forbidden sea, and being able to safely leave. And this time, we are probably in the inner sea of the spring penetrating forbidden sea. Motherfucker, how is this possible? Xiao Hua almost cursed. Jiang'an explained, on normal days we don't need to enter the inner sea of the spring cleansing forbidden sea. We've already been torn apart by the forbidden sea. This time he probably borrowed the power of the scarlet explosion to enter the forbidden sea. But since we've entered the inner sea of the forbidden spring sea, I think, we won't have the chance to leave. It doesn't matter if I don't go out. Xiao Hua looked around. Although he was slightly flustered, he still smiled and said, there doesn't seem to be any dangers in the Forbidden Ocean. It's not bad for us to cultivate here. Jiang'an smiled bitterly and shook his head. Spiritual Master Xiao, don't be too optimistic. Since the members of the sea race who entered this place couldn't survive, how can we live? Presumably, the dangers in the Forbidden Sea have been destroyed by the Scarlet Explosion, so they won't show their ferocity for the time being. At this point, Jiang'an seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also shocked. The man and the dragon looked at each other and shouted at the same time, "That's right. If we want to escape, we have to take advantage of the fact that the Forbidden Spring Sea hasn't recovered and rush to the edge of the Forbidden Sea to see if there's a chance to escape. If we're late, we won't have the chance to rush to the edge. I can't recognize the direction in the North Sea." "I'll listen to you," Xiaohua hurriedly shouted. "We don't need to look for Aoshur anymore. It's better to leave this place quickly. Let's go." Jiang'an nodded. He didn't care about looking for Long Bay anymore. With a loud roar, his body swayed and dived into the sea. Why aren't you flying?" Xiaohua was surprised. He was about to send a voice transmission to ask, but when he saw Jiang'an's speed in the sea was much faster than when he was in the air, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Judging others by his own standards was really laughable. The dragon race was originally a member of the sea race. Of course, they were much faster in the water than in the air. Moreover, the inexplicable restriction in the sea was a bit weaker. Why didn't Jiang'an go under the sea? Fortunately, Xiaohua's water escape technique had already been cultivated to a high level. Under the urging of his magic power, he was able to catch up with Jiang'an in the sea. The situation was dangerous. Xiaohua could already feel the sharp teeth gradually recovering in the Forbidden Spring Ocean. At this moment, he was really regretting that he didn't take advantage of this period of time to go to the edge of the Forbidden Spring Ocean to take a look. Maybe he had already escaped by now. Fortunately, one man and one dragon flew for a full 3 days and 3 nights. Other than the strange phenomena in the sky, other dangers didn't appear. Moreover, in the sea, waves of chaotic fluctuations mixed with the sound of thunder gradually appeared and began to obstruct Xiaohua and Jiang'an's escape. Boom! Just when Xiaohua and Jiang'an were hesitating whether to continue forward or not, a fist-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of Jiang'an. This whirlpool flickered with dark green crystal threads. Between the crystal threads, there were gray-white spatial cracks. At the edge of the whirlpool, there were even layers of thunder that were silently vibrating. This whirlpool was really too sudden. Jiang'an didn't have time to dodge, and his dragon claw grabbed towards the whirlpool. Gotcha! Long before the dragon claw touched the whirlpool had already begun to expand. The thunder at the edge of the whirlpool struck the dragon claw, and a small half of the dragon claw was immediately shattered. Moreover, as the whirlpool expanded, a powerful suction force pulled Jiang'an, and he was about to fall into the whirlpool. Roar! Jiang'an roared loudly. His dragon body danced with all his strength, trying to dodge the whirlpool. However, Jiang'an was in a hurry to escape and didn't slow down. Moreover, his dragon form couldn't be compared to his human form, and it was difficult to dodge in a hurry. Seeing that the edge of the whirlpool was about to shatter the dragon claw, if Jiang'an fell into the whirlpool, the consequences could be imagined. At this critical moment, Xiaohua waved his big sleeve, and the heaven and earth sleeve technique covered Jiang'an's dragon tail. He urged his true essence to pull, and it just happened to be balanced with the suction force of the whirlpool. Jiang'an sensed it, and his dragon body twisted. Boom! With a sound, he flew out of the sea and landed in midair. Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Jiang'an saw Xiaohua also fly out, and bowed with lingering fear. You're welcome. Xiaohua's face was gloomy. Looking around, he waved his hand and said, let's find a way out first. And Jiang'an nodded and narrowed his eyes to look around. He saw that the whole world was filled with that kind of dark green thunderbolt, and around this dark green thunderbolt there were numerous whirlpools. These whirlpools were either circular or rectangular, and there were even some irregular shapes. What was special was that between these whirlpools, whether it was the sea water or the air, everything was distorted by the fluctuations between the whirlpools. In this distorted space, light and shadow were elongated or compressed, and the sound also underwent extreme changes. The sound of thunder was sometimes like falling rain, sometimes like burning fire, sometimes like war drums, and sometimes even without sound. Looking at the earth-shattering whirlpools, as well as the black and white crystal threads within the whirlpools, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He was stunned in his heart, and seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a sea map appeared in his hand. Xiaohua glanced at it, then looked at Jiang-an, who was standing in front of him. At this time Jiang-an also said with some joy, Daoist Xiao, this place has already reached the inner layer of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. This old man has seen a sea map before, and it seems to be the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. Follow this old man. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be able to walk out of this Forbidden Sea. Once we are out of the Forbidden Sea, this old man will bring Daoist Xiao back to Yuling Bay. Great! Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, it seems that waiting for fellow immortal for more than a month was indeed the right choice. Of course. Jiang Yan laughed heartily and confidently flew towards the light and shadow between the whirlpools. Woo! Wherever Jiang Yan flew past, a strange whistling sound would be produced. Jiang Yan's body was also stretched to an extreme extent. Xiaohua followed behind, and of course he also felt the abnormality in this distortion. He also knew in his heart that if it was not the correct path, the light and shadow might be a whirlpool, and even after the light and shadow, there might also be a man-devouring whirlpool or thunderbolt. After walking like this for a full 2 hours, the surrounding whirlpools really began to reduce, and the dark green thunderbolt also weakened. Jiang-an smiled and pointed to the 2 whirlpools in front of him and said, Daoist Xiao, after leaving these 2 whirlpools we should have walked half of it. The rest is the true outer layer of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. Although there are still some thunderbolts, their power has already decreased a lot. With our strength we shouldn't be affected anymore. Haha, thank you fellow immortal. Xiaohua laughed and his heart was bursting with joy. He cupped his hands and said, if not for fellow immortal, this Xiao really doesn't know how to get out of there. Alas, actually it's also a fluke. Although Jiang-an sighed, his tone was also proud. First, the Scarlet Storm weakened the inner sea of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea, and we were able to easily come into contact with the outer sea. Second, our luck was good, and we immediately found a place this old man is familiar with. If it was a few dozen li away, this old man wouldn't have been able to find the way out so easily. Fellow immortal, please, Xiaohua said with a smile. Let's talk after we get out. All right. Jiang-an nodded. Daoist Xiao, please follow this old man. As he said this, Jiang-an urged his figure to enter the light and shadow between the 2 whirlpools. Seeing Jiang-an's figure elongate, Xiaohua also flew in like before. However, just as Xiaohua's figure entered the light and shadow, a huge force suddenly appeared and hit Xiaohua's body, forcefully pushing him towards the distant whirlpool. This strange change appeared in a hurry. If Xiaohua fell into the whirlpool, he would definitely die. At this critical moment, Xiaohua seemed to have already predicted this. His body suddenly spun rapidly, and like a spinning top, that force was instantly pushed to the side by him. At the side of his body, Jiang-an's awkward and unbalanced dragon body was revealed. Rumble! A green light appeared between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, enveloping the light and shadow between the 2 whirlpools. In a few breaths' time, Xiaohua and Jiang-an's figures gradually became clear within the light and shadow. The 3 corpses in lightning actually propped up a dark green space. Chapter 3979. You. Jiang-an panicked as he looked at the space covered by lightning. He didn't dare to barge in recklessly. What are you doing, spiritual master Xiao? I was in a hurry to deal with the situation, but I didn't expect to accidentally injure you. Ayo, sure. Xiaohua looked at Jiang-an coldly and said, why are you still hiding it? You already knew about it? Aoshur was shocked. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief and asked, how did you know? What's so difficult about that? Xiaohua said coldly. Jiangxia said it clearly. She regretted not sending a powerful dragon general to follow Aoshur, which means that Jiang-an's strength is very ordinary. But when I saved you just now, I already sensed that your strength is comparable to Aoshian's. If Jiang-an had this strength, he wouldn't have followed you to the North Sea Dragon Palace, right? Aoshur didn't expect this seemingly kind human to be so meticulous. Also, Jiang Hong was hidden in the dragon shell by the North Sea Dragon Palace. As a dragon of the Heavenly Paradise River, Jiang-an couldn't have known. He just entered the ship as a dispensable chess piece, but you actually mentioned the dragon shell twice. I can't help but be suspicious. Xiaohua ignored Aosher and said, do you know a saying of the human race? 300 taels of silver here. Aosher shook his head. This is nothing. My dragon race captured criminals and placed them in the dragon shell. What you said is too far-fetched. So the dragon shell is still with you? Xiaohua asked meaningfully. Unfortunately, Aosher didn't answer and didn't show any strange behavior. The most important thing is that I obtained a sea map by chance. I bought it from the North Sea Dragon Palace's Yazi auction house. Xian Kong said that it was only recently drawn by the North Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. If you are a dragon from the Heavenly Abode River, how do you know about this sea map? So, you can only be a sea general of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Of course, I don't know the name of the Heavenly Paradise River sea race. Since you know and still pretend to be a dragon, obviously. You're the dragon general who killed Jiang'an. If you're not Aosher, who else can you be? Since you already suspected it, why haven't you made a move yet? Aosher sneered. Xiaohua sighed and said, although Xiaohua suspected you, I didn't intend to expose you. Because you and I can be considered friends in adversity. If you and I can safely walk out of this forbidden spring sea, this Xiao will be indebted to you, and this Xiao will not attack you. Of course, this Xiao will definitely obtain the long bay on you. Other than that, I won't have any other requests. I originally had the dragon shell on me. Unfortunately, it was lost in the Scarlet Storm. Even if you capture me, you won't be able to get the dragon shell. Xiaohua smiled. If fellow immortal had directly admitted that he was Aosher from the beginning, I might have been able to believe you. But you refused to admit your identity. It's obvious that you're afraid of arousing my suspicion. You're afraid that I'll find Long Bay on you. In the eyes of the human race, this is a blatant attempt to cover up your identity. Aosher sneered. The human race has always been cunning. Now that things have reached this point, this old man will not let you and Jianghong live even if I have to risk my life. And to tell you the truth, even if you obtain the dragon shell, you won't be able to awaken Jianghong within it. How can a human like you know the restriction secret technique of my North Sea Dragon Palace? Haha. Xiaohua flipped his hand and took out the sword gourd. He laughed and said, if you don't risk your life, you can still keep your life. But now, whether you live or die, it's no longer up to you to decide. Besides Jianghong's restriction, not to mention this Xiao has the Heavenly Abode River behind him. Even if the Heavenly Abode River can't do anything, this Xiao can still easily capture it. If you want to use this to threaten this Xiao, then you're making a big mistake. Roar. Amidst the lightning, Aosher roared. His entire dragon body expanded. His bald dragon horn flashed with a strange brilliance as he charged towards Xiaohua. He had a good plan. He was prepared to fight between the two whirlpools and find an opportunity to knock Xiaohua into one of the whirlpools. If it was an ordinary human cultivator, of course, they wouldn't be able to compare to Aosher's dragon body. But how could Xiaohua be an ordinary human cultivator? Moreover, Xiaohua had already tested Aosher's strength before. It was only similar to Aoshian's, and after Aosher was ravaged by Qi Bao, he had yet to recover from his injuries. His strength was greatly reduced, so how could he be Xiaohua's opponent? Xiaohua roared coldly. The three corpses in thunder suddenly shrank and grabbed Aosher like a giant hand. Aosher! Xiaohua shouted coldly. The three corpses in thunder suddenly shrank and grabbed Aosher like a giant hand. Roar! Aosher frantically struggled. The green light between Xiaohua's eyebrows flashed again and again, and the groans of the gods and ghosts within the lightning became more and more intense. The lightning not only imprisoned Aosher, but also shattered the light between the two vortexes. Waves of soul technique fluctuations appeared along with the thunder and lightning characters, and from time to time, they spread around the forbidden spring sea. This spread was extremely fast, and in a moment, it had already covered more than 100 li wherever the fluctuations swept. The originally inexplicable fluctuations in the forbidden spring sea were disturbed, and the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Xiaohua coldly looked at Aosher, and the spiritual power in his body surged. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword gourd and said, "Quick!" So, a silver-white thing with a nose and eyes appeared in the mouth of the sword gourd. As that thing's eyes moved, a faint white thread flew out and landed on Aosher's dragon head. Whoa! Above Aosher's dragon head, a 5-colored light flashed. Within the light, a faint little dragon emitted a golden light and did its best to resist the white thread. However, when the white thread fell, the light was like a bubble being pierced by a needle, and when the light disappeared, the white thread really nailed itself between the little golden dragon's eyebrows. The little golden dragon instantly stopped struggling and disappeared into the dragon head. Looking at Aosher again, he also stopped struggling, and the originally ferocious dragon eyes showed a rare sluggish look. Xiaohua coldly looked, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered, "Dragon clan." As expected of a proud son of heaven, this Aosher is just an ordinary dragon general, and he has the power of heaven and earth to protect his soul. If this Zhao's soul-slaying Yuan light hadn't been refined by the two-wing spectrometer, and then tempered by the lightning water, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to succeed. While speaking, 2 faint green and red soul-slaying Yuan light flew out from the sword gourd. As soon as the Yuan light appeared, the entire light shadow and lightning light began to crack. When the soul-slaying Yuan light fell on Aosher's huge dragon head, it spun gently up, blood splashed out, and a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace was killed by Xiaohua so easily. Quick! Without waiting for the huge dragon body to return to its original form, Xiaohua hurriedly formed a seal to restrict the dragon body, and at the same time, he urged his mind power. Bing! The Buddhist 9 syllables mantra came out of his mouth, however, just as Xiaohua's brows relaxed and was about to reach out to grab Aosher's corpse. A huge roar suddenly came from all around Xiaohua. Tens of thousands of whirlpools whimpered at the same time. Each whirlpool flickered with dark green light strands. These light strands converged with the light strands of Xiaohua's lightning flash and thunder roll technique, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they converged towards Xiaohua. Oh, not good. Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that his soul technique had caused a change in the Forbidden Spring Sea. He released his mind and covered the dragon corpse, and instantly put it into the space. As soon as the gigantic dragon's corpse disappeared, kacha-kacha, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Xiaohua's 3 corpses in thunder suddenly exploded in the surroundings. A kind of irregular ripple appeared in the light and shadow. This ripple seemed to pull open the curtain of the void. Those tens of thousands of vortexes were like tens of thousands of small hands, tearing the void apart. Whoop! Behind the tearing void, tens of thousands of green seal characters were circulating, and tens of thousands of lightning were wreaking havoc. The huge sound was accompanied by the power of heaven and earth, and the chanting of gods and ghosts. All of a sudden, all the seawater, all the light shadow and everything of Xiaohua, including his thoughts, eyes, body and so on, were pulled into it. There was no way for Xiaohua to resist. A tearing force that was 3 times more powerful than the blood of gods and demons was born from these green seal characters, crushing Xiaohua's body. Every green seal character was like a huge fist, hitting Xiaohua with all their strength. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He urged his holy bloodline to speed up the fusion, and also used the sky infusion technique to block the strongest attack of the Forbidden Spring Sea. Granny! Xiaohua once again fell into the tofu grinding state. His thoughts couldn't move in the green seal characters. This Xiao finally understands why the Forbidden Spring Sea is so feared by the sea race and the dragon race. This is probably the ruins of soul cultivators. They are afraid of soul attacks. Isn't this their tomb? Moreover, the tearing force of these green seal characters is so terrifying. Even the dragon race. I'm afraid they can't deal with it. That's right, why aren't there any soul attacks here? However, Xiaohua once again struggled to move his eyes. He suddenly realized that he hadn't completely retracted the soul strands he used to cast the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique. When the whirlpool produced the soul force of heaven and earth, these soul strands covered his body. Originally, there was some lightning in these soul strands. When they came into contact with the green seal text in the whirlpool, the text naturally wouldn't reject them. The green seal characters around Xiaohua's body were like a huge mill, and also like a huge river. While crushing Xiaohua, they also urged him to flow forward. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to have reached the end of the river, or perhaps the gods and ghosts pushing the mill were tired. All the green seal characters suddenly stopped, and then all the green seal characters seemed to transform, shrinking and splitting. Not long after, the entire space was filled with green seal characters, each one of them flickering like stars. Chapter 3980. Oh, that's the most basic Green Seal script. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as if he had grasped something. However, before he could think any further, an extremely obscure sound resounded in the air. After that, the Green Seal text instantly shattered, and the entire sky turned pitch black. Then a green light flashed, and an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth surged out explosively. Wherever the aura swept past, the Green Seal text would appear again. However, the Green Seal text was extremely lively, and they started to collide with each other to form new Green Seal text. Seeing such a terrifying scene, how could Xiaohua, who had cultivated as a Confucian cultivator, not know that this Green Seal character was about to give birth to a new Green Seal character? This Green Seal character possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and he was likely the target of this Green Seal character's attack. Although Xiaohua really wanted to see what this Green Seal text was, how could he let it take shape? Soul Cultivator friend, quickly help me. Xiaohua roared without hesitation and hurriedly pulled Soul Cultivator Xiaohua out of the mysterious dark cloud. See, Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he entered the space. His body trembled like a sieve. Fellow Taoist, who did you provoke? Is it the 12 gods? Before Xiaohua could finish his sentence, an intense light burst out from his body. Hundreds of millions of soul strands flew out from the light, each carrying a small Green Seal script. They flew towards the Green Seal script that was struggling to form in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua no longer looked like a human. It was as if the green light in the entire space was his figure. Moreover, every time the soul strands flew out, the Green Seal script that had just been formed quieted down and slowly disappeared. It was as if it had turned into nothingness along with the Green Seal script released by Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He already understood that Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was using different syllables of the Green Seal script to cancel each other out and prevent new ones from forming. However, seeing Xiaohua's green light gradually weakening, Xiaohua's vigilance rose again. After all, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was only a soul-sealing sorcerer. If he hadn't reached the peak of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, he wouldn't have been able to grasp all the basic Green Seal script. However, the Green Seal script of Yuanqiu Sky and Solitary Sky, as well as the legendary Beyond the Heavens, were extremely powerful. Even if Soul Cultivator Xiaohua used all his strength to destroy the Green Seal script he knew, the remaining Green Seal script would definitely attack him. Roar! Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Golden light burst out from his body, and the heavenly phoenix demon form appeared. Boom! Xiaohua's Soul Cultivator Xiaohua heard a thunderclap in the air. Xiaohua's figure again, but this time, his appearance was incomparably thin. When he looked at the space again, a huge Green Seal character had already condensed and was falling towards Xiaohua like a meteor. Just as Xiaohua was about to urge his divine sense to resist, he heard the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's uncontrollable ecstasy and whispered, "Fellow Taoist, don't resist." Zhay. Xiaohua couldn't believe it. This is the rhythm of smashing you and me into mincemeat. If I hadn't come out before, you definitely wouldn't have been able to resist this Green Seal script. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua looked at the Green Seal text that was getting closer and closer. Green light flickered in his eyes. But now, the majority of the Green Seal text has been destroyed by this poor Taoist. This Green Seal text power is less than 30%. You should be able to resist it with your body. Also, don't forget that I haven't cultivated these Green Seal script, and there are even some that haven't been recorded in the Sorcerer's Canon. I have a premonition that if I face these Green Seal script head-on, I might be able to see the so-called Beyond the Heavens. Are you sure? Xiaohua had already sensed the extreme danger and asked. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua shook his head. It's just a premonition, I'm not sure. But don't you think it's worth the risk? All right. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and nodded. I understand. You probably want to see the great terror between life and death, right? Perhaps. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua declined to comment, but he didn't have the luxury of time to say anything. As soon as the huge Green Seal character fell down, an unparalleled suction and repulsion force was born at the same time. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's thin body turned into a green light that was torn apart by this tremendous force and rushed into the Green Seal character. Boom! The green seal script smashed into Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. But it didn't stop at all. Then it fell on Xiaohua's body. The tremendous impact smashed Xiaohua's demonic body into a thin sheet of paper. Many parts of his demonic body were torn to shreds. It seemed like this sheet of paper was just a hair away from being smashed into 132 tiny dots. The moment Soul Cultivator Xiaohua came into contact with the green seal script, layers of strange images rushed into his mind. These images were somewhat similar to the 9 heavens of spirit origin, but there were also essential differences. Xiaohua couldn't explain why, but he couldn't. Along with a huge rumble, the green seal text brought Xiaohua to the bottom of the space, passing through thousands of layers of abyss, passing through layers of lightning, passing through layers of light and shadows. Xiaohua's entire body shook. His mind turned black. All the primordial spirit in his body fainted at the same time. He looked at the huge green seal text again. It was like a melting snowball. It was about to disappear. But just as the green seal text dissolved, a green light flashed inside the green seal text. A strand of crystal light dragged all the green seal text into the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Haha. Just as the light image entered, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. Before his body moved, he spoke first. You're all unconscious, right? Damn it, at the crucial moment, you still have to rely on I. Wasn't this the voice of the green-robed Xiaohua? Why is my body so tattered? The green-robed Xiaohua moved, then cried out in surprise. Fellow Taoist, your body isn't just yours. It's also mine, Fairy Hongxia's, and Xian's. Why don't you cherish it? See, what is this place? Why are there so many bones, so many? Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Xiaohua's body seemed to have never suffered such serious damage before. It was almost like a meat patty. Moreover, under this meat patty there were many white bones. These white bones were stacked in layers, and the place where these white bones were piled up was an enormous basin. Around this basin there were countless mountains. On each mountain peak there was a strange building. Among these countless mountains, there were 13 giant pillars that pierced the sky. Each of these giant pillars was incomparably huge. However, everything was submerged in the sea. The towering pillars were also hidden in this mysterious seabed. In addition to these 13 pillars being particularly eye-catching, near the edge of the pillar in the middle, there was a building on top of a mountain peak. Countless tiny green lights were constantly emitted into the sea like shining stars. Green-robed Xiaohua was looking at the countless heaven and earth bangles, demon weapons, magic treasures, and other items within the white bones. Needless to say, these were the remains left behind by the demon clan, sea clan, and human clan who had fallen into the forbidden spring sea over countless years. The treasures within must be something that even the immortal palace would drool over. I have to take away all the treasures. The green-robed Xiaohua had a plan in a moment. Whether good or bad, useful or useless, nothing can be left behind. However, before that I have to repair my body. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Phoenix and that little demon fairy are unconscious, so I can't repair them. Who knows how long it will take to repair them? Take a look at I's Spring Thunder secret art. With that, the green-robed Xiaohua chanted an incantation. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, which turned into a bolt of lightning that covered Xiaohua's body. As the lightning flashed, the endless water-based world origin qi in the sea frantically poured into the lightning. In a moment, Xiaohua's body was completely covered in lightning. As the lightning flashed, strands of vitality seeped into Xiaohua's body, nourishing his injured body and repairing everything that was damaged. Heavenly thunder was the power of heaven and earth. It was the end of vitality and also the beginning of vitality. Everything in the world was born from thunder, and would also die from thunder. The Spring Thunder secret art was precisely the art of thunder that repaired the body. As for the green-robed Xiaohua himself, he simply abandoned his body and controlled the similarly damaged formless nascent soul to fly out from Xiaohua's lower dantian. The formless nascent soul was a spiritual body, so it was much easier to repair it than a physical body. In just a day and a night, the green-robed Xiaohua had already repaired it. Then he took the Kunlun mirror and rushed into the white bones. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light fell and absorbed everything. Even though it was so easy to collect them, it still took 10 days and 10 nights for green-robed Xiaohua to store everything into the Kunlun mirror. It must be known that the Forbidden Sea had existed for countless years in countless monster race, and human race had lost their lives in it. The things they left behind were innumerable. Perhaps these 10 days and 10 nights were the happiest days of the green-robed Xiaohua's life. Every day he would hum, "Sister, you can sit at the bow of the ship, shake the Kunlun mirror, and watch the universe bracelets fly into the beam of light." It was even more enjoyable than reprimanding tens of thousands of disciples. It looked like these nascent divinities didn't learn anything else from Xiaohua, but their greedy and stingy character had been perfected. After collecting everything, the basin had disappeared, and a huge abyss appeared in front of the green-robed Xiaohua. Inside the abyss, except for Xiaohua who was lying there with his body flashing with lightning, it was so clean that it was as if a dog had licked it. After resting for a brief moment, the green-robed Xiaohua once again came to the edge of the abyss. He raised his head and looked at the mountain ridges around him. These mountain ridges were located deep in the ocean, and they were quiet. Not even a single fish or a strand of seaweed could be found here. In fact, in many places of these mountain ridges, there were plants and millet plants that were very similar to the millions of Meng Mountains. Chapter 3981. Just as Xiaohua was about to move, Xiaohua's voice rang out, "Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist I. This should be the Soul Cultivator ruins covered in seawater. You're in a spirit body right now. If you're attacked by a hidden soul formation, you'll suffer immeasurable damage. Why don't we go together after my body is repaired?" Xiaohua shrunk his neck and stuck out his tongue like a child who was caught doing something naughty. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Whatever you say, fellow Taoist." Now that Xiaohua had woken up, the heavenly phoenix Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua had also woken up. They began to cast their own secret techniques to complement the green-robed Xiaohua's lightning technique, and began to repair their bodies. Xiaohua was worried about the soul cultivator Xiaohua, so he hurriedly sent his consciousness into the mysterious dark cloud. After entering the soul seal sky, he discovered that although the soul cultivator Xiaohua had almost disappeared, and only a faint green core was left, this green core was obviously much more solid than before. Furthermore, inside the soul seal sky, the green seal script of the Magus Codex was constantly entangling the green core with countless soul strands. It seemed that as long as there was enough time, the soul cultivator Xiaohua would recover sooner or later. Xiaohua was relieved, but Little White Dragon was still complaining about Xiaohua, as if soul cultivator Xiaohua was his childhood sweetheart. It seemed to be very distressed. Xiaohua naturally told Little White Dragon what happened. Little White Dragon knew that soul cultivator Xiaohua's words and actions were correct, and that the flickering green core of soul cultivator Xiaohua made Little White Dragon somewhat fearful. Therefore, Little White Dragon only warned him a few times and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua came out of the mysterious cloud and focused on repairing his body. He was seriously injured this time, and it was somewhat similar to the monster race in Feather Spirit Bay. Xiaohua wouldn't be easily injured, but if he was injured, it would be very troublesome to repair. It took him 100 days to repair most of his body. Since there were no more obstacles, Xiaohua was ready to leave. Just as he was about to rush to the top of the abyss using the water escape technique, trouble appeared again. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the moment his body moved, an extremely strong repulsive force appeared around him, blocking his escape. His body seemed to be pressed down by a large hand, unable to move at all. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looked at the seawater above his head, and circulated his soul power. Sure enough, the soul cultivator's flying technique was still effective at the bottom of the sea. When Xiaohua landed on the mountain peak and looked up, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xiaohua naturally knew what the green-robed Xiaohua saw, but when he saw it himself he couldn't help but feel shocked. Million Meng Mountains above the 3 continents. There are also soul cultivators' inheritances, but these inheritances have already been annihilated, and Million Meng Mountains to be buried under the North Sea. Judging from the difficulty of entering this place, I'm afraid there are not many human cultivators in this world who can enter this place. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked, as he recalled the Shaman Kings of Meng Mountains. At that time the Shaman King had given Xiaohua a crystal skull thumb ring. Elder Wu of Hutu's stronghold had told him that the Shaman King wanted to see Xiaohua, and that the Shaman King was proficient in the art of divine connection. But at that time, Xiaohua didn't know that there were 3 continents in the world, and he also didn't know that after he returned from Million Meng Mountains to Imperial Thunder Sect, he didn't have the chance to go to Million Meng Mountains again. Could it be that the Shaman King of Million Meng Mountains already knew that he would come to the lost land of another soul cultivator? Xiaohua's eyes swept across the mountains. The mountains buried deep under the sea were dark and gloomy, and there was an indescribable sense of heaviness and mystery coming from them. When Xiaohua's eyes fell on the big and small mountains, and the 13 huge stone pillars, he fell into deep thought. Million Meng Mountains had 12 gods. There are 13 huge pillars here, and one of them is standing in the center, while the other 12 are surrounding it. If I'm not mistaken, there should be the ruins of the 12 gods on top of these 12 huge pillars. So what is on top of this 13th pillar? Xiaohua thought to himself. Furthermore, there is no luster on top of these big and small mountains, but why is there a luster on top of the mountain next to the 13th pillar? If I want to find out, I should check out the other mountains that don't have any luster. Having made up his mind, Xiaohua exercised his flying technique and flew toward the nearest mountain. When he landed on the top of the mountain, he saw that the top of the mountain was flat, and there was a simple and unadorned palace, about 1,000 feet in size, standing there. This palace was very similar to the Hutu Palace in Hutu's stronghold. However, this palace had been in ruins for a long time, and was in a complete mess. There were only some huge rocks piled up there. What was special was that when Xiaohua walked into this palace, there was also a statue of a god on top of the palace, and behind the statue was a huge stone chair. Behind the stone chair was a collapsed stone wall, and there were some traces of green seal script engraved on it. When Xiaohua saw these ruins, he naturally thought of the Hutu Palace, and the Thunderclap Palace in the Misty Mountain. He rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Could it be that each of these mountains represents the inheritance of a soul cultivator? There is a green seal script engraved in the palace of each mountain? When the soul cultivator ruins were flourishing, just how many soul warriors gathered here? Xiaohua immediately went back to the mountain and looked for the other palaces in the nearby mountains. The style of each palace was different, but the layout inside was similar. Xiaohua already knew that his guess was correct, and he couldn't help but look at the mountain next to the central pillar. After all, none of the mountain peaks emitted green light. This meant that the palaces on these mountains were all broken, and the green seal script engraved in them had already disappeared. If Xiaohua wanted to find the green seal script, he would have to go to this mountain peak. Xiaohua urged his soul force to protect himself, and slowly flew toward the mountain peak. Fortunately, when Xiaohua landed on the ground, he saw that the palace was also damaged, and nothing strange happened. Although the palace was damaged, and the statue inside had also collapsed, the stone chair was still in perfect condition. The stone chair faintly emitted waves of soul force that protected the surrounding 300 feet, keeping all the seawater outside of the ripples. Inside the ripples, there was a green seal script engraved on the stone wall that emitted a faint green light. When he got closer, Xiaohua could clearly see that the green light emitted by the green seal text was very strange. Every strand of light was in the shape of a spiral, and the inside of the spiral was filled with black and white. A kind of faint spatial power leaked out from time to time. Xiaohua knew that the green seal script was a type of soul technique, but when he saw the strange state of the stone chair, he couldn't help but hesitate. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaohua released his soul strands and let them fall on the ripples. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the ripples didn't stop his soul strands at all, and allowed them to fall into the chair. When Xiaohua's soul strands touched the green seal script with trembling fear, boom! The green seal script emitted a resplendent green light, and it seemed as if it wanted to fly out from the stone wall, and an intense impact followed the soul strands into Xiaohua's mysterious dark clouds. Good! Xiaohua's heart leaped with joy, knowing that the green seal script wasn't a trap, but a normal soul technique. With a word of praise, tens of thousands of soul strands rushed out again. Whoa! When enough soul strands fell into the green seal script, the entire green seal script escaped from the stone wall and let out a strange groan, and began to decompose in midair. Xiaohua's soul strands didn't hesitate to touch the decomposed green seal script one by one. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire green seal script was decomposed into over 300 basic green seal scripts. Other than the strange green seal script from before, this was the green seal script that Xiaohua had seen form the most. When all the green seal script was lit up by Xiaohua, the green seal script suddenly began to frantically dance and combine together. Finally, the complete green seal script began to rotate with a boom sound, and strands of black and white emerged from the green seal script. Under the black and white brilliance, the tadpole-like green seal script began to tumble, swell, and swim towards the depths of space. When the green seal script began to stabilize, a transmission channel appeared in front of Xiaohua. This is a soul cultivator's transmission channel. Xiaohua was wild with joy. What a shocking soul technique this is. Just a single green seal script was able to construct the entire transmission channel. This is simply inconceivable. The transmission channel in front of Xiaohua was naturally not a real transmission channel. The end of the channel was sealed, and after Xiaohua's joy, the entire transmission channel began to rotate in the opposite direction, and in a moment it condensed back into the huge green seal script and landed on the stone wall. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, nor did he dare to leave the palace immediately. He sat down cross-legged, and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds, turning into a jade archive. Xiaohua began to comprehend the green seal text of the transmission passage. A faint green light flickered between Xiaohua's eyebrows, like a firefly in the dark night. After a few flickers, it gradually became clear, and a tiny, almost inaudible whirlpool gradually appeared. This whirlpool continued to spin like this. After an unknown amount of time, the whirlpool finally dimmed and the green light disappeared. Xiaohua thoughtfully opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "This green seal character is the word transmission. This Confucian cultivation technique also has a nice name, South Opposite North Way." Hehe, the common people often say that going north in opposite directions is the action of a fool, but the Confucian cultivator's way of going south in opposite directions is indeed the technique of the strong. Unfortunately, this Zhao soul cultivation realm is still a bit lacking, and I can't recognize a few key green seal characters, so now I can't use the South Opposite North Way technique. However, it seems that these green seal characters are somewhat familiar. If there is no accident, they should be the ones I encountered when I entered the soul cultivator's ruins. When the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body condenses again, I should be able to comprehend those hidden green seal characters. If this Xiao succeeds in cultivating this South Opposite North Way technique, then with the help of the soul consciousness imprint, and this Zhao soul cultivation primordial spirit is interconnected with the Tao primordial spirit, so there is no need for a soul consciousness imprint. Divine sense imprint and Buddhist sense imprint should also work. With these imprints, this Xiao can create a transmission channel out of thin air, and cross the void to reach the location of the imprint. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more proud he became. This way, this Xiao won't have to painstakingly construct a transmission channel. Hey, speaking of which, isn't this soul consciousness imprint similar to the mark in the Universal Greater Shift token? Could it be that my Tao Sex transmission channel is based on the soul cultivator's transmission channel? Chapter 3982. Forget it, who cares who's first? As the saying goes, the one who reaches the apex is the master, and the student surpasses the master. Whoever can execute this spell to the extreme is the one who has the skill. Xiaohua thought, and then looked outside the palace, at the towering stone pillars that pierced into the sea. Xiaohua flew out from the palace, but he didn't fly directly to the central stone pillar. Instead, he flew to the outer stone pillar. When Xiaohua flew to the stone pillar, he could clearly see that it wasn't a stone pillar. It was clearly a huge bone pillar made of white bones. The white bones were like jade, and were not eroded by the sea water at all. When his eyes fell on it, a faint dizziness involuntarily appeared. Xiaohua didn't dare to look again. His body flew up slowly, and after flying for a while, he finally arrived at the top of the stone pillar. He saw that this was a platform with a radius of several thousand feet, and a tall palace was standing on top of it, intact. Moreover, this palace emitted a faint white color in the sea water. Whether it was the palace door or the pillars, they were all made of white bones. On these white bones, countless strange beast heads and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely terrifying. It was actually the same as the Hutu palace Xiao Hua saw in the Hutu stockade in the Meng Mountains. However, this bone palace was several times larger than the previous Hutu palace. The palace door made of white bones was open, and the palace door that looked like the mouth of a beast was emitting a terrifying aura, as if it would swallow Xiao Hua as soon as he approached it. Xiao Hua's soul sense swept out, but the palace door blocked his soul sense, and he couldn't see the situation inside the palace. Xiao Hua stood in front of the palace door, and after a little hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked in. Similarly, there was nothing unusual at the palace door. After entering the palace, Xiao Hua took a deep breath. There was no seawater in this palace, and it was the same as the ancestral temple of the Hutu stockade, a huge bone palace. There were no pillars in the center of the bone palace. The roof of the palace was made of white bones and skeletons, and the ground was also made of white bones and skeletons. However, the space inside the palace was much larger than what he saw outside. Xiao Hua stood in the hall, almost like an ant. At the head of the hall there was a huge throne made of bones. It was empty, and there was no statue of a god as Xiao Hua had expected. Behind the throne, there was a bone ball that looked like a full moon quietly floating in the air, not moving at all. This throne of bones. Xiao Hua shifted his gaze away from the bone ball and looked towards the throne of bones. He frowned slightly as he came to a realization. Could it be that the statue of a god was placed there before? The size of this space, this palace. Suddenly, Xiao Hua understood and almost blurted out. Could it be that the god and devil puppets from the god and devil blood pool were the god statues enshrined in these bone palaces? The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He immediately flew up into the air and approached the bone sphere. He was filled with anticipation. Maybe this mysterious bone sphere would bring him some unexpected surprises. The bone sphere was very big, about the size of 100 Xiao Hua. Holding the densely packed skeletons on the bone sphere and the seemingly bottomless darkness in the eyes of the skeletons, Xiao Hua released his soul strands. Ooh! A formless cold wind suddenly blew, and a faint green light emitted from the bone ball. Moreover, as Xiao Hua released even more soul strands, even more green light gradually appeared, until finally an 8-headed, 8-legged, 8-tailed figure of the heavenly Wu great god appeared outside the bone ball. This is the palace to offer sacrifices to great god of Tian Wu. Xiao Hua thought inwardly. He covered the space with his consciousness and prepared to put the bone sphere into his space. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, although his consciousness covered the bone sphere, this bone sphere seemed to be 10,000 times heavier than metal and wood. Xiao Hua couldn't move it at all. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and withdrew his consciousness. The soul strands began to move, and sure enough the bone sphere moved a little. Xiao Hua understood. This bone sphere was most likely a soul tool. Only soul strands could put it away. Moreover, this soul tool could only go to the mysterious dark cloud. But Xiao Hua hesitated again. After all, the mysterious dark cloud was very important. If he didn't have full confidence, how could Xiao Hua put this inexplicable soul tool into the mysterious dark cloud? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and released the soul of Little White Dragon. However, just as Little White Dragon's soul appeared in the air, its body seemed to be burned by fire. The dragon's body twitched and it shouted loudly, "Xiao Hua, quickly put me back." Xiao Hua put Little White Dragon away and his consciousness followed in. He hurriedly asked, "Little White, what's going on? See, you scared me to death." Little White shouted very nervously, "The aura outside is very strange. Seems like it can kill me at any time. I don't dare to stay in this aura for long. However, this aura is very strong. I feel that if I can stay in this aura for a while, my soul will definitely be more solid. I might even have other gains." AI, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua was a little depressed. I still wanted to put this bone sphere into the soul formation sky. Since you don't even dare to touch it, how can I dare to take it? Take it, quickly take it. Why don't you take it? Little White almost roared, "Is this a bone sphere? This thing must be an extremely powerful soul tool. If you take it, it will definitely be useful for your cultivation. Furthermore, if this soul tool enters the soul formation sky, I can use it to cultivate. Quickly, quickly, don't hesitate. Aren't you afraid of this bone sphere's aura?" Xiao Hua was a little flabbergasted. Little White urged, "Outside the soul formation sky, I'm naturally afraid. But inside the soul formation sky, I have many soul strands that can resist this aura. Don't say any more, Xiaohua, quickly take it. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and released his soul strands. They wrapped around the bone sphere and pulled it towards his forehead. The bone sphere was naturally as heavy as 10,000 caddies, but Xiaohua also had many soul strands. Under the urging of his soul power, it actually moved little by little. The closer it got to Xiaohua's forehead, the smaller the bone sphere became. In the end, Xiaohua waited until the bone ball had shrunk to the size of a thumb before he released his soul bridge. One end of the bridge landed on top of the bone ball, while the other end landed on top of the mysterious cloud. Seeing that the cloud was about to open up a passage, Xiaohua gritted his teeth and used the last of his soul force to drag his soul bridge and the bone ball into the passage. Phew! Xiaohua let out a long breath and almost collapsed on the ground of the bone palace. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua endured the unspeakable headache and entered the soul formation sky. At this time, he saw that the bone sphere had already turned into a divine statue of the heavenly Wu great god. It stood proudly at the top of the soul formation sky. Countless green rays of light were emitted from the divine statue like sunlight. Although Xiaobai was afraid of the divine statue, it still dragged the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who only had a green core left. It did its best to resist the green light of the heavenly Wu great god. Unexpectedly, the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body condensed faster in the green light. In particular, the green light of the heavenly Wu great god seemed to contain something else. When it landed on the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Although he didn't know what this feeling was, it was clear that the bone sphere of the heavenly Wu great god was harmless to him. Xiaohua escaped from the mysterious dark cloud and rested for several days. Then he went to the nearest bone pillar. It took Xiaohua more than 2 months to collect all the bone spheres in the 12 bone palaces into the mysterious dark cloud. Inside the soul formation sky, the 12 bone spheres transformed into 12 gods. They were like 12 stars that surrounded Xiaohua and Xiaobai. Layers of green light covered the two of them. Xiaohua trembled violently, and Xiaobai's dragon body also swelled. Xiaobai even urged the soul strands to turn into clouds in front of him to protect him. From the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's understanding entered Xiaohua's body. It seemed to be some kind of soul technique but also some kind of curse. In short, it was somewhat strange. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a long time, but he couldn't understand it. He simply ignored it. Looking at Xiaobai's painful and happy appearance, he withdrew from the mysterious dark cloud. Then Xiaohua urged the flying technique to rush to the last bone pillar. This last bone pillar was several times taller than the other 12 bone pillars. But strangely, there was no white bone palace on top of this bone pillar. Instead, there was a rhombus-shaped crystal floating in the air. The crystal was the size of a fist, and there was another thing embedded in it. When Xiaohua saw the thing inside the crystal, he couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible?" After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the crystal skull thumb ring that was given to him by the Witch King of Meng Mountains. Xiaohua held the thumb ring in his hand and looked inside the crystal again. There was another crystal skull thumb ring in front of him. The 2 crystal skull thumb rings were exactly the same. Buzz. Xiaohua took out the thumb ring. The thumb ring immediately emitted a dark green brilliance. The thumb ring inside the crystal also emitted a brilliance, but the crystal still didn't move. Xiaohua placed the thumb ring on the crystal, but the crystal still didn't move. Xiaohua then released his soul strands, but the crystal still didn't move. Moreover, he couldn't drag it. Even when Xiaohua urged the hammer of divine will and waved the wishful staff, he still couldn't cause any damage to the crystal. In the end, Xiaohua was like a defeated rooster. He stared at the thumb ring inside the crystal dejectedly, his eyes full of frustration. "Damn it, this Xiao is going to waste time with you. I don't believe that there is something in this world that this Xiao can't get." Then Xiaohua sat cross-legged in front of the crystal, closed his eyes and meditated. Every time he thought of a method, he would immediately use it on the crystal. For more than a month, Xiaohua failed again and again. He didn't know how many methods he had used. In the end, the green-robed Xiaohua couldn't stand it anymore and complained secretly, "Damn it, fellow Taoist, why don't you try your blood? This blood refining method can be used by all races. Isn't it just the power of blood in the bloodline? Chapter 3983. Humph, you only know how to waste I's blood essence. Xiaohua snorted angrily, but he felt a little embarrassed in his heart. In the early years, Xiaohua didn't know how precious his blood essence was, so he used a lot of it. But after he obtained the blood drop paradise, Xiaohua rarely used his blood essence. Last time, in the blood pool of gods and devils, Xiaohua used 9 drops of his blood essence all at once, causing him to be unable to recover. Therefore, Xiaohua never thought of using his blood essence. But since it had come to this point, blood essence might be a method. Xiaohua had no choice but to give it a try. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, when the essence blood landed on the crystal, the essence blood flowed for a moment, then seeped into the crystal. The crystal was silent for a few breaths of time. Then countless strange green seal characters flashed within the crystal. Within these green seal characters, the crystal began to melt, and the crystal skull's thumb ring emerged from the crystal. Looking at Xiaohua's essence blood, there was a trace of Xiaohua's essence blood that had landed on the crystal skull. However, the crystal skull seemed to be untainted, and it did not allow the essence blood to seep into it. The trace of blood slid on the crystal skull and fell back into the crystal. Xiaohua raised his hand, and the crystal skull thumb ring fell into his hand. With one in each hand, Xiaohua looked left and right. These 2 thumb rings were exactly the same, and he couldn't see any difference. Looks like, Xiaohua thought to himself, if I want to know the origin of this thumb ring, or its use, I can only find out when I meet the Shaman King of Meng Mountains in the future. And all of a sudden Xiaohua quivered again, a crazy thought uncontrollably flashed through his mind. The Shaman King has the ability to connect to the gods. Since he gifted this crystal skull to me, he must know that I can meet with him. Now that I'm in the hidden immortal continent, if I meet him, doesn't that mean I have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? Since he knows that I can meet him, does that mean I have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? When he thought of returning to the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua's heart was burning with passion. The longing for Fairy Hongxia, the longing for Imperial Thunder Sect, and the longing for Jioxia and the others, involuntarily surged up like a tide. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's mood calmed down. He mocked himself inwardly. Damn it, even if I can return, who knows when I can return? Who knows how to return? Forget it, don't think so much, cultivate diligently. I'll think about it when I have the chance. After Xiaohua put the 2 crystal skull rings into the space, his gaze fell on the crystal. At this time, the crystal had already returned to its original state, but it was now empty. Xiaohua's drop of essence blood floated on the surface of the crystal. It seems like the crystal didn't absorb the essence blood, but instead used the essence blood to see if Xiaohua was qualified to take out the crystal skull rings. Then to check, he to go to the other to search to find 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 to use. Some of the places is to there to the to find to find to find to find to find to find some place to find to find to find. T to find to find to find. To be to find find to find. To. And. To find could find. Some. To. T to find. To the left to test to find find found. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that although the Soul Cultivator's ruins were vast, the most important thing was the 13 bone pillars. There was nothing useful in other places. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't plan to look any further. Activating his flight technique, Xiaohua flew towards the mountain peak closest to the central bone pillar. Back when he was comprehending the going south, going north, going south, going south, going north, going south, going south, going north, going south, going south, going south, going south, going south, Xiaohua had already figured out that there was a green seal character engraved on the stone wall of the palace. Furthermore, there was an extremely large amount of green light radiating from the palace. When he thought about the numerous whirlpools and tiny teleportation tunnels in the Forbidden Spring Ocean, Xiaohua knew that if he wanted to leave this place, he would have to rely on the green light radiating from the palace. As for which green light he would use to leave this place, Xiaohua wasn't sure. Speaking of luck, Xiaohua believed that with the dragon vein and dragon qi in his body, if he said that his luck was second in the hidden immortal continent, no one would dare to say that they were first. Flying to the top of the mountain, Xiaohua looked around. The soul strand between his eyebrows moved like a big hand to grab one of the green lights. Suddenly, another cluster of green light emerged from the palace and covered Xiaohua's body in a flash. As soon as the soul strand came in contact with the green light, it immediately fluctuated violently. Green seal characters that looked like ants surged out of the green light and tumbled to form a simple transmission channel. Amidst the gray-white spatial folds, Xiaohua's body disappeared from the Soul Cultivator's ruins. It was impossible to say how many years had passed since any human or demon had appeared in the ruins of the Soul Cultivator. Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the depths of the abyss where Xiaohua had been first smashed by the green seal text. Immediately afterward, a shattered ship, as well as countless pieces of flesh and bones, emerged from the depths of the sea and fell straight into the abyss. The entire mountain peak trembled slightly, but after a moment, it went completely silent. When Xiaohua fell into the transmission channel, he immediately felt that something was wrong, because the transmission channel was not complete and was filled with the tearing force of space. Xiaohua activated the Dharma embodiment technique and took out the Grand Chenkuan teleportation token at the same time. Taoist magic treasures were indeed wonderful. As soon as the Grand Chenkuan teleportation token was taken out, the space in the transmission channel immediately stabilized. At least, the tearing force of space a few feet around Xiaohua had weakened. In just half a cup of tea's time, light appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Then a strong pressure appeared around his body. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body flashed extremely brightly. Finally, with a sharp whistle, Xiaohua's figure flew out of the transmission channel like a meteor. Roar! Xiaohua's figure appeared from the teleportation channel. He immediately let out a long laugh and used the wind escape technique to leave the channel. After Xiaohua flew out 1,000 feet, he looked to his left and saw that he was at the periphery of the Forbidden Spring Sea. There were green lightning bolts and whirlpools of different sizes on the sea surface and in space. With a smile on his face, Xiaohua released his soul consciousness to explore. Then, he took out the sea map of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After a while, Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. Good. This Xiao's luck is really unparalleled in the world. Although this is not the place where this Xiao entered the Soul Cultivator ruins, it is still at the edge of the sea map. This Xiao only needs to follow the map and fly out of the Forbidden Spring Sea. However, even though Xiaohua had a sea map, and even though this place was already the periphery of the Forbidden Spring Sea, with Xiaohua's sense of direction, it was still somewhat difficult for him to leave the Forbidden Spring Sea. After waiting for a day and a night, Xiaohua, who was in a rather sorry state, barely managed to squeeze out of the two whirlpools. Looking at the boundless blue water in front of him, and the faint thunderbolts and whirlpools behind him, Xiaohua activated the water escape technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiaohua was afraid that even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't tell others about his experience in the Forbidden Spring Sea. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Half an hour later, Xiaohua saw a small island on the surface of the sea. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and took out Aosher's corpse. After scanning it with his divine sense, he doubtfully waved his hand and peeled off a dragon scale from Aosher's tail. Xiaohua looked around and said with a bitter smile, "Everyone says that the human race is cunning, but look at the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. This dragon shell was actually inserted into Aosher's body. If this Xiao didn't use the soul summoning technique to explore Aosher's soul, how could I find this dragon shell so easily? Maybe I was really deceived by him and thought that the dragon shell was lost in the Scarlet Storm." There was naturally Jiang Hong in Long Bay. However, Jiang Hong was not in human form at this time. Instead, she was a small dragon about 10 feet long. The small dragon was snow white and looked very crystal clear. On the pure white dragon body, there was a purple-red chain binding Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong's eyes were closed, and her dragon body was stiff. She didn't move at all, no different from being dead. Xiaohua didn't dare to act rashly. He searched the dragon shell again, but didn't find anything special. After thinking for a while, he first put Aosher into the space and then pulled Louis out of the space. Louis didn't have time to greet Xiaohua before he saw Jiang Hong. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he hesitantly bowed and asked, "Disciple greets master, is this little Yun?" Xiaohua saw Lu Yi's strange expression and couldn't help but think of the snake spirit and the old scholar in the feather spirit bay. He said with a smile, "Yes, this is little Yun. She is the little princess of the heavenly abode river, Jianghong." Alas, Lu Yi sighed, and his gaze fell on Jianghong's dragon body again. He said, "Although disciple has always been fantasizing about meeting little Yun, I still didn't expect that we would meet in such a way. This is little Yun's original body, right?" "Indeed. Since little Yun is a dragon of the heavenly abode river, this is naturally her original body." Xiaohua nodded, however. "Master can't be sure if this is little Yun for the time being." "Yes." Lu Yi's answer surprised Xiaohua. "Disciple can feel that this should be little Yun." "You can feel it?" Xiaohua asked in surprise. "Yes, I can't explain it." Lu Yi looked up and down at the strange race's body that was much bigger than him. After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua whispered, "What did you see?" "I didn't expect Yun's original body to be so beautiful." Lu Yi stared at the dragon body and praised. "Ah!" Xiaohua blinked his eyes and shook his head vigorously. He didn't expect Lu Yi to say such words. "Isn't it, Master?" Lu Yi raised his head strangely. When disciple saw the dragon body, he was only surprised and shocked. But thinking that this is Yun, disciple felt that she was very beautiful. "I didn't expect the demon race to be so beautiful." Chapter 3984. Xiaohua was completely defeated. He firmly believed that even if Lu Yi was lying on top of this dragon body, Lu Yi would not be scared to death by Jianghong. "It's like this, disciple." Xiaohua recounted everything Aosher had told him, as well as everything he'd done. "In the end," he said, "although I've already rescued Jianghong, she's been imprisoned by the North Sea Dragon Palace. Perhaps the chains binding her are easy to break, but I don't dare to rashly attempt to break through the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic arts. You still have to wait for me to send her back to Yuling Bay and see what to do with the heavenly abode river." Actually, the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace was attacked, and I was lucky to escape. As for the dragons of the heavenly abode river, I really don't know what their fate is. "Then, Master," Lu Yi said with a smile, "do you think I am the key to awakening Xiaoyun? Can this disciple kiss little Yun awake?" "Pa!" Xiaohua reached out and hit Lu Yi's head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you think Xiaoyun ate an apple? I don't think it's Xiaoyun who has a problem, it's you. You've heard too many stories and you've gone mad." Lu Yi touched his head and said, "Master, I was just joking with you. Since the most difficult thing has been done, you don't have to be too anxious to wake Xiaoyun up. Let's wait until there is an opportunity in the future. Now, I understand that little Yun is a member of the dragon tribe and the little princess of the heavenly abode river. I'm afraid that her responsibilities far exceed my expectations. To be able to meet her, I'm already satisfied. Let's talk about the future in the future." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "How can you just meet her? Let's put Xiaoyun in the Kunlun Wonderland. You take good care of her. If possible, you can ask Fuji One. He has some experience in this area." "Oh, what experience does senior brother Fu have?" Lu Yi didn't understand. Naturally, Xiaohua wouldn't directly tell Lu Yi about the knockout powder. He just chuckled and took Lu Yi and Jianghong into the space. At this moment, Jianghong was no different from a naked human woman. As for what to do, that was Lu Yi's problem. As for whether or not these things had anything to do with eating apples, Xiaohua didn't have to worry about it. Then, Xiaohua looked at the long bay in his hand. There were indeed some things from the North Sea Dragon Palace inside, but how could he dare to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace? This time, he had offended the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was already good enough that Ao Jing didn't ask the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon King to kill him. Thinking about this, Xiaohua looked at the sun, thought about the direction, then turned into a gust of wind and flew in the direction he thought was right. However, after flying for an hour, Xiaohua suddenly felt a faint green thunderbolt appear in the distant horizon. Moreover, layers of spatial aura uncontrollably overflowed. Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly raised his head to look at the sky. Previously, the scorching sun was overhead, but now it was covered in dense clouds. How could he still recognize the direction? Motherfucker! Xiaohua cursed angrily. Needless to say, he must have flown until he lost his way, and returned to the vicinity of the forbidden spring ocean. How can this be? Why don't I ask Fujiwen to come out? Just as Xiaohua was thinking, rumble. A loud sound of water came from dozens of miles away, and a water column shot straight into the sky. Then, a muffled dragon roar sounded from the water column, and a blood-red dragon nearly 100 feet long rose up from the water column. After accumulating power, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, then pounced into the water. Huh! Isn't this the bloodline Dharma body of the true dragon bloodline? This Ao Zhantian? Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly released his divine sense, and urged his body to fly toward the water column. Before his divine sense could sweep across the water column, a sharp howl sounded, and a figure flew out from the water. This figure was wearing a suit of armor, but the armor had already been shattered, and the flesh on the body was covered in blood. Blood was still flowing from the lacerations. Looking at the bloodline Dharma body that had just charged into the water, Xiaohua saw two pitch-black tentacles reaching out from the blood dragon's body. Wisps of demonic clouds flowed from the tentacles, causing the blood dragon to become extremely dim. Looking at the human figure that had just appeared, Xiaohua also saw a huge gash on his face, and half of his face was covered in blood. However, Xiaohua could see clearly that this was Ao Zhantian. Roar! The situation was truly dire, and before Xiaohua had a chance to say anything, another enraged roar erupted from the bottom of the ocean. A tentacle that was several dozen feet in size hurtled directly toward Ao Zhantian's chest like a heavenly staff. There were small claws protruding from the tip of the tentacle that were flashing with crimson light. If this tentacle hit Ao Zhantian, it would probably dig out his heart in an instant. Ao Zhantian's figure retreated rapidly, and a 3 feet long nascent soul silently appeared above his head. The nascent soul held a dragon halberd in its hand, and with a wave of the halberd, it sliced off several feet of the tentacle. However, where the tentacle fell, a wave of pitch-black ink covered the sky and fell toward Ao Zhantian's body and nascent soul. Ao Zhantian's blood-red nascent soul seemed to be afraid of the ink, and it hurriedly hid in his body. Behind Ao Zhantian's retreating figure, another pitch-black tentacle silently appeared. This tentacle was hidden in the splashing waves, and it was very well hidden. Brother Ao, be careful. Seeing that Ao Zhantian was fleeing in a hurry, and didn't even notice the tentacle behind him, Xiaohua was shocked. He instantly teleported to Ao Zhantian's side. Dao! Xiaohua? Happiness came too suddenly, and Ao Zhantian almost didn't dare to believe it. While Ao Zhantian was shocked, the tentacle had already activated the wave of water, and it slammed into Ao Zhantian's back. Xiaohua didn't have time to reply to Ao Zhantian. He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning like a flying sword streaked across the sky, quickly striking the tentacle. Zalala! A section of the tentacle that was over 100 feet long was chopped off by the lightning. Ooh! The ink in the tentacle splashed out, and without any suspense, it landed on Ao Zhantian's back. At this moment, Ao Zhantian finally came to his senses. He roared angrily, and light flashed around his body, and he suddenly flew forward. Although it couldn't compare to Xiaohua's teleportation, it was still abnormally fast when he used all his strength. Although Ao Zhantian was fast, the ink wasn't slow either. In fact, Xiaohua even felt that this ink was a method that the sea beast used to attack its enemies. Zalala! A chaotic sound rang out, and a few drops of ink had already landed on Ao Zhantian's back. When Xiaohua heard the sound, he looked at Ao Zhantian's back again. The ink quickly seeped into the exposed skin outside of the battle armor, and a patch of blackness mixed with blood and pus spread out. Ao Zhantian's face contorted from the pain. He waved his hand, and a large patch of flesh fell to the ground, and clean blood seeped out again. When he looked at Ao Zhantian's face again, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Whoa! A sound like a tsunami came from the bottom of the sea, and 1,000 feet long water pillar shot towards Xiaohua. There was also another tentacle in the water pillar. Moreover, as the water pillar shot out, the surface of the sea bubbled, and a sea beast that was over 1,000 feet long rushed out. Fight! How could Xiaohua be afraid of this sea beast? With a wave of his hand, the seal of overturning the sea flew out, and under the stimulation of his transcendence energy, it turned into a seal that was over 1,000 feet long. Layers of illusory images smashed down like huge mountains. The first layer of illusory images sent the water pillar flying, and even the tentacle rapidly retreated. Then, the second and third layers of illusory images landed on the sea beast's body. The sea beast was similar to a squid, and there were dozens of tentacles on its body. Every time the tentacles moved, the sound of waves would be heard. Moreover, there were also sharp barbs on the tentacles, and they looked very sharp. The sea beast had 4 eyes, one on each side of its head. There was also a strange sarcoma on the top of its head, and this sarcoma was faintly shining. Seeing that the seal of overturning the sea was so powerful, the sea beast's tentacles moved in succession. Whoa! Not only did the seawater condense into blocks and rush into the air, but even the water attribute Yuan Qi of heaven and earth rushed into the blocks of water, wanting to resist Xiao Hua's seal of overturning the sea. What was special was that the sea beast had too many tentacles, and at the same time 7 or 8 of them shot out from under Xiao Hua's body like giant pythons. Taoist Master Xiao, be careful. Ao Zhantian stood in the air, and he had already taken a pill. The new wound on his back was starting to heal. He knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation was very high, but he couldn't help but remind him, this thing is called the water rhinoceros. Most of these tentacles are soft, and there is poison hidden inside. There are also a few tentacles that are extremely tough, and these tentacles can't even be damaged by ordinary magic treasures. Most importantly, before Ao Zhantian could finish, the 7 or 8 tentacles had already landed in front of Xiao Hua. The barbs on the tentacles shone with a pitch-black light, and they whistled through the air. Whoosh! Xiao Hua's body didn't move at all. With a wave of his sleeve, the soaring dragon shears turned into a golden light and flew out. It was like a butcher's knife, and all the tentacles were cut in half. Of course, it was just as Ao Zhantian said. When one of the tentacles came into contact with the soaring dragon shears, it actually let out a clang sound. However, this tentacle still wasn't a match for the soaring dragon shears. Woo! At this moment, the seal of overturning the sea once again displayed its might. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 li of the seal of overturning the sea beast rushed over, and with boundless power, it fiercely smashed towards the water rhinoceros. Roar! A loud sound that made Xiao Hua feel a little dizzy came from the water rhinoceros's body. Then, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the sarcoma on the water rhinoceros's head flashed with a water-blue brilliance, and rings of light suddenly formed, and rushed towards the seal of overturning the sea. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the seal of overturning the sea was slightly flipped over from the impact. The coiling dragon's body was slightly distorted, and the water rhinoceros was smashed to the bottom of the sea. Even the water around the water rhinoceros was smashed by the seal of overturning the sea. Seeing that Xiao Hua's magic treasure was actually so powerful, Ao Zhantian was flabbergasted, and he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Chapter 3985. Although the sea beast named Aquarino had yet to transform, its intelligence was not inferior to those demonic beasts that had transformed. Seeing that it had met a tough opponent and was smashed to the bottom of the sea, the sarcoma on its head once again produced a water-blue halo. This time it was different from the previous time. The halo spread out in circles, and with a strange fluctuation, the Aquarino was actually going to use the water escape technique in the sea. Taoist Master Xiao. Ao Zhantian shouted, "Quick! Don't let it escape. This sea beast is the prey that I've chosen this time." Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He rubbed his hands and several rays of light fell into the sea, instantly sealing the area within a few miles. The water rhinoceros frantically waved its tentacles, and the tumor on its head moved again and again. Several light circles appeared one after another, but its several 100-feet-long body couldn't even move half a foot. Ao Zhantian opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He flew over and bowed. "Taoist Master Xiao, it's only been 10 years. Your cultivation has become even more unfathomable. I don't know what to say. It's just some rare fortuitous encounters. It's nothing." Xiao Hua waved his hand modestly. Ao Zhantian replied sourly, "Just some fortuitous encounters? Taoist Master Shao worshipped true monarch Qingyuan and defeated 100,000 immortal soldiers. How can this be explained by some fortuitous encounters? Let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at the water rhinoceros in the sea and said, "It's better to be early than early. I've been feeling guilty for missing my appointment with Taoist Ao. Who would have thought that we would meet here today?" Taoist Master Xiao not only saved me again, but also helped me complete the selection. I have to say, Taoist Master Xiao is my lucky star. Ao Zhantian sighed with emotion before Xiao Hua could finish. Xiao Hua smiled and asked again, "Your selection mission is to kill the water rhinoceros? No wonder you're clearly no match for the water rhinoceros, but still want to tangle with it. There's no need to kill it." Ao Zhantian knew that Xiao Hua was a kind person and said with a smile, "I just need to take the Shiting treasure on its head." "Oh, that's it." Xiao Hua looked at the tumor on its head and shook his head. "This Shiting treasure is the water rhinoceros's life. Taking it is no different from killing it." "That is true." Ao Zhantian replied, "However, after the rhinoceros treasure is plucked, it will be born again after 1,000 years. The water rhinoceros just needs to hide for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Xiao Hua looked at the aquamarine scar on the water rhinoceros's forehead. This Shitingbao was born from the water rhinoceros's body. Chopping off the top would not kill it. However, looking at the water rhinoceros's crazy appearance, he could not help but frown. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a rejuvenation pill from the space. He threw it into the water rhinoceros's mouth and said in a low voice, "Immortal friend, don't blame me. After all, your Shitingbao is useful. After I take it, I will give it to you. Perhaps it will be useful for your cultivation." Taoist. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. In his eyes, Xiao Hua's actions were even more pedantic than the Buddhist disciples. Although the water rhinoceros was born with divine abilities, it is already at the 4th grade of essence force like me. However, it does not have the intelligence of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. How can it understand a Taoist talking to it? Xiao Hua smiled and handed the Shitingbao to Ao Zhantian. Whether it understands or not is its problem. Whether I say it or not is my problem. All right. Ao Zhantian carefully put the Shitingbao away. Oh. At this moment under the water there was a faint flash of lightning. The water rhinoceros actually stretched out its tentacles and let out a low roar. The tentacles' movements looked very gentle. Ao Zhantian was shocked again. He did not understand what kind of pill Xiao Hua gave the water rhinoceros. Go. Xiao Hua naturally did not understand the water rhinoceros's voice. With a wave of his sleeve he removed the seal. The water rhinoceros bobbed up and down on the surface of the water, a few times before obediently sinking to the bottom of the sea. Damn it! Ao Zhantian did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is the first time I have seen such a well-behaved water rhinoceros. If Taoist had come a few hours earlier, the other immortals would not have died at its hands. Oh, you and the others are all participating in the selection? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Then, what about the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Are they nearby? Ao Zhantian nodded. That's right. We are all participating in the selection. The one who can get the Shitingbao wins and the others lose. As for the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace, they have already returned after leading us here. Ao Zhantian then explained the selection. Ao Zhantian waited for a long time, but Xiao Hua did not come. Helpless, he could only follow the dragon boat to the North Sea Dragon Palace. After the humans and dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace had gathered, they would be sent to different selection locations by the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After the selection candidates were selected, these candidates would bring the selection certificate to the designated location on the Dragon Island. As for how many humans and monsters would pass, the North Sea Dragon Palace would not ask too much. After all, they only cared about the candidates of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Speaking of Ao Zhantian, there were 3 scholarly cultivators and 2 monsters with him. The 6 of them did not know what their mission was at first. Only after arriving here did they realize that they had to obtain the Shitingbao. All 6 of them knew how powerful the water rhinoceros was. The water rhinoceros could hide in the sea with the help of the Shitingbao, making it extremely difficult for humans and monsters to detect. The 6 of them searched for a long time and finally found traces of the water rhinoceros. After killing one of the demons, the 5 of them tried their best to trap the water rhinoceros. However, just as they were about to kill it, they encountered another change. The spring cleansing Forbidden Sea suddenly expanded several times and covered them and the water rhinoceros in the Forbidden Sea. The water rhinoceros seemed to frequently enter and exit the Forbidden Spring Ocean. It took advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the last monster and scholarly cultivator before severely injuring Ao Zhangtian. The other 2 scholarly cultivators could not avoid the whirlpool in time and were dragged away by the green light. Ao Zhangtian did not know whether they were torn apart or teleported somewhere else. In the end, after the Forbidden Spring Ocean shrank, Ao Zhangtian tried to escape in order to save his life. However, the water rhinoceros gave chase. Ao Zhangtian took pills as he fled. When he felt that he had recovered a little, he began to attack again. However, he was still no match for the water rhinoceros. If Xiaohua had not appeared, he would have been torn apart by the water rhinoceros. After hearing Ao Zhangtian's words, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The fighting in this world never stops. It's not just you and the water rhinoceros. It seems there are also secret fights between you. AI indeed. Ao Zhangtian smiled bitterly. There is only one Shi Tingbao, 3 scholarly cultivators, and 2 monsters in their own alliance. If I had not gotten close to the 2 monsters and needed my help to kill the water rhinoceros, I would have been killed by them long ago. This selection is much more difficult than before. Now that fellow Taoist has obtained the pass to enter Dragon Island, I have fulfilled my promise. Xiaohua smiled. I just don't know. Can I still go to Dragon Island with fellow Taoist? Xiaohua had originally planned to go to Dragon Island with Ao Zhangtian. Now that they had coincidentally bumped into each other, he naturally had to ask. Especially when he heard that the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace were not nearby. His enmity with the North Sea Dragon Palace would not be discovered by the dragon tribe. Of course you can. Ao Zhangtian raised his brows. When I was reporting to Long Su, I had already reported your name to him. Io? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. Fellow Taoist, you didn't report my name, did you? He of course not. Ao Zhangtian did not know that Xiaohua had already offended the North Sea Dragon Palace. He thought that Xiaohua was worried about the Immortal Palace. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, you are my follower. Of course, you are only a cultivator of the Tao sect. However, there is no need for you to worry. Once you reach Dragon Island, even the Immortal Palace will not be able to do anything to you. Xiaohua smiled and did not explain. He said, Then can we go to Dragon Island now? Of course not. Ao Zhangtian replied, I've obtained the right to enter Dragon Island, but I haven't decided where I'll be going to train on Dragon Island. Furthermore, we can only wait for the dragon tribe to arrive at the designated location on Dragon Island. How can we go directly to Dragon Island? All right. Xiaohua nodded. Then let's go. All right. Ao Zhangtian was in an extremely good mood. This was the first time he had obtained the right to enter Dragon Island. It was not that he did not have the opportunity to enter before. However, there were very few cultivators of the Tao sect with the dragon tribe bloodline. He was always pushed aside by other Confucian cultivators or monsters. Today he could finally hold his head high. Then Ao Zhangtian raised his hand and took out a flying boat. He said respectfully, Taoist Master Xiao, please, I am your follower. This flying boat should be controlled by me, right? Xiaohua stepped onto the flying boat and asked with a smile. Ao Zhangtian waved his hand and said, Everyone knows that I am a follower. There is no need to hide it. Just give them some face in front of the Dragon Island's dragon clan. As you wish. Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He seemed to be meditating. Ao Zhangtian wanted to ask something, but when he saw this he did not say anything. Xiaohua's consciousness entered the space. What greeted him was a mountain of white bones that was as large as a mountain. It was green-robed Xiaohua. He had taken out the Kunlun mirror and piled up all the treasures in it in a desolate place. Fellow Taoist green-robed. Seeing this jade archive, Xiaohua said helplessly, You can just take these treasures from the bottom of the sea. Why did you take so many bones? Chapter 3986. Hee hee. Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand, and some damaged or rusted unknown magic weapons appeared in his hand. Even more bones were thrown to the side. When he looked at the collected treasures with a smile, he said, "Who knows if these bones are useful or not? Didn't you see that under the immortal beheading stage, the bones you casually picked up have already become a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms? Even you didn't dare to put the last triangular blood bone on it. Perhaps this poor Taoist can also piece together a monster from these bones." "How is that possible?" Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a wry smile. "These bones were obviously lost in the Soul Cultivator ruins. How high can their cultivation be?" Green-robed Xiaohua's neck stiffened, and he retorted, "Even if these bones are useless, fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator has already obtained the Soul Cultivator inheritance. In the future, these bones will be useful in his hands. Oh, fellow Taoist, don't forget, don't you want to repair the Nether Passage mirror? Don't you still need these bones?" "Okay." Xiaohua nodded. "In that case, I still have to thank you." "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Green-robed Xiaohua's tail curled up. "There are really many things in the Soul Cultivator ruins. In order to avoid the situation where you lost the Kunlun mirror fragment last time, I decided to search slowly." Jade Archive Xiaohua said with displeasure, "Fellow Taoist seems to have mentioned the Kunlun mirror fragment more than once, right? I mentioned it in the past, I mentioned it now, and I will mention it again in the future. It is necessary to guard against mistakes, and not let you make the mistake of being empirically careless." Green-robed Xiaohua's words were one after another. "What about the thunderbolt technique? You don't seem to have finished comprehending it yet, right?" Jade Archive Xiaohua asked again. "Fellow Taoist, don't pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons, making a fool of yourself. Does fellow Taoist think that the thunderbolt technique can be comprehended in 100 or 1,000 years?" Green-robed Xiaohua asked with a smile. "If you don't take a few steps, you won't be able to reach 1,000 miles. Even if it takes 10,000 years to comprehend, it still has to be done little by little." Jade Archive Xiaohua knew what the green-robed Xiaohua was thinking and immediately replied. Green-robed Xiaohua made another move and took out a diamond-shaped box from the pile of bones. He looked around and said, "I know that you are jealous of Ai's wisdom and far-sightedness. Both times I have done things extremely well and picked up a big bargain for you and me. Forget it. Forget it." Looking at the narcissistic green-robed Xiaohua, the Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Do as you wish. Sort these things according to your wishes. If your disciples can use them, then use them. Leave the rest for the Fortune Gate's disciples on the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range." "I know." Seeing that Xiaohua no longer cared about the Jade Archive, the green-robed Xiaohua smiled. "I have decided. Ai's sect will also be called the Fortune Gate. Picking up the wisdom of others, can't you make your own Leitang sect?" Jade Archive Xiaohua curled his lips and replied. Green-robed Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator, and I thought of many names, but none of them fit Ai's meaning." "Huh?" Jade Archive Xiaohua laughed. He knew that the 2 primordial spirits were arguing back and forth in the space. Each of them came up with hundreds of names, but none of them could convince the other. In the end, they could only use the Fortune Gate as the name. Is the sect formed now? Although Jade Archive Xiaohua knew about the changes in the Fortune Gate as soon as he entered the space, he still asked in a low voice. Green-robed Xiaohua seemed to like Jade Archive Xiaohua's respect, and replied, "Good to let fellow Taoists know. The Fortune Gate is already in its embryonic form. However, these children are still young, so let them cultivate first. When their aptitudes are determined, some disciples will be assigned to manage the sect's internal affairs. Right now I can't see anything." And indeed, Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the space and said, "Normally, this space is different from the outside, so the time inside should also be different from the outside. However, because Ai's physical body is outside, the time inside the space is the same as the hidden immortal continent outside. If you and I are strong enough, we can control the time inside this space and speed up the disciples' cultivation." "That's time, fellow Taoist." Green-robed Xiaohua curled his lips and said, "Unless you have a great divine ability, you can't control it. Right now, you and I can't even comprehend the power of space, so how can we dare to covet time? If you have this free time, Why don't you use it to comprehend the Crimson Infant technique and quickly match your meridians with your nascent soul realm? Otherwise, if you and I cultivate to the crossing tribulation stage in the future, it will be even more troublesome. I know this. I already have some ideas. It won't be long before I can truly advance to the spirit-severing stage after taking the dark-breaking pill. Jade Archive Xiaohua replied. Then he looked at Xiaogua, who was excitedly refining pills, and asked, how did Xiaogua's alchemy technique advance so quickly? Damn it, don't mention this little guy. Green-robed Xiaohua gnashed his teeth in hatred. You taught him some alchemy techniques. Every day, after taking care of the spiritual herbs, he would refine pills. You also know that he's not much slower than me in taking care of the spiritual herbs, so he has a lot of time to refine pills. This alchemy is like his beloved game. He plays it every day, all the time, all the time, all the time. Later, when you stopped coming, he felt bored and came to bother I every day. I was annoyed to death by him, so I simply taught him all my alchemy techniques. So that's how it is. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, this Xiaogua is also very talented. It seems that my fortune gate won't lack pills in the future. Yes, you're right. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. Currently, my fortune gate's pills are all produced by Xiaogua. What about that dyer? Jade Archive Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Green-robed Xiaohua's face showed a rare serious expression as he replied, this duckling is different from other spiritual insects. She should have an inheritance. After going through the separation of yin and yang in the space, her entire body has changed. She seems to be completely different from when she first entered the space. The aura on her body is increasingly similar to that of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, and there are even signs of it surpassing her. It seems that her presence here is also a troublesome matter. Ah. What? Is fellow Taoist going to ruthlessly destroy a flower? Green-robed Xiaohua asked with a smile. What about that 7-colored conch? That thing didn't change much. After all, it didn't go through the separation of yin and yang. Green-robed Xiaohua stopped smiling and replied, however, the aura inside it seems to be extremely powerful. If fellow Taoist wants to deal with it, it's better to deal with it as soon as possible, like the duckling. I want to deal with it as soon as possible. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled bitterly. But how do I deal with it? Throw it in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm? That's true. Green-robed Xiaohua's heart was filled with sorrow. When this 7-colored conch entered the space, the deity statue flew out from the Empress's restriction. Presumably, this thing is related to the Empress. Moreover, this deity statue is also very mysterious. It's different from the 12 great deities. If you don't find out the truth, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied, right? Of course I won't be satisfied. Jade Archive Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Shang Huaming's sect is very strange. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of strange things. Especially in the cultivation method, there are faint traces of the demon race. This deity statue should also be hiding a big secret. I'm afraid all of this will have to start from this 7-colored conch. Let's increase our cultivation first. Green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Right now what we lack is time. After returning from Dragon Island, it's best to go into seclusion. Moreover, it's a long period of seclusion. I also want to go into seclusion. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed. That inexplicable warning sign is still nowhere to be seen. If we can encounter it on Dragon Island, that's naturally good. In the future, I will definitely go into seclusion with peace of mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. Talking about it makes me cry. Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand again. A pearl fell into his hand. As he carefully rubbed it, the pearl gave off a cloud-like brilliance. Which of the other cultivators aren't in seclusion? When have I seen fellow cultivator in seclusion? And fellow cultivators have worked hard. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled. After I finish the matters on Dragon Island and remodel Little White's body, I will go into seclusion. I hope so. Green-robed Xiaohua carefully hid the pearl and faintly said, fellow cultivator always says you will go into seclusion, but when has your wish ever come true? Green-robed Xiaohua finished speaking. With a wave of his hand, another pile of bones was thrown to the side. He no longer paid any attention to Jade Archive Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua faintly smiled. His figure entered the dark side of space. He looked at the death aura of the underworld fruit tree, then looked at the underworld lotus and the others before entering the soul formation sky. The soul formation sky didn't change much from before. Little White had shrunk extremely small under the light of the 12 divine shadows, and Soul Cultivator Xiaohua had condensed a little under the green light. It seemed like Soul Cultivator Xiaohua wouldn't be able to fully recover without a long period of accumulation. Xiaohua's consciousness left the space. When he opened his eyes, he saw faint clouds hovering on both sides of the flying boat. The flying boat seemed to be cutting through the clouds. Fellow cultivator Ao. Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhantian, who was focused on driving the flying boat. He took out a pill and handed it over. This is a pill refined by me. Your injuries aren't light, so it's better for you to take it as soon as possible. Many thanks, spiritual master. Ao Zhantian didn't care about this pill. He originally wanted to put it away, but after hesitating for a moment, he still took the pill. Just as the pill entered his mouth, Ao Zhantian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. He didn't even care about the flying boat. Xiaohua stood up and released his divine sense. He slowed down the speed of the flying boat and leisurely shuttled through the clouds as if he was sightseeing. After a full hour, Ao Zhantian finally opened his eyes. He looked at Xiaohua with great admiration and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, I really didn't expect you to be able to refine such a good pill. The quality of the pill just now is the first I've seen in my life. And here are a few more." Xiaohua took out the pill. Couldn't he understand the meaning behind Ao Zhantian's words? With a wave of his hand, he took out a few more jade bottles and handed them to Ao Zhantian. He said, "This trip to the Dragon Island is very dangerous. If you have a few more pills, you'll be able to guarantee your safety." Many thanks, spiritual master. Ao Zhantian happily accepted the bottles and put them away. Chapter 3987. Fellow Taoist, please take control of the flying boat. At the side, Xiao Huarang said with a smile, taking advantage of this period of time. Fellow Taoist, can you tell me the specifics of your experience on Dragon Island? Sure. Ao Zhantian took over the flying boat and explained, after passing the selection, you'll be qualified to enter Dragon Island. However, there are many training grounds on Dragon Island, and the dangers are all different. Therefore, there's a test before entering Dragon Island. This test is very simple. It's to see how strong the descendants of the dragon bloodline are, and how pure their bloodline is. According to the results of the test, they'll be assigned to different training grounds. Of course, the more dangerous the training grounds are, the more benefits you'll get. However, I don't have any special plans. As long as I can enter Dragon Island, I'll get whatever benefits I want. As long as I leave Dragon Island, the Immortal Palace will be wary of Dragon Island's influence and won't force me too much. Since Taoist Priest also left Dragon Island with me, the Immortal Palace will also consider this relationship. At this point, Ao Zhantian was suddenly shocked. He looked at Xiaohua and smiled bitterly. Actually, Taoist Priest's current strength has already exceeded the limits of the Immortal Palace's tolerance. Furthermore, Taoist Priest defeated perfected cultivator Qingyuan earlier. I'm afraid that in the future, even Dragon Island can't go against the Immortal Palace. Unless Taoist Priest has an extremely pure dragon bloodline. That's impossible. Xiaohua pinches his chin and says with a smile, previously, I wanted to lend you a hand, but now I want to take a trip to Dragon Island. As for the Immortal Palace, I naturally have other ways. That's good. Ao Zhantian smiled. Taoist Priest's cultivation is too high. What I promised you earlier. At this point, Ao Zhantian was shocked again. He looked at Xiaohua in surprise and said in a low voice, Taoist Priest Xiao, could it be that you want to go to Dragon Island, to avoid the Immortal Palace? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Ao Zhantian with a faint smile and asked, what? If I do that, won't I implicate you? Not necessarily. Ao Zhantian bit down on his lower lip as he replied bitterly, there are humans and demons who die on Dragon Island every time we train. As my bodyguard, it's normal for you to die on Dragon Island. If Taoist Master has the means to avoid the Dragon Island's dragon clan, that would naturally be good. However, I'm afraid that you'll overreach yourself and be killed by the dragon clan. Well, since fellow Taoist Ao mentioned this, then I won't hide it from fellow Taoist. I do have some matters to attend to on Dragon Island. But don't worry, fellow Taoist Ao. This matter absolutely won't cause any trouble for you. How could Ao Zhantian be at ease when he saw Xiaohua's confident expression? But now he couldn't turn back. After all, he was the one who invited Xiaohua. Moreover, Xiaohua had helped him obtain the qualifications for the selection. Xiaohua's strength far surpassed his. He simply didn't have the ability to stop Xiaohua. Seeing that Ao Zhantian was a little unwilling, Xiaohua wanted to tell him about his disguise technique and the dragon tribe's invisibility technique. However, these were all Xiaohua's own secrets, and he couldn't possibly tell Ao Zhantian. Sai, isn't this similar to when this Xiao was forced to go to Inkcloud Black Forest? Xiaohua sighed. This Xiao clearly knew that it would be disadvantageous for him, but he still had to go. Things have changed with the passage of time. It's just that the foundation establishment stage has been replaced by the nascent soul stage Ao Zhantian, and the golden core stage Xiejiqian has been replaced by the current Xiaohua. As the saying goes, I'm a fish on a chopping board. With these grudges, Ao Zhantian seemed to have something on his mind. He lowered his head and steered the flying boat without saying anything. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more about Dragon Island, but seeing this he could only give up. After flying for another dozen or so days, aside from a few sea beasts that were far more powerful than Ao Zhantian, there were also many violent storms. The storms in the depths of the North Sea were even more ferocious than the Crimson Explosion. However, the storms didn't have the corrosive power of the Crimson Explosion. With Xiaohua's assistance, Ao Zhantian's flying boat didn't encounter any particular danger. Even so, Ao Zhantian's flying boat was slightly damaged when an irregular reef appeared in the boundless sea. After flying above the reef, Ao Zhantian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiaohua with a complicated expression and said, "This is truly beyond my expectations. Aside from the powerful sea beasts in the depths of the North Sea, the storms are also so ferocious. If it weren't for the Taoist master, I wouldn't have been able to survive the onslaught of the sea beasts. Even this storm would have been able to reduce me to ashes." Fellow Taoist Ao. Xiaohua waved his hand with a smile. Although these sea beasts and storms are powerful, they aren't enough to take your life. The dangers of the North Sea shouldn't lie here, but rather in its boundlessness. This boundlessness far surpasses that of the hidden immortal continent, and the powerful beings in this sea also far surpass that of the hidden immortal continent. When we entered this foreign world, danger came one after another, and there was no end to it. Ai, that's right. Ao Zhantian sighed. In my early years I was successful in my cultivation and felt that I could go anywhere. However, after leaving the Yong prefecture, I discovered that the hidden immortal continent actually had the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures were filled with powerful beings and I really wasn't much. When I traveled the 9 prefectures, I heard about the strange stories of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm and the pure land of ultimate bliss. I also discovered that the 3 continents were even bigger. I was really just a drop in the ocean. When I participated in the first selection of the Dragon Island, I discovered that the 4 seas were incomparably vast compared to the 3 continents. Just like when I entered the nascent soul realm from the golden core realm, there were even more unknowns before my eyes. After saying this, Ao Zhantian raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. After a long time, he said, however, after the selection, I came here again. After a short 10 days of experience, I realized that the road ahead would be even more difficult. If I want to see the beautiful scenery in the distance, I can only use this trip to the Dragon Island to raise my strength to a new height. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Ao, I'm afraid that this kind of spirit is the fearless spirit of our Taoist cultivators. Only a cultivator with this kind of spirit can stand out among the numerous Confucian cultivators. I'm sure that in the future, fellow Taoist Ao will be able to stand out among the hidden immortal cultivators." I'm ashamed. Ao Zhantian's face was burning as he said, "Only an enlightened master has the ability to stand out among the hidden immortal cultivators. If I rely on the power of the Dragon Island to escape from the control of the Confucian cultivators, it's already not bad." As long as you have the belief, it will come true sooner or later. Xiao Hua said with a faint smile. All right, I'll take your blessings. I hope that one day, I'll be able to surpass you. Ao Zhantian's mood was slightly relaxed as he said with a smile, Enlightened Master, please sit tight. Oh, do we still need to fly? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He thought that this reef was the place where he had agreed to meet with the dragon tribe. Ha ha ha. Ao Zhantian laughed and said, this is only a transit point. We're still far from where the Dragon Island emissary wants us to go. All right. Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and said, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Ao's arrangements as a guard. Ao Zhantian rubbed his hands together and struck the flying boat with several spell seals. The entire boat flashed with a blue light. This light was different from before. It was thicker and smoother. Then, as Ao Zhantian made a series of hand seals, the flying boat soared into the sea and headed in another direction. The flying boat flew for another 10 days or so. During this time, the entire seabed was extremely peaceful. The storms and sea beasts that they had encountered before had all disappeared. The entire seabed was filled with leisurely swimming fish. The beautiful and exotic scenery made the two Taoist cultivators gasp in amazement, and the displeasure in Ao Zhantian's heart gradually faded. On this day, just when the flying boat passed by an undercurrent in the sea and was about to adjust its direction, a valiant primordial thought swept over from afar with the help of the seawater. A cold voice asked using the dragon language, Are you the human practitioners who passed the selection and came to the Dragon Island to gain experience? Ao Zhantian was shocked and didn't dare to control the flying boat. He stood on the boat and bowed respectfully. I am Ao Zhantian from the North Sea Dragon Palace selection area. I have already obtained the Shiting-bao, please inspect it. As he spoke, Ao Zhantian took out the Shiting-bao and held it in his hand. Xiao Hua stood to the side and bowed slightly. He didn't say anything as he listened to Ao Zhantian's somewhat clumsy and error-filled draconic language. The Dragon Island envoy didn't understand Ao Zhantian's draconic language, but he looked at the Shiting-bao in his hand and replied, You're finally here. You're the last one. You actually made me wait for half a month. As he spoke, the flying boat flew into the distance without needing to be controlled. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a dragon tool that looked like a water droplet appeared in front of Xiao Hua and Ao Zhantian. This dragon tool was tens of thousands of feet long and was azure in color, similar to the color of the sea. An armored dragon stood on top of the dragon tool. Before Xiao Hua and Ao Zhantian could get close to the dragon tool, a powerful draconic aura came from the dragon tool and the dragon tool, forcing the two of them to use their auras to resist. Ao Zhantian knew that the Dragon Island envoy was getting impatient from waiting. He smiled apologetically and said, I'll let you know, Lord Envoy. I encountered Qi Bao when I was killing the water rhino and was trapped in the Forbidden Spring Sea. That's why I came here. Please forgive me, Lord Envoy. Oh, you encountered Qi Bao from a few days ago? How unlucky. The Dragon Island envoy's cold dragon face became slightly livelier after hearing this. He raised his hand and put away the Shiting-bao that Ao Zhantian handed over. He then looked at Xiao Hua and said, Is this the guard you mentioned in the dragon stratagem? This? Ao Zhantian hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's right. According to the rules of the Dragon Island, I can bring guards to participate in the training. He is the guard I reported to at the Dragon Island, and your guard strength is not bad. The Dragon Island envoy didn't even ask for Xiao Hua's name. He waved his hand and said, Hurry up and enter the Dragon Island. In a few days, most of the sea will sweep through this region. If we're late, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Chapter 3988. Yes, my lord. Ao Zhantian replied respectfully. He put away the flying boat and nodded at Xiao Hua before following the dragon envoy into the travel dragon. Xiao Hua was very careful. He didn't release any of his divine sense or elemental will. He only used the water escape technique to follow behind Ao Zhantian. After entering the travel dragon, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. The interior of the travel dragon was dozens of times larger than it looked from the outside. Apart from some ponds, flowers, rocks, and hills, there were even some pavilions hidden among the hills. It didn't look like a flying boat at all. In fact, not to mention Xiaohua, even Ao Zhantian was slightly stunned. The dragon envoy landed in midair and asked indifferently, Ao Zhantian, do you want to live in the pavilion or among the hills? Ao Zhantian came to his senses and smiled. I am a human. I will live in the pavilion. And this is the jade token for the pavilion. It was refined with a human Dao spell. Take a look for yourself. The dragon envoy waved his hand, and a verdant jade badge landed in front of Ao Zhantian. There are no other rules in the traveling dragon aside from the prohibition of all fights. If anyone dares to start a fight, I will kill them all. Yes. Ao Zhantian's heart trembled as he received the jade token. The dragon envoy disappeared in a flash. Ao Zhantian released his divine sense and looked at the jade token. He smiled. Daoist Xiao, please follow me. Daoist Ao, please. Xiaohua smiled. I am your guard now. You don't have to be so polite. And this Ao understands. Ao Zhantian nodded. His figure flew forward, and Xiaohua followed behind. After flying for a short while, he felt an elemental will sweep over from the pond below him. It just so happened that a large monster that looked like a lizard was lying lazily in the mud beside the pond. Its fist-sized eyes flashed with a ferocious expression. Less than 100 feet away from the pond, a golden python was coiled around an ancient tree. On the python's forehead, there was a single horn that was very eye-catching. This demonic beast's vital intent was extremely powerful, and Ao Zhantian knew that he wasn't a match for it. Thus, he didn't even release his divine sense as he continued to fly past the lake and the ancient trees. By the time Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian arrived at a pavilion near a hill, the two of them had already encountered dozens of powerful demonic beasts. There was even a giant bat hanging upside down from a tree branch. Xiaohua couldn't help but think back to everything he had seen in the Spring Lightning Palace. He wanted to ask a few questions, but when he thought about Ao Zhantian, who also had a dragon bloodline, who knew how his bloodline had been passed down, he didn't dare to say anything more. Ao Zhantian activated his jade badge and unlocked the restrictions on the pavilion. The two of them went in to take a look. The layout of the pavilion was similar to that of an ordinary human's residence. However, there were very few furnishings inside, and it was somewhat similar to a quiet room. Xiaohua took a look and said, Fellow Daoist Ao, since the Dragon Island's emissary has arranged a pavilion for us, I'm afraid it will take some time to get to the Dragon Island. What plans do you have during this period of time? Ao Zhantian already had a plan in mind. He smiled and said, since it's an experiential training, there will be risks. Before the experiential training, increasing our strength is the most important thing. However, I'm sure there are more than just the two of us in the Travel Dragon Island. If we can make friends with a few of them, not only can we help each other during the experiential training, we can also look after each other when we return to the hidden immortal continent. I'm thinking. At this point, Ao Zhantian suddenly remembered that he had promised to serve Xiaohua for 1,000 years. He didn't know if Xiaohua would be unhappy if he made friends with Confucian cultivators in the Travel Dragon Island. Xiaohua didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, Fellow Daoist Ao is right. During the experiential training, I might not be by your side. It would be best if there were a few human cultivators in the Travel Dragon Island. You can do as you wish. I'm going to cultivate by myself. Ao Zhantian was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, if that's the case, then you can go to the quiet room to cultivate. I'll cultivate outside and make friends with other cultivators. All right. Xiaohua nodded and walked into the quiet room. As he walked, he said, if you have any problems with your cultivation, you can come and find me. I understand. Ao Zhantian smiled and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and found a random place. He also sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Boom! Not long after, the entire quiet room trembled slightly. Then a loud sound of water came from outside the quiet room. Xiaohua understood that the Travel Dragon Island was finally activated. His trip to the Dragon Island had finally come to fruition. Sigh, it's so difficult. Xiaohua thought about how many things had happened since he found out that there was a possibility of Little White's body forming on the Dragon Island. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He wanted to tell Little White, But he was afraid that there would be more problems. After all, the dragon cleansing pond on the Dragon Island wasn't an ordinary pond. Anyone could go there. Who knew where the dragon cleansing pond was? Who knew what kind of dangers lay within? Forget it. It won't be too late to tell Little White after we reach the dragon cleansing pond. Xiaohua calculated and began his rare meditation. This meditation lasted for more than half a year. At first, Xiaohua only cultivated the Taoist techniques. However, the more he cultivated, the more profound he felt it was. The nascent soul in his lower dantian felt like it was flying. Xiaohua knew that it was time for him to enter the spirit-severing stage. He didn't dare to advance in the Travel Dragon Island. Therefore, he temporarily put aside the Taoist techniques and began to cultivate the Scarlet Nascent Soul. What puzzled Xiaohua was that under the Scarlet Nascent Soul, his nascent soul began to feel heavy. The profound feeling of flying gradually disappeared. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. If this is the case, then this Xiao will cultivate both the Taoist techniques and the Scarlet Nascent Soul. If the Scarlet Nascent Soul is stronger than the Taoist techniques, then this Xiao will never be able to step into the spirit-severing stage. Of course, after pondering for a moment, Xiaohua laughed inwardly. How is that possible? When water is full, it will overflow. When the realm reaches a certain level, no matter how strong the Scarlet Nascent Soul is, the realm will not advance. At that time, if I forcefully increase the Scarlet Nascent Soul, it will create an imbalance between the meridians and nascent soul. This will create pressure on the physical body. The physical body may not be able to withstand the strength of the nascent soul, and in the end, the nascent soul will scatter. Therefore, when the realm reaches a certain level, it is still necessary to advance. However, this is a new technique that is stuck in the lower realm. If I want to hide it from the immortal palace in the future, I might as well give it a try. With this thought in mind, Xiaohua didn't dare to forcefully cultivate the Scarlet Nascent Soul after reaching a certain level. He looked outside the meditation room. Ao Zhantian would occasionally cultivate and occasionally go out. Occasionally, there would be Confucian and Taoist cultivators coming to visit him. Xiaohua began to cultivate the lightning technique. After half a year, Xiaohua's lightning technique had reached a new height. On this day, two tall Confucian cultivators came to visit Ao Zhantian in the pavilion. Suddenly a loud woo sound came from outside the pavilion. Then, a voice that was as loud as a bell rang out within the travel dragon. How dare you? This voice was filled with anger. Following this voice, all of the restrictions within the travel dragon disappeared in a flash. Xiaohua's meditation room was no exception. Oh, fellow immortal Ao, you have other immortal friends in this pavilion? A Confucian cultivator wearing a bright yellow Confucian robe and an ancient Confucian headscarf frowned. He was originally shocked by the loud sound and wanted to stand up. However, when he saw Xiaohua's figure appear in the meditation room, he couldn't help but ask in a loud voice. Ao Zhantian smiled. Brother Chiron, this is a guard I brought with me. He's the same as your servant. However, he likes to cultivate. He went into seclusion as soon as he reached the dragon form, so I didn't introduce him. Then Ao Zhantian said to Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiao, this is immortal friend Ao Chiron of the Qing province and his clan, immortal friend Ao Marineo. Come and greet them. This one is Xiaohua. Greetings, fellow immortals. Xiaohua fluttered over and cupped his hands in greeting. When the two immortal friends heard Xiaohua's name, they didn't have any strange expressions. It was as if they had never heard of Xiaohua's deeds. They glanced at Xiaohua and nodded slightly. Fellow immortal friend Zhao's cultivation is not bad. We also like you. Like fellow immortal Zhantian, you were able to benefit from the dragon god's blessing on the Dragon Island and improve your cultivation. Hehe. Thank you for your auspicious words, fellow immortals. Xiaohua saw that the two of them didn't return the greeting and were even indifferent to his reputation. He already knew that the two of them were arrogant and didn't even put the immortal palace in their eyes. He smiled and asked Ao Zhantian, fellow Taoist Ao, what happened? Could it be that we've reached the Dragon Island? Who said we've reached the Dragon Island? Ao Chiron smirked and replied indifferently, how can we reach the Dragon Island in such a short period of time? If it was someone else, they might have retorted. However, Xiaohua only glanced at Ao Chiron and ignored him. Instead, he said to Ao Zhantian again. Fellow Taoist Ao, from that voice, it should be the dragon envoy. There's a hint of anger in his voice. What's more, all the restrictions on the Dragon Island have been removed. If it wasn't for something strange happening, then the dragon envoy must have encountered. Before Xiaohua could finish, the dragon envoy called out in a calm voice, "You all can come out. Are you telling us to come out?" Ao Moran was a little surprised and looked at Ao Chiron. Ao Chiron was also puzzled. However, just as the two of them were hesitating, Xiaohua stepped out of the pavilion first. Ao Zhantian didn't want to offend the two of them. He raised his hand and said, "Fellow immortals, please." Xiaohua walked out of the pavilion and saw that the space outside the pavilion was filled with multicolored clouds, and a huge dragon with dazzling brilliance was coiled within the clouds, and a fierce murderous aura was like a flying sword swimming in the entire space. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stopped and looked around with narrowed eyes. He saw that in the surrounding pavilions, in the distant stone beach, ponds and ancient trees, thousands of humans and demons had all revealed themselves. They were all like Xiaohua and looked around with confusion. No one dared to release their yuan intent. Chapter 3989. Good, good, good. The giant dragon roared good 3 times in midair, causing the entire dragon travel to tremble. The dozen or so pythons trembled under the dragon's might, almost pissing their pants. The 3 human cultivators standing beside Xiaohua were also pale. It was as if the dragon's might was more powerful than anything else. Listen up, all of you. I was ordered to bring you to the Dragon Island, so I don't want to cause trouble. The grudges between you all have nothing to do with me. The giant dragon shook its head, and a voice that could deafen an ordinary person sounded. The voice was filled with anger. If you want to live or die, you can do whatever you want on the Dragon Island. Now, no one is allowed to make a move within the dragon travel. I'll pretend I didn't know what happened just now. If anyone dares to act rashly, humph, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, the giant dragon sneezed. The sound was as loud as thunder. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua felt his knees tremble slightly. Ao Zhantian and the other two almost fell to the ground as their knees buckled. After the giant dragon finished speaking, the entire dragon travel stirred up a hurricane, and the clouds surged like waves. In an instant, the giant dragon's body was swept away and disappeared. The giant dragon left, leaving behind the bewildered humans and monsters. After a while, the dragon travel trembled slightly, as if it was beginning to move. Then waves of light flashed, and demonic chi filled the air again. The restrictions of the dragon travel were triggered again. The beasts and humans looked at each other and seemed to understand something. They all returned to their secluded places. Xiaohua and the other 3 returned to the pavilion and sat down. Ao Zhantian said in a low voice, "Which Taoist is so bold? He actually dares to make a move within the dragon travel?" Ao Moran replied without hesitation, "Is there a need to ask? It must be a demon. To be able to make a move without being noticed by the dragon envoy, this kind of ability, I'm afraid there's no such thing in the human race." Hearing this, Ao Zhantian looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. He was clearly suspicious of Xiaohua. However, when he thought about how Xiaohua was in the secluded room when the dragon envoy was angry, Ao Zhantian didn't think too much. He thought for a moment and asked curiously, since it's a demon with such strength, he must be outstanding in this trial. Why would he risk offending the Dragon Island by making a move here? Could it be that he feels that the gains from the experience on Dragon Island are not as great as the benefits of fighting? Ochiron smiled, shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is not something that we can know. We're just human cultivators. It's already our great fortune to be able to enter the Dragon Island to train. Moreover, the place where we train is definitely not the same as those demon cultivators. Why do we have to think for them?" That's right, that's right. Ao Moran also glanced at the silent Xiaohua and said, "We won't offend the dragon envoy, so why should we care about them? Let's continue to discuss how to obtain more benefits in the training grounds. I heard that Su Province's Aogu has already joined forces with more than a dozen great masters who have refined their spirit to the void. Obviously, he has some ulterior motives." Ao Chiron lowered his voice and said with great dissatisfaction, "We still need to be more careful. When Ao Zhantian heard this, his face darkened. He glanced at Xiao Hua again and said with some regret, "Unfortunately, when we went to visit Senior Ao Gu, he happened to not be in the pavilion." "Humph, old man." Oh, Moran snorted and cursed, "Brother Zhantian, don't be fooled by him. Later on, I found out that he wasn't in the pavilion. It was because..." "Ahem." Ao Chiron coughed lightly and said, "Since Senior Ao Gu doesn't put our Qing province's Ao family in his eyes, why should we cling to him? Didn't Ao Mayun say that Ao Gu only has the dragon race in his eyes and has always been proud of his pure bloodline?" "That?" Xiao Hua listened for a bit, then smiled and said, "Brothers Ao, please discuss this carefully. No matter what you decide, I will help fellow Taoist Zhantian. I was just going to cultivate." Ao Zhantian naturally knew the meaning of Xiao Hua's words and replied, "In that case, you should go meditate." And Ao Chiron and Ao Moran nodded slightly with a trace of doubt in their eyes. When Xiao Hua entered the meditation room and activated the restriction, Ao Moran said with a smile, "Brother Zhantian, your guard is really not simple." "Oh." Ao Zhantian was stunned and asked curiously, "Brother Moran can see it?" "Only a fool can't see it." Ao Chiron said with a smile, "Just now, when Lord Dragon Envoy showed his power, the three of us were so scared that we almost collapsed. But your guard's knees only went soft. He doesn't have dragon bloodline, so he doesn't need to be intimidated by Lord Dragon Envoy's dragon might. But with Lord Dragon Envoy's strength, even a human cultivator of the 5th level of essence power would be shocked." Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly and nodded. "You two brothers are right. Maybe I already have a certain understanding of Taoist Master Zhao's strength, so I turned a blind eye and didn't think too much about it." Ao Zhantian emphasized Taoist Master Xiao, but Ao Chiron and Ao Moran didn't understand. It seemed that they really didn't know the name Xiao Hua. With this help we have a little more confidence." Ao Chiron smiled slightly, and then began to discuss with Ao Moran. Ao Zhantian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Xiao Hua entered the quiet room and didn't pay attention to the movements outside, nor did he need to listen carefully. Naturally, it was some training arrangements. These had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't care. After sitting down cross-legged, Xiao Hua seized the time to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, a loud woo-woo sound rang out. The restriction outside the quiet room once again shook and disappeared in an instant. Although the dragon envoy's voice didn't ring out, Xiao Hua was startled. He hastily sat up from the ground, looked at the empty pavilion, and hastily walked out of the pavilion. However, as soon as he stepped out of the pavilion, boom! A huge dragon's breath mixed with a wave-like fluctuation surged from afar. Wherever it went, everything within the dragon's travel was imprisoned. Xiao Hua was shocked, but he quickly gave up resisting. After all, this fluctuation wasn't just the dragon envoy's divine ability, but also the entire travel of dragon's demonic formation. He was inside the demonic formation, so he probably couldn't resist. Moreover, Xiao Hua was originally an outsider, so why would he need to add fuel to the fire? Who is it? The dragon envoy was no longer in his giant dragon demon form. Instead, he had transformed into a small dragon that was about 10 feet long. He roared in the air as he pushed the energy waves forward. He was holding 2 corpses of demonic beasts in his claws. One of them was a golden-horned python that was about 10 feet long. The dragon horn on its forehead was already broken. The other was a lizard-like demonic beast, but this demonic beast's body was covered in dragon scales, and 2 half-inch-long dragon horns also protruded from its forehead. This demonic beast's body was covered in bloody holes. These bloody holes had already dried up. The dragon envoy flew over Xiao Hua's head and didn't even look at him. With a boom, the dragon tail smashed into the pavilion that was hundreds of feet away from Xiao Hua, causing the entire pavilion to collapse. When he looked at the pavilion again, he didn't even see a shadow. Who knew if there were other human cultivators inside? Oh no, where did Ao Zhantian go? Xiao Hua was startled. In just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, in the distant sky, there is a sudden clap of thunder. A demonic beast that looks like a rhinoceros appears in the midst of the clap of thunder. Xiao Hua understands that this demonic beast is called Chengju. However, this Chengju was different from others. Although its body wasn't covered in dragon scales, The exposed parts were covered in layers of dragon patterns, especially its tail, which was curled up slightly. Speak! Chengju had just stabilized himself in the air when he saw a flash of light not far away. The dragon envoy's figure appeared, and a cold voice sounded. Did you do it? My lord, please calm down. Chengju's figure was slightly distorted in the lightning, and even his voice was trembling. However, his tone was still firm. This humble one definitely didn't do it. Humph, in the entire traveling dragon, only you are the mortal enemy of Dragon Python and D. Dicky. You dare say you didn't do it? The dragon envoy snorted coldly, and the lightning surged around Chengju like a roar. This humble one is the mortal enemy of those two. But now that I'm in Lord's traveling dragon, how can this humble one do it? Chengju felt wronged. Besides, this humble one passed the selection with great difficulty, and still wanted to train on Dragon Island. Even if this humble one wants to kill them, I have to go to Dragon Island first. On Dragon Island I can get rid of them and also obtain treasures. Why wouldn't this humble one do it? Why would I offend Lord and Traveling Dragon? I've already suspected you. Of course, the dragon envoy wouldn't let Chengju go. He sneered. I warned you earlier. But why weren't you in the cave when D. Dicky died? I'll let Lord know. Chengju hurriedly shouted. This humble one has already met Dragon Python and D. Dicky before entering Traveling Dragon. They are my mortal enemies. How can this humble one fight against the two of them? This humble one naturally looked for help in Traveling Dragon. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chengqi. Chengqi. The dragon envoy roared and threw the two corpses in its claws into the air. The other claw under its abdomen reached out, and a demon with a snake's body and fleshy wings was pulled out from what seemed to be a dense forest in the distance. This humble one is here. Changqi's voice was also trembling. The dragon envoy glanced at him and shouted, Is what Chengju said true? Yes, Changqi screamed. Although this humble one didn't know Chengju's whereabouts when Lord stopped Traveling Dragon for the first time, Chengju was discussing with this humble one when Lord stopped Traveling Dragon just now. Changqi stole a glance at the dragon envoy and didn't continue. The dragon envoy was furious. Speak. If you wanted to discuss, why didn't you do it in your own cave? Changqi smiled bitterly. My lord, some things are not easy to talk about in the cave. It won't attract attention outside. Chapter 3990. Cheng-Jin. The dragon envoy exerted force with his claw, and a dozen deep cracks appeared on Cheng-Jin's body as if he was cut by a sharp sword. Do you want to live or die? If you don't want to talk, I'll just kill you right here and now. Yes. At this point, how could Cheng-Jin care about keeping it a secret? As he spoke, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. The dragon envoy's expression changed slightly. He looked at Cheng-Jin and then at Ma Daichi and thought for a moment. If that's the case, then it really wasn't you who killed the dragon python? My lord, it definitely wasn't me. Cheng-Jin smiled bitterly. I really didn't have to offend the dignity of Dragon Island in the Travel of Dragon. Damn it, then who was it? The dragon envoy roared again. With a swing of his claw, he threw Cheng-Jin and Ma Daichi out of the air. Then the dragon envoy grabbed a dozen powerful demons from the Travel of Dragon, who could kill Cheng-Jin and Ma Daichi. However, these demons all swore that they didn't do anything. They also had evidence that they didn't leave the cave, or the place where they were resting. In the end, the dragon envoy had no choice but to laugh coldly. With a swing of his tail, he flew away with the dragon python and Ma Daichi's corpse. After a while, the Travel of Dragon shook slightly and set sail again. Xiaohua felt the restrictions around him recede like the tide. Interesting. Xiaohua rubbed his chin and looked at the panicked humans and demons around him. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, there's a fight in the Travel of Dragon, but a demon actually killed two demons in a row under the dragon envoy's nose. Isn't this an obvious provocation to Dragon Island and the dragon envoy? But the strange thing is, the dragon envoy controls the entire Travel of Dragon. Can't he monitor the entire Travel of Dragon? Could it be that he can only drive the Travel of Dragon but not control it? If that's the case, then what I do won't be noticed by him. When the surroundings quieted down, Xiaohua walked back to the pavilion. He didn't enter the quiet room, but sat outside and waited for Ao Zhantian. Sure enough, Ao Zhantian hurried back not long after. His face was pale or even pale. When Ao Zhantian saw Xiao Hua, he immediately asked, "Spiritual Master Xiao, these two demons?" Xiao Hua knew what Ao Zhantian was going to say, and he waved his hand with a smile. "I've been cultivating in my silent chamber this entire time, and I haven't left at all. How could the deaths of these two demonic beasts have anything to do with me? Besides, let's not talk about whether I have the strength to kill the dragon python and D-Dicky. Even if it's that dragon envoy, do you think I have the cultivation to hide from him?" Ao Zhantian's expression stabilized slightly, and he sat down with a smile. "Why not? If there is a human with such a cultivation base in the entire traveling dragon, in my eyes, Reverend Xiao is the first choice." Ao Zhantian was obviously joking, and Xiao Hua also spoke in a righteous manner. "Cultivator Ao, you can't say things like that. Otherwise, I'll report you to the dragon envoy for slander." "Go ahead, enlighten Master." Ao Zhantian replied. "Master Dragon Envoy is in a terrible fix right now, so he won't care about you. If you go, you might just be offending Master Dragon Envoy, and he'll teach you a lesson." Xiao Hua smiled and took out some spirit fruits from his space and placed them on the jade table. He picked one up and put it in his mouth and asked, "Looking at your flustered appearance, could it be that these two matters are somewhat troublesome?" Ao Zhantian heaved a sigh of relief, and he also put a spirit fruit in his mouth. He chuckled. "Of course they're troublesome, and the entire traveling dragon is in an uproar. They're all discussing who has the guts to do this. To be honest." At this point, Ao Zhantian transmitted his voice. "Ao Chiron and the others suspect that a powerful expert has infiltrated the traveling dragon to cause trouble for Dragon Island. The first person I thought of was you." Xiao Hua was taken aback. "Why me?" "Because you're the only one who isn't here for the trial," Ao Zhantian said mysteriously. "In fact, I don't think you have anything to ask of Dragon Island, so I can't help but suspect you." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "I don't have that kind of strength." Ao Zhantian pursed his lips and chuckled. "But why do I feel like you do?" "This?" Xiao Hua pondered for a bit, then became somewhat silent. If the Dragon Clan's messenger couldn't completely monitor the traveling dragon, with his superb concealment technique, whatever he wanted to do, the Dragon Clan's messenger really wouldn't be able to discover it. However, Xiao Hua shook his head and smiled. "It doesn't matter if I have the strength or not. The important thing is, what kind of person am I?" "So," Ao Zhantian nodded. "Although I think you have the possibility, Taoist Master is merciful and won't hurt people easily. The demon race in the traveling dragon has nothing to do with me, so there's no need for Taoist Master to provoke them." "Then what are you worried about?" Xiao Hua asked with a faint smile. Ao Zhantian smiled and didn't explain. Xiao Hua didn't ask any more questions. Then, Ao Zhantian told Xiao Hua about what happened during this period of time. Only then did Xiao Hua know that there were more than 1,900 humans in demon race that went to Dragon Island to train. Among them, there were more than 700 humans. These 700 people were spread across the 9 prefectures of the hidden immortal continent. Of course, according to other cultivators with the surname Ao, there were at least 4 such traveling Dragon Island, or even more. In other words, there were at least 8,000 descendants of the dragon tribe that went to Dragon Island for the trial. Although there were many human cultivators on the traveling Dragon Island, their strength was still a lot weaker than the demon race. However, the human race cultivators were best at forming alliances. During this period of time, the entire human race cultivators were roughly divided into 9 alliances according to the geography of the 9 regions. Outside of these alliances, there were also some small alliances formed by blood relatives or old friends. Because Ao Zhantian was a Dao sect cultivator, he couldn't integrate into the 9 alliances. He formed a small alliance with Ao Chiron, Ao Moran, and a dozen others. Of course, these dozen or so people couldn't compare to the hundreds of cultivators in the Great Alliance. However, according to Ao Zhantian, Ao Chiron was on good terms with a few cultivators from the Qing Province Great Alliance. Although he couldn't let them join the Great Alliance, if they could train together, they would be taken care of. When he heard the end, Xiao Hua smiled lightly and asked, "Fellow Taoist Ao, your cultivation can be considered to be not bad among our Taoist sect's cultivators. However, compared to Confucian cultivators, it's quite a bit lacking. What benefits can you obtain by following them to gain experience like this? Ao Zhantian's expression was very bitter. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "This Ao wants to train with Taoist master. But Taoist master left this Ao alone. What do you want this Ao to do? Moreover, this Ao has already made it clear to Taoist master that the trial is secondary. The most important thing is to leave my name on Dragon Island. When this Ao breaks through in the future, I don't want to be killed by the Immortal Palace. Of course, if I can get some benefits from following Moran and the others, this Ao would be happy." And that's true. Xiaohua nodded. With fellow Taoist Ao's attitude, perhaps you can get some good benefits. Thank you for your kind words. Ao Zhantian smiled and asked, "This Ao has some small questions in his cultivation that I haven't been able to answer. I wonder if Taoist master can help me?" Xiaohua replied without hesitation, "Of course. This is something that this Xiao has already promised." Then Ao Zhantian asked some of his questions. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told Ao Zhantian everything he knew. Ao Zhantian was enlightened and his whole body trembled. Xiaohua's lecture lasted for more than 10 days. On this day, Xiaohua had just shared some of his experiences from the nascent soul condensation stage to the spirit severing stage, and Ao Zhantian was listening with great interest. All of a sudden, the entire dragon travel trembled. However, unlike before, all the restrictions disappeared. However, both Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and floated out of the pavilion at the same time. Sure enough, just outside the pavilion, the entire Dragon Island was filled with colorful clouds. In the air, there was the corpse of a demonic beast that was at least 1,000 feet long. This corpse looked like a rhinoceros, but its head was a dragon's head and its 4 hooves were similar to dragon claws. At this moment, there were still drops of blood dripping from the corpse, as if it had just been killed. "This is Jinghong." Ao Zhantian looked at the corpse and then at the humans and demonic beasts flying out of the Dragon Island. He whispered to Xiaohua, "In terms of strength, she should be at the lower 6th level of origin energy. She can be considered one of the top experts in the Dragon Island." "Damn it, what's going on?" Xiaohua frowned and whispered, 3 demonic beasts have already died. Who is the culprit? Could it be that the dragon envoy hasn't found the culprit yet? You're amazing. This old man is full of admiration. At this moment, the dragon envoy's mocking voice came from the depths of the clouds. "You dare to disregard the dignity of the Dragon Island and commit murder on the Dragon Island? Don't you know that the Dragon Island is the final destination of the Dragon Island? Do you think you can escape the arrest of the Dragon Island?" The dragon envoy's voice reverberated in the air. Of course, no one from the demonic beasts or humans answered. However, it seemed like the dragon envoy didn't intend to hear any response. With a loud bang, Jinghong's corpse landed on the Dragon Island. The clouds in the sky disappeared and the dragon envoy was gone. "Sigh, so troublesome." Ao Zhantian sighed and turned to walk towards the pavilion. "This is the first time I've participated in a training exercise and I've already encountered such a thing. When the Dragon Island arrives, who knows what kind of trouble will occur? Let's talk as we walk." Xiaohua didn't mind. After all, this was the demonic beast's grudge. The two returned to the pavilion and Ao Zhantian continued to listen to Xiaohua's teachings. However, after a few days, another loud bang came from the Dragon Island. This time, even Xiaohua was stunned. He stopped and looked at Ao Zhantian. Ao Zhantian also looked at Xiaohua. Neither of them stood up. After a while, Xiaohua said, "Taoist Ao, perhaps this matter is getting more and more troublesome." Chapter 3991. Ao Zhantian shrugged. After a moment of shock, his expression turned indifferent. "It has nothing to do with you or me. Why should we care? Sai, let's go out and take a look." Xiaohua thought for a moment and finally chose to stand up. Ao Zhantian stood up helplessly, as if he still hadn't recovered from his previous experience. However, when they walked out of the pavilion and saw the corpse floating in the air, they were all shocked. Because there was a human cultivator lying in the air. This cultivator was wearing a golden soft armor. At this moment there was a huge hole in his chest. The soft armor was broken and blood was flowing out. "Oh, Ao Jinghua." Ao Zhantian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the face of this cultivator. He is a Confucian cultivator from the Jing province. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, could it be that this Ao Jinghua is also at the 6th grade of Essence Force? When Ao Zhantian heard this, he seemed to have thought of something. He suppressed the fear in his heart and said in a low voice, I don't know Ao Jinghua's exact strength, but I heard that he is only at the 5th grade of Essence Force. This? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Previously, he and Ao Zhantian both thought that this was an internal conflict between the demon race and that it involved the experts of the demon race. However, Ao Jinghua's death clearly told them that this was not just a matter of the demon race but also the human race. Xiaohua thought of it, so how could Ao Zhantian not think of it? Ao Zhantian's body turned cold. He looked left and right, as if the murderer who killed 3 demons and 1 human was staring at him from the side. With a loud sound, Ao Jinghua's corpse was thrown to the ground. This time the Dragon Island messenger didn't even bother to speak. The colorful clouds in the sky disappeared again. After the Dragon Island messenger left, Ao Zhantian didn't have time to say anything. He hurriedly returned to the pavilion with Xiaohua. Ao Zhantian entered the pavilion and hurriedly activated the restrictions. Then, he released his divine sense and scanned the entire pavilion with suspicion. Only then did he calm down. Looking at Xiaohua, who was sitting calmly, he smiled bitterly. Taoist Xiao is really calm. And Xiaohua replied, no matter what, this is a matter of the descendants of the dragon bloodline. I am only an outsider. I won't be affected. But Ao Zhantian was just about to speak when the restrictions on the pavilion were triggered. Ao Zhantian exclaimed in shock. Who is it? Brother Heaven Slayer, it's me. Aomo Rant's voice came from outside the pavilion. Of course, this voice also revealed a trace of panic. Brother Emoran, please wait a moment. Ao Zhantian activated his keepsake and opened the restriction on the pavilion. He didn't rush over to greet Ao Moran as enthusiastically as he did in the past. Instead, he intentionally kept his distance. In fact, Ao Zhantian had even drawn closer to Xiaohua. Ao Moran seemed to have something on his mind and ignored Ao Zhantian's vigilance. Brother Zhantian, Mr. Emoyun has invited us over. Xiaohua knew that this Emoyun was Ao Moyun from Su province. He was the leader of Ao Zhantian's group of human cultivators. What is it, Mr. Emoyun? Ao Zhantian asked with furrowed brows. Ao Moran faltered slightly before looking up at Ao Zhantian with an impatient expression. How would I know what's going on? Won't you know when you get there? All right. Ao Zhantian didn't want to go, but he had no choice. He looked at Xiaohua with a pleading expression and said, Taoist Master Xiao, didn't you say that you wanted to see Mr. Mo Yuan's elegance? Why don't we go together? Xiaohua nodded. Of course. You just praised Mr. Mo Yuan as a rarity in this world. I've long admired him. Perhaps I'll pay him a visit now. Admire him? Ao Moran faltered slightly before a spurious smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, Then please, fellow immortals. Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian then followed Ao Moran out of the pavilion. Ao Moyun's pavilion wasn't close to Ao Zhantian's. Although the 3 of them didn't use any flying techniques, their figures were like floating clouds and flowing water. It took them the time to finish a meal. Along the way, Xiaohua saw many pavilions, ancient trees, ponds, and stone caves. However, without exception, all the restrictions were opened. It was rare to see any humans or demons outside the restrictions. The few demons that he saw were all staring at Xiaohua, and the others like tigers eyeing their prey. They were abnormally vigilant. An aura of fear and trepidation gradually spread throughout the entire Longxing. Ao Moyun's pavilion was a little small, and the security was even higher than Ao Zhantian's. Ao Moran sent out a flying crane from afar. After the flying crane landed in the pavilion's restrictions were opened. Ao Chiron and another Confucian cultivator with an equally imposing appearance walked out. The Confucian cultivator looked at Ao Zhantian with some displeasure and said, Zhantian, why did you bring your guard here for no reason? Ao Chiron raised his eyebrows and hurriedly nudged the Confucian cultivator with his arm. He said with a smile, Ao Suan, although this Taoist Master Xiao is Zhantian's guard, his strength is not bad. What's the use of strength? The Confucian cultivator named Ao Sun waved his hand. What time is it now? You still dare to bring a stranger here? Moran hesitated and said, although Taoist Master Xiao has never been here, we have already seen him in Zhantian's pavilion. Seeing Ao Moran and Ao Chiron's expressions, Xiao Hua understood that this Ao Sun was probably more powerful than the two of them. He didn't want to make things difficult for Ao Zhantian, so he turned to Ao Zhantian and said with a smile, in that case, Taoist Zhantian, you can go in by yourself. This Xiao will return to the pavilion. All right, Ao Zhantian replied very apologetically. However, just as he opened his mouth, a leisurely female voice came from the pavilion. Oh Sun, let Taoist Master Xiao in. Oh. When Xiao Hua heard this, he unconsciously raised his eyebrows. He suddenly realized that this voice should belong to Ao Mayun. In other words, Ao Mayun was a woman and not a man like he thought. So, it was no wonder that Ao Mayun's face showed such a strange expression when he said admiration earlier. Walking into the pavilion, he saw that there were already more than a dozen Confucian cultivators gathered in the hall. Although these Confucian cultivators had different faces, their arrogant temperament was extremely similar. At first glance, everyone looked a little arrogant. Looking at the head of the hall, a graceful woman was sitting calmly behind a jade table. This woman was wearing black profound armor and looked valiant and formidable. Her beautiful face was like a peach blossom, and a pair of bright eyes were staring at Xiao Hua with interest. Alas, the bloodline of the dragon race is indeed powerful. Anyone in this pavilion would be a dragon or phoenix among men in the hidden immortal continent. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and saw the situation in the pavilion clearly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, seeing Ao Mayun looking at him, he took a few steps forward and cupped his hands. I'm Xiao Hua, greetings fellow Taoist Mayun. Taoist Xiao Hua, Taoist Xiao. Ao Mayun floated up and returned the greeting. I've heard of Taoist Zhao's name since long ago, and I admire you greatly in my heart. But I didn't expect to actually meet Taoist Xiao here. Seeing that Ao Mayun, who had always been cold and arrogant, was actually so solemn, and his words actually contained admiration, the crowd of Confucian cultivators surnamed Ao was shocked. Some of the whispering Confucian cultivators stopped, and their gazes fell on Xiao Hua. I don't dare, I don't dare. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I'm just a nobody. Compared to brother Ao, I'm not just a little bit inferior. Then Xiao Hua looked around and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoists, I'm only the guard of fellow Taoist Zhantian. Please feel free to discuss whatever you want. I won't express any opinion. Haha. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Ao Mayun said with a smile, I really didn't expect that Zhantian would be so lucky to actually find a good helper like Taoist Xiao. In this way we can also bask in some of your glory. Xiao Hua knew that it wasn't good to be entangled in this kind of matter, so he smiled and found a corner to sit down cross-legged. He nodded slightly to everyone and stopped talking. When Ao Mayun saw that Xiao Hua didn't report his name to the other Confucian cultivators at all, he knew that Xiao Hua had no intention of getting involved in their plan, so it wasn't good for him to force it. He raised his hand with a smile on his face, and everyone followed him to sit down. Then he heard him clear his throat and say, Everyone, I presume that you all understand why I invited you here, right? That's right. A Confucian cultivator who was closer to Ao Mayun said, Previously, only the experts of the demon race were killed, so we didn't feel any sense of danger. We thought that it was an internal strife of the demon race, but we didn't expect that there would actually be cultivators of the human race killed today. If this isn't a cover-up, then there's something fishy about it. We're all extremely puzzled in our hearts. That's right. Another Confucian cultivator also said, Previously we could still be bystanders, but now we have to be bystanders. Who wouldn't be afraid? If it weren't for Mr. Mayun inviting us here, we would have closed the pavilion and wouldn't even show our heads. What's the use of closing the restriction? Moran sneered. Even His Majesty was killed, and even Sir Dragon Envoy couldn't find a trace of the murderer. The restriction inside the traveling dragon. When Ao Moran said this, his face suddenly turned pale, as if he had thought of something, and he looked at Ao Mayun with horror in his eyes. Ao Mayun smiled slightly and waved his hand. Moran, don't think too much. Sir Dragon Envoy is the envoy of Dragon Island. How could he do such a thing? Phew. Oh, Moran breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "These things are too unbelievable, so this little brother has to think more. Presumably, Sir Dragon Envoy won't blame me if he knows. If that's not the case, then there's a great expert hidden inside the traveling dragon that even Sir Dragon Envoy can't detect." Ao Gentian naturally had to say something, but just as he finished speaking, Ao Sun said coldly, "We already knew this, but what we want to know now is what is this great expert doing? He killed 3 powerful demon race cultivators in a row, as well as a weak human race cultivator. For what reason? If it's purely to provoke Dragon Island, he only needs to kill the Dragon Envoy, right? There's no need to make things difficult for these dragon race descendants who have gone to Dragon Island for training, right?" Chapter 3992. Following that, the dozen or so Confucian cultivators began to speculate about the truth of the matter. However, even if everyone had a theory, who knew which was the real truth? As for Xiao Hua, he had already closed his eyes and began to meditate. He didn't pay any attention to what everyone was saying. Ao Mayun would sometimes ask a question, and sometimes she would listen quietly. However, there would occasionally be a hint of anxiety in her eyes. She would even raise her head and look into the distance as if she was waiting for something. The group of Confucian cultivators discussed for half a day, but there was no conclusion. Ao Sun and the others stood up and prepared to leave. However, Ao Mayun smiled and said, "Could it be that you think I gathered everyone together just to discuss this matter?" "Ah, what is it, Mr. Mayun?" Ao Sun was taken aback and hurriedly asked. Unfortunately, Ao Mayun smiled and didn't answer. Immediately, a look of realization appeared on Ao Gentian's face. He said in a low voice, "Mr. Mayun wants to gather us together to prevent the murderer from killing us separately?" Ao Mayun nodded slightly, and a smile blossomed on her gorgeous face. But Ao Sun was still a little hesitant. He said in a low voice, "If the murderer really wants to kill us, even if we gather together," a Confucian cultivator said impatiently, "we have no enmity with the murderer. At this time we are afraid that we will be killed by the murderer. If we gather together, the chances of us being killed will be much lower." Yes, another Confucian cultivator said with a smile, "I am already in a daze at this time. Mr. Mayun is still calm and thoughtful. I will meditate here. The murderer must be afraid of exposing his tracks in front of us." Then the few Confucian cultivators didn't leave. Everyone sat down, either composing poems or painting. Some people even drank wine and sang. They looked very satisfied. However, everyone was a little absent-minded like Ao Mayun, as if they were waiting for something. This time they didn't have to wait for long. In just a few days, a scream came from outside the restriction of the pavilion. "Let's go." Although Ao Mayun was a little surprised, he immediately flew out from behind the jade table and rushed out of the pavilion. Seeing Ao Mayun fly out, the dozen or so Confucian cultivators also followed him out. Ao Gentian flew out a few steps, and was once again impressed. He called Xiao Hua, and only then did he follow Xiao Hua out. Xiao Hua and the others came out of the pavilion. The 5-colored clouds had not appeared in the space of Longxing yet. Looking at the left side of the pavilion, there were already several demon clan members flying in the air. These demon clan members' ugly faces carried a trace of horror. Xiao Hua and the others flew closer and saw clearly that this was a cave inside a hill. The restriction outside the cave had been torn apart long ago, and the hard mountain rocks had also been destroyed. Half of 100 Zhonglong monster peeked out from the broken rocks. Its head was badly mutilated, and it was impossible to tell what kind of monster it was. However, looking at the dragon scales on its body and the claws that were deeply embedded in the mountain rocks, everyone knew that this monster was tyrannical. "This is Qiu. Xiao Hua looked at this monster that looked like a wild bull and knew that it was the bloodline of Qiu Niu, the son of the dragon. He asked probingly. Ao Mayun bit his lips, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He then nodded and said, "Yes, this is Qiu, but his strength is only at the upper 5th grade of essence power. He hasn't fully matured yet." Roar! At this time, the roar of Lord Dragon Envoy came from afar. Layers of clouds surged over like a tide. A huge dragon claw peeked out from the clouds and grabbed Qiu Yu's corpse. Then it disappeared again. Shall we go over? Ao Sun looked at Ao Mayun and asked in a low voice. Ao Mayun shook his head slightly and said with a wry smile, since we already know, why should we go over and take a look? Now that the interval between killing is getting shorter and shorter, they must want to take advantage of the time before Longxing arrives at Dragon Island to kill all the humans and monsters they want to kill. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He looked at Ao Mayun with some puzzlement. At the same time, a few Confucian cultivators noticed Ao Mayun's words. They looked at each other and said, "Shall we go back and talk about it?" Then, Ao Mayun ordered a few Confucian cultivators to go and explore, and the others returned to the pavilion. Ao Mayun originally wanted to activate the restriction, but after looking at the restriction of the pavilion and thinking about the restriction of the cave, Ao Mayun sighed slightly and simply threw the token on the jade table. Why did Mr. Mayun say they? Isn't it just a few monsters? A Confucian cultivator asked curiously, why can't I see any clues? Ao Mayun was a little absent-minded. He glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, I don't know, it's just a wild guess. No way. The Confucian cultivator pretended to be exaggerated. Is there anything in this world that Mr. Mayun can't predict? Alas, of course. Ao Mayun sighed, in this world, except for the immortal emperor, who can search the whole continent. Even the immortal emperor can't know the movements of the whole hidden immortal continent. Maybe. Moran guessed, just as Mr. Mayun said, these are a few monsters. The strong ones went to attack His Majesty and the others, and the weak ones went to attack Qiu Yu and the humans. If there are really a few of them, no wonder Lord Dragon Envoy couldn't find them. Ao Zhantian nodded slightly, but then he asked curiously, but even if we know how many of them there are, what is their purpose? Who knows? A Confucian cultivator shrugged. There are many inexplicable things in this world. Who knows what the reason is? But if there are too many of them... Ao Sun looked at the unactivated restriction and said in a low voice, even if we gather together, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist them. If we gather together, we'll be able to take care of each other. Ao Zhantian said hurriedly. Oh no. Just when everyone didn't know what to say, a voice came from outside the pavilion. Everyone was shocked and looked up, only to see a few Confucian cultivators who had just gone to gather information hurriedly flying back. One of them looked so flustered that he couldn't help but cry out before he reached the pavilion. What's wrong? Ao Mayun frowned slightly, looking a little displeased. Mr. Mayun. The Confucian cultivator said hurriedly, this time, besides Qiu Yu, Liang Yong was also killed. Especially. Before the Confucian cultivator could finish, another Confucian cultivator beside him rushed to say, Ao Feng of the Qing province was also killed in his own pavilion along with a dozen or so humans. Not only were Ao Mayun and the other Confucian cultivators dumbfounded, even Xiaohua was shocked. If that was the case, then this trip to the Dragon Island was not a rewarding trip, but a frightening one. Is that true? Ao Sun couldn't believe his ears and couldn't help but ask. The Confucian cultivator in front of him was still in shock, and he said in a shrill voice, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Ao Sun thought for a moment and really did fly out of the pavilion. But in just a few breaths' time, he turned back and shouted as soon as he entered the pavilion, which fellow immortal wants to come with me to take a look? The Dragon Island is very cold right now, and there isn't even a single person in sight. My heart is trembling. Although Ao Sun's strength was not comparable to Ao Mayun's, he was still a Confucian cultivator of the 5th stage origin energy realm. How could he say such cowardly words under normal circumstances? But when he said such words, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Even the Confucian cultivator who rushed to say something shrunk his neck and waved his hand. If you want to go, then go. When I turned back just now, I was also scared. I was scared that the mysterious murderer would suddenly appear. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I'll go with you. Ao Zhantian hurriedly said, I'll go too. Then the three of them left the pavilion. Just as Ao Sun said, the entire Dragon Island was very cold and desolate, and there seemed to be an indescribable sense of danger everywhere. The three of them flew in the air, and they felt as if there was a pair of eyes peeping at them. Xiaohua was a little confused. He couldn't figure out whether this feeling was real, or just a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. The place where the dragon envoy's corpse was now filled with the smell of blood. Other than a few gigantic monster corpses, there were also dozens of human corpses stained with blood. It seemed that the human corpses were even more terrifying than the monster corpses. Their heads were either smashed or their bodies destroyed. Almost none of their corpses were intact. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the corpses, and he couldn't even tell who these corpses belonged to. Xiao Hua sighed and looked around. Other than the three of them, there wasn't a trace of life in the surroundings. It was completely different from when he first came to the Dragon Island. All the humans and monsters were in a state of panic, afraid that the murderer's claws would fall on their heads. Let's go. Although Ao-sun didn't believe it, he came to check it himself. But when he saw the situation, his heart felt empty, and an indescribable sense of terror filled his heart. He looked around vigilantly and said in a low voice, "Let's hurry back while the murderer is still worried." Xiao Hua and the other two returned to the loft even faster than when they came. This time no one asked anything. The previous slightly noisy atmosphere was swept away by silence. Everyone sat there full of thoughts. No one knew what they were thinking. Even Ao Mayun had lost his previous quick-wittedness. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were a little dull. Xiao Hua still walked to the corner and sat down. He closed his eyes and pondered. Unfortunately, he knew very little and he was confused. After half a day, Ao Mayun coughed, got up and said with a forced smile, "Since we can't escape being killed even if we gather together, then there's no need to gather together. If we scatter, we may have a chance to save our lives. Sigh, it's a pity that the dragon envoy who controls the Dragon Island is so irresponsible, treating our lives like grass. What can we do? What can we do? In the eyes of the dragon envoy, we are just bastards who cling to the Dragon Island." Ao-sun's tone was also unkind. Our lives and deaths are not important. What's important is that he wants to bring the Dragon Island back. At that time, no matter who the murderer is, he will be arrested by the Dragon Island. Chapter 3993. How could it be that simple? Ao Mayun sneered, then looked around. His gaze fell on a Confucian cultivator, and he said, "You come here. I have something to tell you." The Confucian cultivator called Yu Ping was stunned. He hurriedly got up and said, "What are your orders, Mr. Mayun? This matter is a bit secretive. Follow me to the quiet room to talk." Ao Mayun's figure flashed and walked towards the quiet room. Ao Yuping hesitated for a moment, and then followed him into the quiet room. Then, Ao Mayun activated the restrictive spell of the quiet room. After a while, Ao Yuping walked out of the quiet room with a frown on her face. "Su Jing, please come here as well." Ao Mayun didn't follow him out, but his voice was heard. So a slightly short Confucian cultivator looked at Ao Yuping, then hurriedly got up and entered the quiet room. Just like that, Ao Mayun called 3 more people into the quiet room to talk. After the 5th person walked out, Ao Mayun said to everyone's surprise, "Taoist Master Xiao, can I trouble you to come to the quiet room?" "Oh." Xiao Hua opened his eyes and looked at the quiet room in surprise. He had the same expression as the other 5 people, but he still entered the quiet room after thinking for a while. After Ao Mayun activated the restriction, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in front of Ao Mayun, and asked puzzledly, "What advice does Mr. Mayun have?" "It's not advice." Ao Mayun raised his hand and took out a jade eye from his bosom. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, "I have something to entrust to Taoist Master." "Oh." Xiao Hua was even more stunned. He didn't take the jade eye and asked, "What is this? Could it be that you have entrusted to all the fellow immortals who came in earlier? Everyone else is just a cover." Ao Mayun shook his head slightly. "I really want to entrust it to Taoist Master. Then I can't accept it even more." Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "I've never met you before, and I don't have their dragon bloodline. I'm not worthy of fellow immortals' trust. It's because Taoist Master and I have never met before, and it's also because Taoist Master doesn't have true dragon bloodline that I'm entrusting this to Taoist Master. Could it be this thing is related to the murder on Longxing? Or the person the murderer is looking for you?" Xiao Hua asked. "Judging from the current situation, I can't come to a conclusion." At this point, Aomoyu no longer concealed anything, and said, however, judging from these dead descendants of the dragon clan, it's very likely that I'm the murderer's target. Oh, of course, this item has nothing to do with the murderer. It's just some records about my bloodline that I left behind. It won't cause you any trouble. Fellow immortal, you seem to have some hidden troubles. Xiaohua's eyes flickered as he asked. Spiritual master, please keep this jade first. Aomoyan urged. I can't keep you here for too long, Taoist. Once you hear about my death, the restriction within these jade eyes will naturally be removed. You'll know when you take a look at it yourself. Sorry, Xiaohua waved his hand. This Xiao has never been interested in these mysterious things. If you want to entrust it to someone else, you should entrust it to someone else. Alas, spiritual master, you don't understand. Aomayun shook his head and transmitted his voice. This item involves the 10 clans of the Dragon Island, and they are all unreliable. Only an outsider like you can be trusted by me. Moreover, I've already heard about spiritual master Zhao's good deeds in the blood pool of gods and demons. Even I can't trust spiritual master Xiao. Could it be that you want me to trust Ao Zhantian? The 10 clans of the Dragon Island? What does that mean? Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked. Omayan shook his head slightly, looked around and still transmitted his voice. I can't talk too much about the Dragon Island. If spiritual master wants to know what's recorded in these jade eyes is, haha, then this Xiao can't take it. Xiaohua stood up and laughed. Fellow immortal, if you entrust this item to this Xiao, you'll be free of your burden. If the murderer comes looking for this item, won't this Xiao be in great danger? Fellow immortal, please remove the restriction. This Xiao is going out. Spiritual master Xiao. Aomoyun was anxious and hurriedly stood up and said, this item really won't bring you any disaster. Xiaohua waved his hand very unreasonably. This Xiao doesn't want to get involved in the internal strife of the Dragon Island, and even more don't want to provoke the 10 clans of the Dragon Island. Mister, you should find someone else. Alas. All right. Seeing Xiaohua so resolute, Aomoyun was extremely helpless. He looked at Xiaohua faintly and removed the restriction. After Xiaohua left, she opened her mouth. She originally planned to find another Confucian cultivator after Xiaohua, but after thinking for a while, she lowered her head dispiritedly and followed Xiaohua out of the quiet room. Everyone. Aomoyun forced a smile and said, I've already explained some things to the 6 fellow immortals. We'll talk about the rest after we get to the Dragon Island. Alright, since that's the case, Mr. Moyun, you also take care of yourself. The Confucian cultivators all stood up and bid farewell, and there was a hint of the wind is blowing and the water is cold in their tone. When Xiaohua followed Ao Zhantian back to the pavilion, Ao Zhantian immediately pulled Xiaohua and asked, What did Mr. Moyun say to you? Xiaohua waved his hand and said, What can he say? I thought it was something important and just some gossip. Now that I think about it, it was to cover for one of the 5 people in front of us. He as expected. Ao Zhantian smiled. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that Ao Yuping. He's usually very close to Mr. Moyun. Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhantian with an exasperated expression. You're still guessing at a time like this? You should think about saving your own life first. Of course. Ao Zhantian looked at the restrictions around him and said with a smile, These tattered restrictions really can't compare to the spell formations of our Taoist sect. In order to save your own life, shouldn't you show us some of your skills? Yes, I don't need you to tell me that. Xiaohua said as he walked into the silent room. He took out a jade talisman and set up the capital star formation. Come in, fellow Taoist Ao. With this spell formation we might have a 30% better chance than the others. Haha. Taoist Master Xiao is really my lucky star. Ao Zhantian said joyfully as he entered the capital star formation. He immediately knew that this was the spell formation of the Black Wind Ridge after scanning it with his divine sense. You can stay here. Xiaohua extended a hand and said, Give me your token from the dragon tribe. Oh, you're not going to stay here? Ao Zhantian was taken aback. I don't have the bloodline of the dragon tribe. What am I afraid of? Xiaohua said with a smile, There's no one in the pavilion. If something happens to the dragon tribe, we won't know. Then I'll have to trouble you, Taoist Master Xiao. Ao Zhantian was really grateful to Xiao Hua and handed the token to him. Xiao Hua exited the spell formation and sat behind the jade table. He narrowed his eyes and looked outside the pavilion. He turned the token over and over in his hand as if he was thinking about something. However, it was only for a moment. Xiao Hua waved his hand and put the token away. He then closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Half a day later, the dragon envoy's voice boomed like thunder. Everyone, come out of the restriction. I'd like to see who dares to kill a descendant of the dragon clan under my nose. Xiao Hua laughed coldly. This dragon tribe's envoy is finally enlightened. With all the Yaoan humans gathered together, the dragon tribe's envoy can borrow the power of the dragon tribe to find the culprit. Even if he can't find the culprit, he should be able to prevent more Yaoan humans from being killed. This is probably not the dragon tribe's envoy's idea. It must be a suggestion from some Yao or humans. Thus, Xiao Hua removed the restriction on the pavilion and also the capital star formation. He followed Ao Zhantian out of the pavilion. At this time, the restriction on the dragon tribe was still in place. He couldn't release his origin sense. The entire sky of the dragon tribe was covered in colorful clouds. Although the dragon tribe's envoy didn't reveal himself, there was an unconcealable dragon might leaking out from the roiling clouds. The dragon tribe's envoy and Xiao Hua's idea was relatively ideal. However, the Yao race wasn't humans. Although some of them had transformed into human form, they didn't gather as closely as the humans. Even the humans were in a competitive relationship. When they arrived at the training grounds, they might have to fight to the death. Thus, they formed small groups and didn't truly gather as one. Xiao Hua and Ao Zhantian were naturally with Ao Mayun and the others. At this time, Ao Mayun's face was a little pale. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked left and right. It was obvious that her heart wasn't calm. Although there were quite a lot of Yaoan humans, about 2,000 of them, they looked like a black mass at a glance. However, so many Yaoan humans didn't say anything. The entire dragon tribe was as silent as before. Before the dragon tribe reaches Dragon Island, all of you should wait here. The dragon tribe's envoy's voice came from the clouds. This envoy doesn't believe that anyone would dare. Who? Damn it. Before the dragon tribe's envoy could finish speaking, another scream came from afar. Then the dragon tribe's envoy roared angrily from the clouds. The dragon tribe's envoy's huge body swooped down. Its 2 dragon claws landed on the place where the scream came from like lightning. Rumble. A series of loud sounds came. Rocks and other debris in the distance soared into the sky. Seemed that there was a struggle. However, a moment later, the dragon tribe's envoy's angry roar sounded again. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Run. Seeing that the murderer was so unscrupulous and daring to commit murder in front of the dragon tribe's envoy and so many Yaoan humans, some of the smarter humans already understood that within the dragon tribe, even the dragon tribe's envoy couldn't protect them. If they wanted to survive, they had to rely on themselves. Therefore, they shouted unconsciously and flew into the distance. It was as if they would be safe as long as they were far away from this place. Since someone had escaped, the pessimistic mood immediately spread throughout the dragon tribe. The Yaoan humans who had just seen hope scattered again. Everyone ran for their lives. Fellow immortals. Seeing that Ao Mayun and the others were also about to escape, Xiao Hua hurriedly called out, "Follow this Xiao to the pavilion first." Yes, yes. Ao Zhantian also thought of something and urged, Mr. Mayun, let's go to my pavilion first. The Taoist has some defensive methods. Chapter 3994. You, what means do you have? Moran was a little surprised and shouted in panic. Even the dragon envoy can't find the murderer. How can you protect us? However, Ao Mayun waved his hand calmly and said, let's go and take a look. I believe in Taoist Zhao's means. Since Ao Mayun had spoken, although the others wanted to escape, they couldn't escape from Longxing no matter how hard they tried. They simply followed Xiao Hua and flew to Ao Zhantian's pavilion. When they saw Xiao Hua's capital star array, their faces were full of shock. Ao Zhantian said proudly, this is the capital star array set up by Taoist Xiao. It's the same as the one set up by the Immortal Palace in the Black Wind Ridge. With such a formation, I believe we have a better chance of survival. Oh Xiaohua Daoist Xiao. Hearing this, Oh Sun slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I remember now. Are you that Daoist Xiao? Xiaohua smiled and said, let's not talk so much. Let's enter the array first. Although my array formation can't protect the entire Longxing, it should be able to protect the few of you. Thank you Daoist Xiao. Ao Sun, Ao Moran, and the others cupped their hands and hurriedly entered the array. At this time, even if they didn't believe Xiaohua, they could only treat it as a last resort. After everyone had entered, Ao Mayun stood there without moving a single step. Xiaohua knew what Ao Mayun was thinking and said in a low voice, Mr. Mayun, could it be? You don't believe me? Yes. Ao Zhantian also said anxiously, since you're here, you'd better hide for a while. Ao Mayun smiled and showed a rare relaxed face. He asked Daoist Xiao, do you think you can stop that murderer? Xiaohua shook his head without thinking. I don't have that kind of strength. That's right. Ao Mayun said with a smile, if I hide inside, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to you. At that time, not only will I not be able to survive, but all of you will also be implicated by me. Since that's the case, why should I go in? Daoist Xiao, thank you for your help. My Ao family really can't repay you. Goodbye. After that, Ao Mayun turned around and left without any reluctance. Ao Zhantian was taken aback. He had never heard Ao Mayun refer to himself as a concubine. Moreover, he hadn't expected Ao Mayun to be so decisive and leave just like that. Daoist Master. Ao Zhantian looked at Ao Mayun walking out of the pavilion, and asked with a puzzled expression, what's going on? Sai, how would I know? You can go in. Xiaohua waved his hand, and followed Ao Mayun out of the pavilion. Outside the pavilion it was truly a mess. The bleak atmosphere was even colder than the cold winter. Ao Mayun's originally plump back was particularly striking in this biting cold. Xiaohua did not give chase, he only stood there and watched from afar. He was rather puzzled. This matter is truly strange, since the murderer has such powerful strength and can even avoid the dragon envoy's primordial thought. Then why didn't he make a move earlier? This murderer killed the monster clan and the human clan in front of the dragon envoy without being detected by the dragon envoy. Needless to say, he also used the dragon clan's concealment technique, which is somewhat similar to the dragon clan's secret technique of the heavenly abode river. Also, this Ao Mayun seems to have noticed something, but why didn't she go to the dragon envoy? Besides, this dragon envoy doesn't seem to be afraid of being attacked by the murderer, nor does he care about the lives of these descendants of the dragon clan. His mission seems to be just to bring these descendants of the dragon clan to the dragon island. Does he not care about how many he can bring? In fact, from an unimaginable point of view, maybe this murderer and the dragon envoy are in cahoots? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he frowned. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. His previous detachment from this matter gradually faded. Watching Ao Mayun's figure disappear, Xiaohua quietly released his soul consciousness and looked around. After confirming that there was nothing strange, he returned to the pavilion. However, he only entered the capital star formation and told everyone that Ao Mayun was unwilling to come. Then he sat upright in the pavilion again. Dozens of days later, the entire Longxing was completely shrouded in the horror of the murder. Almost every 10 days, one or more monster clan and human clan would be inexplicably killed, and all the corpses would be placed in one place. At this time, no one from the human clan or the monster clan went to watch the show. Every one of them was trembling in fear and trepidation, worried that they would be found by the cruel murderer. As for what the dragon envoy was doing, Xiaohua did not know. He only instructed the green-robed Xiaohua to control the invisible Yuanying and hide in a corner of the pavilion. He also instructed the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua to prepare his Xiantian true qi at all times, ready to face the seemingly omnipresent murderer and fight for his own survival. On this day, when Xiaohua slowly withdrew his soul consciousness from outside the pavilion and was about to meditate, his heart suddenly moved. He thought of Ao Mayun's strange behavior. He unconsciously patted his forehead and said with some regret, alas, this Xiao is also a little flustered. This Ao Mayun seems to be somewhat familiar with the Dragon Island. Since she knows the 10 clans of the Dragon Island, she must also know the location of the Dragon Cleansing Pool. How could this Xiao forget to ask her? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua stood up and instructed the green-robed Xiao Hua. He used the Dragon Clan's concealment technique and stealthily moved towards Ao Mayun. If it was a normal time, Xiao Hua would certainly fly over in the air, but at this time Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless. He did not ask for speed, only to not leave any trace. When he arrived in front of Ao Mayun's pavilion, it was the same as when Xiao Hua and the others left. The pavilion's restriction was not activated at all. It seemed that Ao Mayun had already given up resistance and was waiting for the murderer to arrive. Xiao Hua did not dare to act blindly without thinking. He released a wisp of soul consciousness and looked around. Then, he quietly urged the wood escape technique to sneak into the pavilion. Before his figure could appear, he heard Ao Mayun's faint but somewhat trembling voice in his ear. "You finally found me." Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He didn't know how Ao Mayun had discovered his whereabouts. Almost without thinking, Xiao Hua waved his hands and shot out several secret arts. First, he confined the space of several hundred feet around him. Then he transmitted his voice, "Mr. Mayun, this Xiao has come. This Xiao has suddenly thought of a way that can save your life and not implicate the rest of us." You are Taoist Master Xiao?" Ao Mayun was naturally shocked. How do you know the dragon technique of my dragon clan?" Just when Xiao Hua had just revealed himself and had yet to answer, a kind of indescribable fear arose in Xiao Hua's heart. It was as if a great danger was approaching Xiao Hua. Ao Mayun's face was even more pale, and he opened his mouth to urge Xiao Hua to flee. Since he had come to this point, how could Xiao Hua hesitate? He raised his hand and took out the mountain river seal that he had prepared a long time ago. He transmitted his voice, "Fellow immortal, don't struggle." As he spoke, Xiao Hua's mind swept towards Ao Mayun. How could Ao Mayun not know Xiao Hua's plan when he saw the mountain river seal? People often say that even ants are greedy for life, let alone Ao Mayun, who had succeeded in cultivation. She immediately gave up resisting, and her figure was immediately taken into the space along with Xiao Hua's mind. Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He hurriedly withdrew the spell, and his figure flashed and rushed to the side of the pavilion. In this split second, an extremely secretive and powerful origin will was born out of nowhere, and it swept past the place where Ao Mayun's figure had been. "Huh!" A very obscure voice of surprise followed, and then there was a loud bang. An extremely powerful attack fell from the sky and pierced through the entire pavilion. Everything in the pavilion was turned into fragments. "How dare you!" Just when that origin will was still searching, the furious voice of the dragon envoy above the 5-colored clouds sounded like thunder, and a huge dragon claw turned into lightning and grabbed down. Unfortunately, although the dragon claw had imprisoned the space of about 100 feet, when the dragon claw fell, it was still empty. It did not even touch a scale of the murderer. Since it did not find the murderer, the dragon claw waved again in the ruins of the pavilion, but did not find Ao Mayun's corpse. The dragon claw paused for a moment. Obviously, this was the first time it did not see the corpse after the murderer appeared. However, the dragon envoy only hesitated for a moment, and the dragon claw retracted back into the clouds. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, some demon race members appeared nearby. These demon race members poked their heads out mournfully, looked at the broken pavilion, shook their heads slightly and went away. In Ao Zhantian's pavilion, Xiao Hua's figure appeared. His face was waxy yellow. He sat down cross-legged, took out a jade bottle, and poured out a few pills to consume. After the time it took to eat a meal, his face finally became rosy. "Damn it!" Xiao Hua coughed and cursed in a low voice. This evil creature has the strength of the 7th level of origin power, which is half a level higher than the dragon envoy. I'm afraid he can do whatever he wants in the travel dragon. Who can be his match? Just as he finished cursing, Xiao Hua came to a realization. Since he had saved Ao Mayun, then the murderer, whose strength exceeded the other demon race members, would naturally be looking for him again. Ao Zhantian and the others were definitely the targets of the search. If Ao Mayun's guess was correct, then Ao Zhantian and the others were definitely not the murderer's targets. Not only was he not helping them by hiding them in the capital star formation, he was harming them instead. Xiao Hua hurriedly stood up, and with a wave of his hands, He put away the jade talismans of the capital star formation. Aozhantian and the others inside the formation were shocked, and hurriedly asked, "Enlightened Master, what are you doing?" Xiao Hua did not have time to explain, and he made up a story. "It has been more than 10 days, and no demon race members have been killed. I'm afraid that the murderer—" Before Xiao Hua could finish his words, a wave of origin power suddenly fell from above everyone's heads, and a dragon's might that could instantly kill everyone swept over. Not good. The group of Confucian cultivators turned pale with fright, and Xiao Hua was also shocked. He rubbed his hands together, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, striking toward the top of the pavilion. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.